up a chair next to the biggest hearth of them all. The Hearthstone World Championship at BlizzCon! And now, introducing your host, Rachel Quirico!
Hi everyone, welcome back! It's the final day of BlizzCon here on the Hearthstone World Championship stage. I am your host, Seltzer, and we are bringing you the conclusion of all our thrilling Hearthstone action this weekend. If you're just joining us, we have 3 World Championship matches left today. The first semifinal where Ostkaka will play against Thijs. The second semifinal where Hotform battles Puno for the last spot in the Grand Finals, and of course, our Grand Finals. We're warming up the Tavern for a World Championship semifinal start time of 11 a.m. But until then, we're settling a little argument between Team Archon and Tempo Storm. In the best way we know how, actually, with Tavern Brawls. Here to bring you coverage of this historic grudge match are the guys on the desk, Nimsh, Frodan, and Robert. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Tempo Storm versus Team Archon. We're finally going to see who is the better team. Frodan, as the janitor of Tempo Storm, can you please explain?
Well, basically what happened was Amaz and Reynad were playing over at the demo PCs for the new adventure that was announced yesterday, the League of Explorers, and they were just having a little fun playing a game against each other, but it started getting a little more intense, and of course, as it concluded, like most games Amaz plays, he top decked for the exact lethal, and Reynad didn't like it at all, so he challenged Amaz to a best of 9 and the right to the trophy.
Yeah, and obviously with the Hearthstone World Championship going on, best of 9 a little bit unwieldy. We do have a championship, as I said, to run today, but you know, we can do something to maybe settle the argument, which is a time trial run of the new Tavern Brawl featuring Gear Master Mechazod.
Yeah, that's right. These guys are going to be playing through Tavern Brawl because as unrealistic as it was, and it didn't even stop at best of 9, it was like, well, we'll play a best of 9, best of 11, best of 17, best of 31. It's like, well, right now we only have 30 minutes, so we decided, you know, we're going to be playing a Tavern Brawl. Whoever be finishing on an earlier time, which, as far as Reynad is concerned, will be the most important thing happening at BlizzCon for the entire year.
An entire World Championship going on, and Reynad bases the most important event based on him possibly winning. Classic Ray Noodle.
That's right.
How funny it would be if he can't even beat the Tavern Brawl boss.
Well, I mean, it would be incredibly ironic, considering that a lot of the historical grudge has been because these players rightfully think that they are better. So I'm really looking forward to see who's going to get the edge here at League Eagle.
Robert, can you please, because this is a new Tavern Brawl, can you please explain who is Mechazod? Because we heard it so many times before, just shout, those small notes were shouting it. Who is he?
Right, so button up for your lore lesson of the day. Gear Master Mechazod is a quest NPC in the Borean Tundra during the Wrath of the Lich King expansion, and quite simply, he's a very nice robot, and all he wants to do is help other people be robots.
So nice.
Because being humans, they're terrible.
Oh, wow. All right, then Frodan, with the Tavern Brawl, what do you think is the strategy? Like, how do you actually approach it if you want to win?
Right, so for anybody who has not been able to dip into the Tavern Brawl, the way that it works this week is that you actually cooperate with another player to fight one single minion, and that is Mechazod. He has 95 HP and he has Taunt, and every player is required to attack it. You can't really attack your opponent, who actually is your ally. And there's a lot of cards that does interact with your opponent. For example, Refreshment Vendor, a card that heals both players, is a card that often sees drawback because you don't want to heal your enemy, but in this case you heal your ally. So those are really interesting cards with how they work in this Tavern Brawl specifically.
Yeah, it's so cool that you look at the game in a different way. It's cards like Arcane Golem giving mana to your opponent.
Yeah,
at the very beginning you feel like, hey, there is this mech, but I kind of want to win myself. But then you start thinking about how can I help the other player to actually use the game to your advantage.
There is one thing we will say, that the players are allowed to communicate to each other, so it's not necessarily like any of them are getting unfair edges. We're allowing them to fully cooperate in the best way possible, whether they use game chat or they use you know, real life audio, their own voices. They can kind of shout at each other like, no, what are you doing? Like, buff my guy and don't buff yours. Don't be so selfish. There's a lot of ways that you can work together with your ally or by yourself independently and frustrate your teammate.
Robert, do you think there is any possibility that one of the teammates will actually try to gimp the victory? Maybe Fireball will try very hard to win everything, and Amaz will be like, you know, I'm going to give this one to Tempo Storm.
I just can't even begin to see a universe where Amaz, in a chance to show Tempo Storm once and for all that Archon is better, would ever gimp his chances of winning. You know, Amaz has a reputation of being a guy who does anything to win, so I fully expect to see that.
All right, guys. Well, why wait any longer? Let's see what sort of time Team Archon can set, led by Amaz and Fireball. All right, guys, the time is here. Amaz and Firebat facing Mechazard.
Yeah, they're already talking and communicating. They're trying to get their initial plan underway. Now, there's a lot of elements to this Tavern Brawl that we want to emphasize. The first, again, is that, you know, there are cards in these decks that are pre-made. You don't get to build your deck specifically to try to fight against it. And between each player's turn, so as you can see, Firebat passed, and then there's a card being played called Assassinate. This is being done by the enemy AI here with Mechazard.
Yeah, Mechazard has an ability double zap, dealing damage to both players. Robert, what do you think is the best scenario for the players to defeat the Mechazard?
Obviously, you have to play kind of what you draw into early, but I'm of the mind, and Dan, you might disagree with me here, but I'm of the mind that the Priest actually carries this matchup, and all the Paladin has to do is not mess it up. The Priest is really the one setting everything up, and then the Paladin can kind of buff these minions with Divine Shield and go to do a lot of damage. But I think the best scenario is the Priest gets out minions like Loot Hoarder, Cold Light Oracles, draws a bunch of cards, and helps the Paladin set up to do a bunch of damage.
Well, it's interesting. Like, Crip actually talks the matchup specifically like this way, and he's played a lot of the Tavern Brawls. I'm of the belief that neither player is truly the carry, that it just requires really good timing on cards like Lord Walker Cho. And there are cards like Millhouse Mana Storm as well, which normally is one of the worst cards you can play in a Hearthstone game where the opponent on the other side has all spells. But in this case, Millhouse and Lord Walker Cho, if you combine both those elements, will give you outrageous results.
Also, if Millhouse Mana Storm is being played, Paladin can get all those blessed champions and buffs on one turn, and maybe even one-shot Mechazard with the health being left.
I want to take a moment to kind of address the strategy that Mechazard is choosing to go with, which is double zap like 4 or 5 times in the onset of this match, though.
So this is really good start for Team Archon in many ways. The first is that Mechazard took a long time to get ramping early by gaining attack. And he has a few options. The first is that he can zap both players for the direct damage with his attack, so he'd be doing 6 right now to both. Or he can do 3 targets randomly, and that would end up killing minions or doing face damage too. So those are his offensive options, and then he also has a defensive one in Assassinate, where he kills the highest attack minion possible.
You also have to be careful not to overload the board, because if there's 7 minions and Mechazard cannot join the other side of the board, he's going to destroy everyone.
Ooh, this is very aggressive, Lord Walker Cho, and if the Zombie Chow does end up getting killed off, that's okay, because Firebat can also be able to buff something else and give it right back. They're moving really quickly, though, because looks like the Mechazard is aggroing the opponent's face rather than controlling the state of the board. And remember, all of these choices are, so to speak, randomly chosen, even though it conveniently doesn't feel like that way.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see that Mechazard is so aggro here, because normally when you play Lord Walker Cho, you think Lord Walker Cho is the best card you can get, just trading the spells, giving spells to your friends to defeat him. But Mechazard has this special skill to kill Lord Walker Cho.
Yeah, he's even less a fan of pandas than he is of people with blood.
Yes. One thing to note, too, is that on this following turn, because you're like, well, Lord Walker Cho seems like a really powerful card, it will be spent the entire turn killing Lord Walker Cho. So Firebat and Amaz are kind of trying to exploit this turn, saying, we're going to buff these minions as strong as we can, because we know on the following turn, Mechazard will spend an entire card assassinating Lord Walker Cho specifically, because he hates pandas.
And
there we go.
Lord Walker, the Wolpentinger.
Right. Really rude statement, too. Print is dead. Wow.
The only thing is that they're really hoping that Mechazard won't just randomly do damage to 3 targets and kill every single minion that they're trying to build up right now. But they should have enough time based off these series of moves, and they're going very quickly. Yeah,
for now it seems that Team Archon is doing really well, and they will have enough time to kill Mechazard. They're buffing that Zombie Chow. Zombie Chow is also great because he can kill your opponent, who is your friend in this scenario.
Yes. As you can see, you know, in this case, even healing is really good to the face because of things like the Light Wardens and the Holy Champions. Those get buffed by almost everything.
Yeah, they are positioning themselves in a really good spot. They both have more than 20 health, and Mechazard can deal only 6 with the Zap ability. If he overclocks, then he's not dealing damage that turn.
That's true. He does take an entire turn to ramp damage, which is starting to become really dangerous for Mechazard because these light wells will grow so aggressively, and Amaz has 2 Blessed Champions, which can continue to double dip in damage.
This is really an epic moment. This is the first ever live Hearthstone raid.
Kind of, yeah, in many ways. And it'll start becoming really big damage for Amaz in a second. As soon as he uses Seal of Champions and Blessed Champion, that is 24 damage.
Yeah, that's a lot. It's still a bit far away, but maybe with...
Oh my goodness, that could be the beginning of the end here of this, because Mechazod's not killing minions and he's just actually buffing creatures on board. This is a really good start for Team Archon.
These are some classic robot misplays here. He should be dealing with the board, and instead he's just allowing these Light Wardens to grow super big, and they'll probably be his undoing.
It might even just be the end of the run here for Team Archon, putting them at, I'm not sure, it feels like less than 5 minutes, which is bad for our programming because we slotted this to be half an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can't help if the teams are so good that they can deal with the boss really fast.
I mean, I feel like Mechazod's just playing poorly. It actually kind of feels like he's throwing.
It feels like there's 3 people on Team Archon at the moment, unless he manages to kill every minion on board right now. No, that's it. In fact, he just gives the win straight up, and Archon's just going to wipe through Mechazod very quickly.
That's so interesting. We heard Amaz had some relationship with Ragnaros before. Maybe he was talking to Mechazod as well.
Anytime Priest is related, you have to think Skamaz. There's just some kind of weird thing going on, some kind of treaty or some deal going on before the match.
Hey, you said it, not me, but I agree. It does look a little bit weird, because every time I play this Tavern Brawl, Mechazod usually plays a lot better, so...
Well, we've all been there, right? Where Mechazod early powers up, and then you draw no draw cards. You have like all spells, but these guys worked flawlessly. The one thing that you have to admit is that their coordination was on point, and there wasn't any hesitation with their moves and decision making.
Absolutely, they practiced a lot before this show match. They really want to shine and prove that they are better than Tempo Storm.
Yeah, well, I mean, so far, I don't think Tempo Storm will beat them at all. I think they played it really well, and they had a really good decision making.
No faith, Broden. No faith from your own team.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a very rough year so far for Tempo Storm. They're still looking for their big tournament win. I don't expect it coming anytime soon.
Well, they still have their chance. But Robert, what was your favorite moment in that run?
I think my favorite moment was actually just how quickly the turns were taken. Like, obviously, we've been casting Hearthstone World Championship, and players take a lot of time to really make sure that they get the correct turns. But since this was a time trial, I think the longest turn was maybe like 15 seconds.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Rachel is ready down on stage with our players, so let's talk to them.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm here with Team Archon, and that was really impressive. You guys are super fast. How many times have you played this Tavern Brawl before, Amaz?
I played it about 10 times, I guess, and Firebat played it 1 time behind this backstage just now. So we were pretty much very prepared.
I like that. I like that you guys took the time to prepare. That sounds like many, many hours. And Firebat, in your one game, how did you come up with this strategy? I must assume that you are the one who pioneered the strategy that took place in there.
Yeah, I mean, like, we have the Laura Walker show, so we were able to bounce some spells, so we just tried to do that and then try and set up so that our Healy dudes wouldn't get assassinated by having a stronger power minion on the field. So that's why we like buffed the zombie chow, even though we couldn't attack with it, to make sure that that would bait the assassinate. And then just tried to set up a turn where we could burst him, and had some success with it.
Solid, real solid, Firebat. You guys had an amazing game there. It actually seemed like Mechazod joined your team for a little while there. He was not really taking out your minions. So was that a prearranged deal? And do you think it's going to go the same way for your opponents?
Well, I'd say these past few days were pretty lucky. Mind Games is a good card. We found out yesterday. And yeah, Mechazod is on our side. He's going to actually crush Tempo Storm. And you know, it didn't really how fast or slow we finished it, because if they fail the challenge, they don't even have a time. So there you go.
Well, be honest with me here, Firebat. No, you can give Amaz a round of applause. We got time. So, Firebat, I mean, you've been on the stage. You brought us the trophy because you were last year's Hearthstone World Championship champion, and now you're up here and you just kicked ass in a Tavern Brawl. I have to ask, was this in any way comparable to your victory last year?
No.
Solid. Amaz, this Tempo Storm attempt at setting a world record clear Mechazod is the last thing before our semifinal. The Thijs versus Ostkaka that Chu will be casting is coming up next. You ready to rock and roll?
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting game. Both of these players are amazing, so yes.
Solid. All right, it looks like Reynad and Eloise are in the booth to try and secure a win by setting a faster time than Team Tempo Storm. It's going to be tough, but Nimsh, Frodo, and Robert, take it away.
Welcome back to the desk. Well, that was pretty interesting interview, Froden.
I think Maz might be onto something. One thing that people don't know is that Reynad has actually played several of these Tavern Brawls, despite how he might say he didn't practice or he wasn't prepared or his hair wasn't right in the mirror this morning. He might make all the excuses, but Reynad has played some of these Tavern Brawls and practiced, and he has never defeated Mechazod. He's lifetime 0-5 against it. So I don't even know if he knows what winning is like in this Tavern Brawl.
Well, he certainly has to learn how to win versus that, but he has Eloise to help him.
That's right, and apparently she's the one who's also never lucky, but she's always good. So this could be the turning page for Reynad's Tavern Brawl career.
Absolutely. Well, I've been playing with Eloise, that specific brawl before, and we rocked it. We went 2-0 without any problems.
So really, it's kind of a question of how big of an anchor will Reynad be to Eloise's chance of beating Archon.
Yeah, well, it might be that case. I mean, this was Reynad's dream to compete on the stage at BlizzCon. Probably not in this type of manner and fashion, but you got to take the small victories from time to time.
So, Robert, PvE versus PvP. Do you think Reynad has a chance here?
No.
All right, guys, we're ready to start the second Tavern Brawl, so let's go.
Well, I've seen some Reynad PvE scenarios in the past, whether it's survival or trying to complete things in a timely fashion, and it seems like it doesn't go well. But specifically, it also seems to be because he gets really unfortunate circumstances happen to him in the most humorous way possible. So that's kind of how I hope this Tavern Brawl ends.
Well, Reynad ends with Priest. I hope he prepared for that one specifically. Let's evaluate the hands pretty quick. Robert, do you see anything specific that you really like?
I think having low curve here is good. Light of the Naru, I don't know that I would necessarily want in the opening hand, but Power Word Shield is pretty reasonable, draw some cards.
Yeah.
Garrison Commander is a 2-drop, which you can just play down as a vanilla 2-3. Obviously has a lot of upside later, but I think his hand's just fine. The Zombie Chow early is really solid.
Yeah, well, you can see that Mechazod actually chose a very similar line of plays. by his own choice or by, you know...
No, it's the programming in his
involuntary
head.
programming by randomness, because randomness is fun. The idea is that it's giving a very slow start to let these players both ramp up, because early game, if it's just powering up attack, it's very tricky, because then it has 6 damage, 8 damage, and any minion comes out, it might kill it and do damage to your own through the bomb salvo.
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever he's not overclocking, I feel it's going good for the players.
Early on at least. As you get later into the game, you want him to overclock, because then he's spending his entire turn powering up, and then you can take advantage of it with minions on board.
Yeah.
Ooh, a great draw.
Yeah, Arcane Golem's going to provide Eloise with 1 more mana crystal, and that's what you want to do.
Yes, because it ramps your opponent, and normally this is really bad if you're trying to, you know, play against an opponent that's trying to outcurve you, but in this case, you're helping your opponent hit into more powerful mana minions.
Yeah, it's even not an opponent, it's a friend. You're raiding together. Together you're trying to stop this pesky robot just trying to kill you.
I really enjoy when you're playing this on ladder. I've played it a fair few times now, and you're playing with someone just randomly online. You don't know them, so you know you're thanking them for doing stuff. You give them well played.
Yeah.
It's like you're actually saying well played, and it's in a totally good manner way.
Even thank you, right? Like normally when you thank someone is because he did something bad for him.
Yeah. No, he holy lights your face. You're like, hey, thanks. What a guy.
Actually, the first time I played Arcane Golem and the guy said thanks, I was like, wait, this is so weird.
Right. It's like he's not being sarcastic. He's being genuine.
Absolutely.
Well, Reynad seems to be curving out pretty decently from some of his draws. And one thing that's important to note is sequentially, a lot of things do matter with what minions are being played first. That usually means that minion gets targeted. There are a couple exceptions, though. But generally speaking, he will assassinate the minion that's played first. And that's why the Dancing Sword being killed was big, because it allows Reynad to dig into his deck and hit that Holy Champion.
All right, so Robert, what do you think the play is for Eloise here? There is a couple of options, though.
Ooh, I like Lord Walker Cho because she can immediately activate, obviously, Blessing of Might and pass it over to Reynad, but I think it might be time for Funnel Cakes. Just get that health back up. Puts a 3/5 minion on the board, not bad. I don't know about Lightbane, though. Or Darkbane, I believe it is, yeah. No, Lightbane. I had it right the first time. I do not know about Lightbane, since you can't really get any immediate value off of it, and all you have is that Blessing of Might, but I think she has a couple of reasonable options here.
Yeah,
I want to say, I think it's so cool in this Tavern Brawl how some of the cards you normally would never see on ladder. Dancing Swords, the Beast, a lot of cards that people, obviously don't play suddenly have a lot of value because you are actually trying to help your opponent in this scenario as opposed to, the usual thing where you're trying to crush them.
Yeah, well, they're taking some time. I mean, this is the first rope turn we've seen in the Tavern Brawl. And it might end up costing them. ultimately the war, because you have to keep in mind, not only are you trying to kill Megazord, but you're under time pressure.
Absolutely, those are the rules. So Team Archon versus Team Temple Storm. Whoever says the better time is gonna take it as the winner, as the better team.
Okay, so they buffed up the 1/1 just so that's another additional target to keep Holy Champion relevant, and then they're gonna try to use Lord Walker Cho to spend a turn to pass buffs, and also make sure this Holy Champion can get in some big wombo combo damage.
Speaking of wombo combo damage, we see Leroy Jenkins in the hand of Reynad now. That's another one where you're actually going to give your friend whelps.
That's right, and those whelps can also attract damage to the bomb salvo.
Yep.
So generally speaking, if your minions are 1 or 2 attack, you want to hold on to those minions on the board and not trade. But there is a caveat to that. If you have too many minions on board, say you have 7 minions, and Megazord switches spots, he'll assassinate your entire board. So just be very careful about that.
Yeah, so Leroy is a tricky card in this situation, but Reynad, as you mentioned, is passing the buffs to Eloise, using the Lord Walker Cho as long as he's here, and if Megazord destroys Lord Walker Cho next turn, it means he's gonna spend a whole turn just for nothing.
And buffing up this minion as best he can, and what's smart is that this Holy Champion gets to attack twice, hypothetically, because it will survive the first trade, and 1 health is just as good as, 6 in this case.
Oh, wow, yeah, and with the Cho taken out, it looks like there is a very real chance that is actually going to attack twice, and that's a big deal. Obviously, I have to think they're behind. Obviously, we don't have the timer right in front of us, but it definitely feels like they're a little bit behind Archon here, so if they can find a way to get a second attack off, that would definitely help them catch up.
At some point, they will have to maybe even focus on just killing the Megazord. If they lose versus Team Archon, that's one thing, but if they fail to kill the Megazord, that would be terrible for them.
Well, I mean, it looks like they will be able to kill Megazord based off the way things are going, unless he somehow bomb salvos all 3 of the big threats that are growing because of the health restoration. Another problem is that these guys are just taking a really long time between turns. I feel like they've been moving at half speed of Archon in terms of decision making, and that again is going to cost them ultimately from winning this race if that continues.
Well, I think Reynad is just consistent. He was competing in some 24-hour streams before, and he was taking the slowest decks possible. So,
yes, I remember. I was there.
I mean, there's something to be said about strategy, obviously. Maybe Archon was just kind of not really thinking through their moves. They were just doing things and it worked out. But, if you can come up with a winning strategy really quickly and just end the game.
Yeah, it seemed like Firebat really had it planned, and they're just trying to do their best.
Yeah, I think another thing is that I'm not sure if we're counting by turns
or
by
timer or
actual time. Both of those could be an influential factor. One of those things that you do also want to consider is that if these guys are trying to maximize their damage, they might end up going greedy, but a lot of times if you have like 16 damage, you should cash that in just in case it ends up dying to a bomb salvo or assassinate.
Yeah, the fact that the 16 attack minion did not get assassinated is great, and it's super fortunate for them, and they should definitely, I think, cash in on those.
We did get confirmation that it is the amount of turns, so this is why they're taking time. That was a confusion on our part. But if that's the case, then you really just have to plan these turns very meticulously.
Oh, the biggest minion goes down with the assassinate from Megazord.
Yeah, rip Light Warden, but obviously they've done a lot of damage. Megazord's below half health now, so.
He's below half health, and you do have cards like Leroy and the Beast, which almost guarantee damage in a way against your opponent. So this is where Tempo Storm starts counting down. But you can see that he had so many heals in the hand, or sorry, she had so many heals in the hand that Eloise was really hoping that the Light Warden would survive and be able to get some more damage following turns.
Megazord was able to kill it though, so he knows what's up, what's going on, and trying to do his best as well.
It looks really promising that they're at least going to be able to clear the Tavern Brawl, so Reynad's finally going to get his, his victory,
first win.
Thanks to Eloise.
She's absolutely carrying him.
What a friend. What a friend.
Yeah, great teammate indeed. Eloise looking like she wants to use Blessing of Might because she can get 2 hits with the Refreshment Vendor in. Again, he hasn't buffed himself up beyond 6 damage, and that might mean this Refreshment Vendor effectively does 12 damage, because even if Assassinate were to come out, it would kill the Stalag first, because it has more attack.
Oh, Overclock was pretty good for both Eloise and Reynad. This is exactly what you mentioned, Frodan. At the end game, you don't want Megazord to kill your minions. So right now, Eloise has a lot of power on board.
So this is another position where you can consider going for a card like the Beast.
You can't use Leroy, though. It's imperative they do not use Leroy here.
Leroy's okay just because you switches to your side, It's
Oh,
not.
okay,
It doesn't
so-
switch to your opponent's side. So you just have to make sure your board is not too full when he switches to your side of the board.
False alarm.
But I've been in those cases before where I've had Leroy Welps just absolutely sabotage what I'm trying to do.
Right.
Yeah.
That and 1/1s are generally obviously not the strongest minions you could usually have in this Tavern Brawl.
Yeah.
For now, it seems that Reynad and Eloise are in a good position, and they're gonna kill Mechazod. The big question is, will it be faster than Team Archon?
The nice thing about the Burly Rockjaw Trog, say that 5 times fast, is that it does gain a lot of power very subtly, the same way that like a Light Warden does. But the problem is that Eloise and Reynad already used a lot of their cheapest spells, so it doesn't seem like it's going to get much stronger. And I think Reynad was hoping that by playing a lot of these smaller minions, that it would be likely to attract damage away from Stalag, and if the bomb salvo went off, these would get killed instead of it.
Reynad is so salty right now. It seems like Eloise has no spells, so she can't buff the Trog.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's one of the things, too. These guys are playing with full information. Archon is talking to each other, so is Temple Storm. So it's one thing to consider what their overall strategy is when they go for a more board flood instead of like the beast for the highest damage possible.
Yeah, it seems like combos are not available to him, and that's pretty sad because there's a Blessed Champion. There's a lot of ways to multiply the attack of the creatures on board, and Eloise is forced to just play plain minions.
Yeah, one thing to consider too is that there's not any card draw really being drawn right now, and they're just stalling with minions, which eventually just need to all collide to the face. Holy Champion's a pretty good draw, but it might be the case where Reynad doesn't really necessarily need to play it. Like, the Beast might just be better for damage and making sure that Leroy can finish it. Or he just Leroy's now. I mean, either one still kind of makes sense here if he feels like he can win on the next 2 turns or the next 3 turns.
At this moment, he has 9-15 damage available with Leroy.
Right, but there's still no finish potential on LOE size outside of the minions on board.
Looks like Reynad's thinking about just jamming that Leroy down. I like the Beast a little bit better because the part of me that's been casting Hearthstone World Championship thinks that it's more efficient because you get to use the hero power and use all your mana.
Sure.
But Leroy would be fine here too, especially as you pointed out, with Mechazod on Eloise's side of the board at the moment. There's no world where the Whelps can sabotage her entire board. So time's up. Let's do this.
There is a point to make that maybe Eloise draws into lethal damage. With Seal of Champions or with Blessed Champion. Those things are all really powerful to potentially just win the game right here.
Yeah, if the 5 attack creature survives. Oh, Bomb Salvo actually hits the wolf.
This is getting interesting all of a sudden. Reynad's on a 9 health. If we see an overclock here.
Oh, Blessed Champion!
Guess what? They're 1 damage off killing Mechazod.
Well, wow, and Reynad actually has no minions on board, so what if this goes into overclock and then suddenly a zap and then Reynad just loses right here?
Yeah, that is a possibility. Reynad, it would be 1 health off of dying.
He has the heals though, so...
He does. So long as he understands the heal, he should be fine.
Right, so I mean, they will cash in on this Blessed Champion. And I would anticipate they just drop like Refreshment Vendor, or even just Farseer if you want to heal and set up another minion for the bomb salvo. Either doesn't really truly matter. The only way that it could be bad though is if it zaps twice and Reynad can't finish. This is again an argument for like the Beast versus Leroy because they try to go in for the all-in attack and it didn't end up working this turn.
All right, so this is the big moment. What is Mechazod gonna do?
Assassinate. So
good.
It looks like no matter what, Temple Storm will win. This will defeat Mechazod, but do they win the time attack? Well, in this case, it's a turn attack.
Right, it's tough to measure because Archon was playing so fast that I feel like they went through obviously more turns.
Yes.
So we'll have to get an official count here.
We're immediately biased to thinking that Archon probably wins this based off the sheer speed of how they finish. But remember, it's by turns and not by the actual time limit.
Well, I'm still impressed. They actually killed the boss, so
It happened! The first win!
On the big stage for Reynad.
The world first Reynad clear of Gearmaster Mechazod. Move over Blood Legion and Method. It's
Where were you when Reynad beat his first Tavern Brawl?
I'll be telling my grandchildren, stories about this years to come. It was a salty time, but not so much anymore.
I think that was just, we're making fun of them a bit, but that was a great run. I think sometimes in a Tavern Brawl, you will hit those minions only. And what you obviously want are the combos. You want the combos to deal like the Team Archon. But Temple Storm, even though I think they got a bit of the worse hand, they were still able to finish the boss, and they did very well.
Yeah, and because we found out that they were going by turns, it's very clear that they were trying to plan a lot of important damage.
Right.
And that's what ultimately makes sense, because then if it becomes solely by time, like in terms of a stopwatch, then it could be just whoever drew better. But, you know, planning out their turns as best you can, that's what really makes this cooperative Tavern Brawl very fun.
Great.
I just loved it. The fact that you can talk to your friend and play together. And normally you just play against each other, but here you work together to defeat the boss. So that was really impressive. All right, guys, Rachel is ready on stage with our players, so let's hear their thoughts.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm down here with Tempo Storm. And guys, I want to know, what was the communication like in the booth there? What were you guys talking about?
A lot of complaining, the usual saltiness.
I tried to carry Reynard. Sorry, guys, I tried my best.
Now, Eloise, you actually almost made it to this stage last year. You were qualified in China in 5th, and you were almost the player to come out here. Now you're here playing this Tavern Brawl. Is this how you imagined your Hearthstone World Championship stage debut?
Similar, but it's not that. I have a thing about BlizzCon. Even though it's not I compete as a player here, but I still feel happy.
I'm glad you're still enjoying yourself. Rena, did you enjoy yourself with the Tavern Brawl? Was it fun and interactive?
It was. Gearmaster Mechazod created a strategy around playing Assassinate at just the right time, so we're one-off lethal, but that's okay. I had a good time. It was fun, and at the end of the day, who really cares if Archon or Tempo Storm wins? It's all really the same thing, right?
Oh, is it now? Well, do you think that you guys won?
What's up?
Do you think that you guys won the competition, turn-wise?
Well, we couldn't really see it from backstage because the monitor's like inverted, but I think we lost by like a turn, I'm guessing.
All right, well, let's unveil. Let's figure it out. We have our winner of the Mechazod Challenge. So actually, Amaz, Fireback, can you guys come down here on the stage too? I'm very excited. The team that beat Mechazod with the fewest turns, a total of 17 turns to their competitors' 18, is Team Archon. So Amaz, Firebat, do you guys have any words for Tempo Storm?
Wait, I thought it was based on time, so we played really fast.
For no reason, yeah.
Yeah. I think we got scammed.
What would you know about that?
But yeah, it was good. It was a good challenge.
Well, you guys won. Congratulations to you. Tempo Storm, any words?
One-off lethal, never lucky.
One off lethal. Well, guys, all you were playing for is bragging rights, so I have nothing to hand you, but good job, Archon. Now, there's nothing stopping us before the final 3 Hearthstone matches of BlizzCon. After a quick word from our sponsors, go ahead, pull up a chair, and join us for the conclusion of the 2015 Hearthstone World Championship.
The 2015 World Championship Series Global Finals is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, MasterCard, and T-Mobile.
Welcome back to the Hearthstone World Championship. We are just 3 matches away from deciding the 2015 World Champion. I'm your host, Seltzer, and for those of you just joining us, we want to review the bracket really quick. Semi-final 1 will feature Ostkaka versus Thijs, followed by Hotform versus Kuno. The winners will meet in the finals, where one player will walk away with $100,000. We won't waste any time before getting into the matches today, so let's go ahead and kick things off. Please join me in welcoming to the stage our first semi-finalist.
Ostkaka, representing Sweden!
And now, our second semi-finalist.
Thijs, representing the Netherlands!
All right, gentlemen, join me here in the center of the stage. Now, I know both of you are players who work very hard to prepare. You study, and you crunch the numbers, and over these past 2 weeks, when you've been playing these decks, you've been getting analysis from your teammates, the casters here, your fellow players, and all you generous people online. So I want to know, taking all that into account, how well prepared do you feel you are with your current lineup of decks?
Well, first, I'm really proud that me and Ostkaka both made it to here. I think we took a cool approach by really going for the control decks, and now I'm also prepared for Ostkaka. I feel really prepared. I did what I called the last day to also prepare for him, and I'm gonna give my best. I'm ready.
Fantastic. How about you, Ostkaka?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really, really happy to be here, but I'm super prepared to win versus Thijs.
That's what I like to hear. Gentlemen, please shake hands. And you can head into the booth. Good luck to you both. Joining us on the caster desk to bring you the action, we have Nimsh, Amaz, and Savitz. All you guys.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Hearthstone World Championships here at BlizzCon. We have 4 players left, and one of them is going to become the world champion. They are guaranteed $15,000, and they have a shot for $50,000 and then for $100,000. Savitz, what does it mean to become the world champion?
Both of the players here that are going to be playing next are professional players. This is the World Championship. This is the biggest event possible for these guys. And they're not only playing for the $100,000, they're playing for the title. And that title is going to last with them forever.
Absolutely. And the next match is going to be Thijs versus Ostkaka, Europeans' finest. Amas, what can you tell us about them?
Well, this reminds me of when they battled against each other in the Archon Team League Championships, and Thijs won that one. So, you know, it's up to Ostkaka to prove himself once again that, you know, he deserves to be here, and he can, you know, take him down in a one-on-one. And yeah, I think the title does mean much more than you know, winning the prize to me, because you'll be invited to more tournaments. You know, you have a big reputation. Everybody knows who you are, and you know, really sets your mark on the globe.
Yeah, that's amazing. And guys, we actually sat with Ostkaka, so let's hear his thoughts.
When I was younger, I moved around a lot. I've lived in Miami, New York, Indonesia, and Mexico City. I think I attended like 6 different schools. Most of them were international, some Swedish. And it's really been quite an experience. You know, I've always had to sort of adapt to other people and their sort of lifestyle. And yeah, looking back on it, it's been a really good experience. So when I was playing competitive soccer, it was really more just for fun. Of course, I spent a lot of time and, you know, put a lot of effort into it. It sort of came naturally as well. Like, I mean, I was not only playing soccer like during the evening, but also like all the time during the day, on all the breaks, balancing school and soccer practice. Of course, you know, it's a lot of time you have to put into it, and you don't have a lot of time for other stuff. And so it's actually quite similar to like my Hearthstone schedule right now. I'm just, you know, trying to balance everything, you know, the practice and then actually sleeping and eating and everything, just balancing it all. Usually whenever there's a camera on me or even just a microphone, I usually get quite nervous, and you know, as soon as like my heart rate increases, it's just not as comfortable as if I'm sitting at home playing. So I tend to rely a little bit more on instincts when I'm playing in tournaments, and it's usually not that good, but you know, so far I think I've been playing pretty on point, so I think it's fine. My youngest brother is 13 years old. His name's William. He goes to school in Sweden. He's really cool in supporting me and all this gaming stuff. And my older brother, Marcus, he lives in London. He's 22. I give my little brother some deck lists every now and then, and he asks me about the game. Of course, I'm like really willing to help him. Of course, it's fun for me as well. But it's mostly about like the time. I don't always have time for everything. At first, my parents were not like that supportive. I mean, they weren't really sure how serious it was. And of course, as I was growing up, you know, it was always your job to, you know, sort of tell me to stop playing and, you know, do my homework and whatever. But as soon as I started, you know, actually making money off of this and I was like, really good at it, you know, they started respecting it. So my parents are actually just figuring out Twitch, and you know, it's really cool for them. It's like I'm watching TV. You know, I'm playing the World Championships, and they think it's really, really cool that I'm on this huge stage in front of so many viewers. I actually had a lot of preparation going into this event, and I always had my teammates practicing with me, you know, the whole way around. They were always, you know, questioning my deck choice and everything, and so I really had my teammates there the whole time preparing with me. If I were to give advice to an upcoming pro player, I'd say that just keep practicing, keep playing preferably the same deck, and it's like a high skill deck as well. Just keep playing it until you can sort of perfect it, and then look into playing tournaments and showing what you're worth. I really like the game. It's really like just endless amounts of skill that you can put into it, and at the same time I'm of course really good at it, so that's really fun.
All right, the first semifinal is about to begin, guys. Are you excited for this?
Oh yeah, this is as good as it gets. If you're a fan of competitive Hearthstone, you have two of Europe's finest going at it on the big stage. Wow, I can't wait to see how it pans out.
It's so amazing. Amaz, there is a priest being brought. How excited are you for the priest?
Yeah, obviously I'm a big fan of the priest class. And a lot of people have, you know, not been using it. They've been, you know, referring back to the standard druid, you know, the hunter, and, you know, the more stable classes. So it's always good to throw a loop in the mix, and hopefully your opponent doesn't expect it and doesn't know how to play against it. I mean, Ostkaka, on the other hand, is also bringing rogue. It's not a class we've seen often in this championship at all. So both of them have their kind of niche picks, which is going to be very exciting.
Absolutely, and Savitz, as one of the most analytical players, what do you think about the lineups? Because priest might be Thijs' downfall here.
Yeah, both players definitely prepared for aggressive lineups, and that's what they came to counter. So they are playing anti-aggro matchups, but in this situation that they are matched up against each other, the difference is that Ostkaka is bringing a rogue while Thijs has the priest. And if those two get matched up against each other, it's definitely going to be Ostkaka with the advantage because of the way that rogue has so many different tools to deal with the minions that the priest is playing early on.
All right, the players are ready to begin, so let's start the first semi-final match.
Ostkaka versus Thijs.
I mean, right now we see that the lineups are quite similar. I mean, they both come from European backgrounds, and I think the European meta did really just get the conclusion that they are bringing both Freeze Mage and they are both bringing the Patron Warrior. So I think it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Savitz, do you remember the differences in their decks? They are bringing Green Patron Warrior, but there are some differences. I believe Thijs is bringing the more control one with less threats, and Ostkaka has the more power in it.
Yeah, Thijs' patrons seem to be a little bit more reliant on those Grim Patrons and making more of those, while Ostkaka's version has the Dr. Boom in it and the Chroma's Hellscream, which are additional threats, and additional win conditions. And here in game one, it's going to be Ostkaka going up against Thijs' priest. And that priest has been doing well in the tournament, but Ostkaka comes well prepared.
Yeah, I really wonder if Thijs can win with the priest. This is one of the most important things here in this matchup overall. If he can steal a win against any deck, he might position himself to be in a good spot. But for now, that priest is his weak link.
Absolutely. The matchups that the priest is good against are the aggressive decks like Zoo, Warlock, Hunter, and Tempo Mage. But Ostkaka is not playing any of those. So here we go, turn one Zombie Chow, definitely a great start from Thijs. Ostkaka doesn't have a Fiery War Axe just yet.
Yeah,
but he does have that Death Spite.
Thijs actually got the dragons as well, so it's really helpful in the beginning. Maybe with Northshire Cleric, he'll be able to draw enough cards to get the advantage. So for the priest, the best plan is just to play the big minion any turn. On free, you want to have Black Mink Raptor, or you want to have the Cultist. And then for Twilight Guardian into another Blackwing. So like a lot of great minions every turn to just overload your opponent. And this is also one of the strategies versus Patron, when you want to have those minions before they exploded the Patrons on turn 4 or 5.
Exactly. As a priest, you just want to curve out every turn. So every turn you want to develop something big, like you said. But Ostkaka is looking at the turn 5 explosive turn with like Inner Rage plus the Whirlwind effect from the Despite. So that's what Ostkaka is going to set up for.
He is still missing the Inner Rage, but he's going to try to draw into it here. Battle Rage only for 1 card, but with 2 Battle Rages in his hand, it's quite valuable to just cycle, because he's unlikely to be able to use both of them as efficiently as the game progresses.
Is there any specific plan for Ostkaka, or is it just going with the Patrons on turn 5 or 6? And then just pumping the threats?
Well, right now, judging by his hand, that seems to be his best strategy going forward. Maybe he'll draw into some bigger threats, such as like Dr. Broom or something, that might alter his game plan. But for now, this is his strategy. And Thijs, knowing that, might not drop too many small creatures. But yeah, you see the Phelan's chosen as option right now, just to pump a minion to put more pressure on the board. The other option would be to put 2 small minions, but once again, 2 attack is not really what you want against the Patron.
Yeah. There is another strategy for the Warrior available as well, where the Warrior just keeps clearing every single minion from the Priest and then just outvalues the Priest player with those Battle Rages. But as we saw, the first Battle Rage got used kind of lightly, and Ostkaka seems to be aiming to do the massive Grim Patron turn.
But there are tools for the priest to deal with those Patrons. Not now, but there should be a Light Bomb, Holy Nova as well. So there are some things to actually help with the full Patron board.
Right, exactly. Ostkaka here could choose to coin up a Despite because he does have the Shredder at turn 4 to play. Obviously, you want to save the Death Rattle effect from the weapon when you play the Patron. So we should see just an attack here and no attack next turn.
Yep, there is the Despite. Thijs still holding on this North-South Cleric. He had multiple turns where he could have played it, but he understands the importance of getting those extra cards against the Patron to be able to sustain.
All right, so again, Valence Chosen is available. He can be a bit more aggressive, but the problem is Execute. If there is an Execute, just attack with the weapon, and he will be able to deal with the big minion. Starting with Power Shield, trying to draw a card.
Oh, and that's a good one for the following turn. He has the option to go for the Valence Chosen here as well, but he knows that Ostkaka might have an Execute in his hand, so that takes a little bit of value out of the Valence. But in case there was no Execute, that Zombie Chow could just win the game alone.
Yeah, and we see Thijs has a lot of pressure on the board right now. Ostkaka is down to 16 health, but at the end of the day, it is a Zombie Chow, so Ostkaka could feel a little bit safer as his life total is effectively at 21. So he has to think of an interesting player. So yeah, Shredder is a very natural follow-up. If he's going to follow his strategy from last turn.
He might want to just deal with the Chow right now as well, so
true.
maybe
Taskmaster
Execute, it would be an option, for sure.
Oh, he's going for the attack, so he might actually execute this turn.
Interesting, he chose to play the Frothing Berserker after using the weapon. It would have taken 1 damage more, but it would have also gained some additional attack power from the Despite attack.
So is he playing around Shadow War Death?
Could be, yeah. Shadow War Death sometimes can be a bit clunky for the Priest player, and if that Frothing went up to 5 power, it could have given Thijs a good turn. There's the second Despite coming down, and Thijs finds his Light Bomb. That will certainly help if Ostkaka chooses to go for the Patrons next turn.
All right, so what's left for Thijs? He can play Wormrest, but it doesn't look great.
Yeah, at 6 mana right now, he's really limited on the options.
Is Wormrest Agent the only play? Just Holy Nova doesn't seem great. It doesn't do anything. Yeah. The Northside Cleric will not draw me a card.
Seems like there's no other play available. As weak as the Agent is, there's just simply nothing else to do. Definitely not the turn 6 that Thijs was hoping to do.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for him. But then Ostkaka is still... Oh, he got the Inner Rage. He was looking for that specifically, or maybe a Whirlwind to just be able to play more Patrons. But on the other hand, there is that Light Bomb and Holy Nova as well.
There is that Light Bomb, but Ostkaka knows that Thijs is only playing 1 Light Bomb, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just went for it here. But there is that light bomb ready and waiting. So if he chooses to go for the Grim Patrons, maybe even with the Inner Rage and the attack from the weapon, he is going to kind of run into a lot of trouble.
What do you think, Savitz, about just playing Pilot Shredder and Taskmaster? With the Taskmaster, you maybe you just attack into the 2-4 and kill it with the Taskmaster instead of buffing your own Berserker. It will leave your Berserker on 2 health after the attack, and you can still have the Pilot Shredder on board as well.
Not bad at all. He could also choose to maybe play the Piloted Shredder, hit with the Dead Spite, draw some additional cards. But there's the Grim Patron.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Ostkaka does go with the Grim Patron play, and I do like it. You only get punished by Light Bomb, and even if Thijs does have the card, which we see that he does, he can't really follow up that with anything. It does cost 6 mana, it costs his entire turn, and then Ostkaka can develop something behind that.
Oh,
wow.
This is really good. He's not attacking with the weapons, so he's not going all in, but he still creates a board that is really hard to deal with. Because Holy Nova is not clearing this. Holy Nova will create another Patron. Is Thijs forced to Light Bomb?
Yeah, I think he has to. The Nova doesn't really accomplish enough. It would only leave Ostkaka with 1 full health Patron and a 3-1 Patron. It's an option to hold on to the Light Bomb. But that was such an amazing play from Ostkaka, not going to commit too much into this play with the Grim Patrons for now, and he's showing it here why he made it so far in the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. He made it so that Thijs has a very awkward turn right now, and if he does choose to use the Light Bomb, Ostkaka actually kept his Death Spite as a resource to use later game, which is very important.
Certainly going to help with the Battle Rage, because it allows him to damage all of his own minions.
So for Thijs, you know that there is something being planned by Ostkaka. If you just go for the Light Bomb, you lose the tool. If there's another Patron and something like a Whirlwind, you will not be able to deal with that board. So he is, it seems like he's going for the Light Bomb and Zombie Chow here.
Yep, and there's the Light Bomb.
3 Light Bombs, actually.
Yeah.
The animation is pretty nice, yes.
Yep.
All right, so Zombie Chow is actually not a threat. It even might help Ostkaka, because if he kills it, he can take 2 damage and then he heals for 5. So essentially, it's more health. But on the other hand, from Thijs' perspective, you need something to create presence.
Yeah, he definitely wants to get something going. Ysera still a little bit of, he needs 9 mana for that, and next turn he will only have 8 available for him. So he's hoping to pick up something that he can play. Something that's not too reactive. Because Priest is known for playing a lot of reactive cards. While Dragon Priest is the version that has more proactive cards, there's still so many cards that might not fit the situation, and he might end up just hero power passing if the card from the top of his deck is a bad one.
Yeah, and also this Zombie Chow created a weird situation for Ostkaka, because normally he might have just played the Pilot Shredder and maybe Slam, but right now, if Zombie Chow contests the Shredder, that's not good at all.
Yeah, I do like the Shredder play. You just have to put something on the board. The Slam already sets up for a very excellent Death Spite. Ostkaka can choose to slam the Zombie Chow and then use the Death Spite on something else, and therefore killing the Zombie Chow as well. I guess what's going through Ostkaka's mind is that Thijs does run the Shrinkmeister Cabal Shadow Priest combo, and if that actually, if Thijs actually used that on Ostkaka's Shredder, it would be a big swing turn. So
Absolutely.
that was going through his mind.
It's one of the comeback mechanisms, and it would be amazing. But there is no Cabal Shadow Priest for now for Thijs. He just got a second Cleric. Can he even draw cards with it? Not really.
He could, but it's really awkward. You sacrifice your Zombie Chow, heal your opponent's Shredder just to draw those 2 cards. That might be what he has to do.
Oh wow, he's actually going to go for that play. And to be honest, I can't really blame him for it.
Yeah, his right now it's so bad.
Yeah, and those Clerics might be difficult to use later on as well. That's Shrinkmaster.
Shower Death. Shadow Death normally is not that useful versus Patron, but versus this version, it's very useful. There is Dr. Boom Gramage, a lot of cards that can actually get killed.
Yeah, definitely. Those were the replacements for the Warsong Commander. And yeah, Thijs' Death is not a dead card. Does develop the Shrinkmeister just for a little bit more board, so that he can set up for Ysera much better.
Wow, that executes for Ostkaka. Absolutely a huge stroke, because that will allow him to deal with the Ysera that's bound to come down on the following turn from Thijs. Ostkaka only had 1 execute remaining, and there it is.
Yeah, Ysera is the biggest threat for Thijs. This is the biggest card he has in the deck, and he certainly hopes to draw as many cards from it as possible. But with that execute, he's just gonna get 1 card. And that might be a laughing system.
That's right. But right here, right now, Ostkaka might get tempted to play the Grim Patron and activate his Death Spite right now. And that would be, you know, not that bad. the whirlwind effect won't work on Ysera. He just needs to slap something else, but he's gonna choose to do this instead.
Yeah, Ostkaka is really patient here, and he knows that with the double Northfire Cleric gun, Thijs will not have that many options to draw the cards, so he can outvalue Thijs in the long run. He has that execute for Ysera, and Thijs doesn't have that many cards, so if Ostkaka is patient and has 4 patience at some point, there might not be any removal to deal with that, and he would just win.
Thijs finds a Velen's chosen, and with the Holy Nova, that could potentially take out the second Shredder too.
All right, so he just decides to go for the Velen's chosen, get that spell damage, Holy Nova as well, dealing 3.
He's considering whether or not he should first attack into a Shredder before playing the Holy Nova.
Yeah, because if you attack first, the Holy Nova actually heals your Shrinkmeister up.
Yep.
And
so only 1 minute remains, and that's not good.
Totem.
That's pretty good for Thijs, but Dr. Boom comes to the board here.
There is Shadow War Death though, so even though Dr. Boom is a great card, and the bombs will have some interaction with this Flame Tongue Totem, Thijs has an answer for now.
Wait, what's more interesting is if Ostkaka is going to deal with this Shrinkmeister, whether he's going to use his Death Bite or is he going to use his Execute, right? If he uses Execute, this is going to be pretty steamroll, but on the other hand, if Ostkaka wants to attack with his weapon, then Grim Patron suddenly looks much better.
He is going to go for
use his
Execute, so that is going to open up some possibilities for Thijs with that Ysera after he has dealt with the Dr. Boom.
Yeah, that's a really strong play. Another option was maybe playing Grim Patron and then using Whirlwind, attacking into the minion, and then using Battle Rage to just replenish your hand.
Yeah, Battle Rage was a pretty good option there, but Thijs must be pretty happy knowing that both Executes are gone, but at the same time, this Flame Tongue Totem is actually contesting the Ysera. It would just die on board. So he might choose to do something else.
Well, this time he can't really play Ysera, right, into this, so he needs to go with the Shadow War Death and Dark Cultist. Dark Cultist is something that he can play this turn, so it's not bad. The problem with Ysera as well, like if he plays Ysera next turn, he will not have any dragons for the moment. So then, if he doesn't get a dragon from Ysera's Dream card, and Ysera is being dealt with, the dragon cards that he's going to draw, like Black Mink Raptors, will not be able to deal damage.
Yeah, that's definitely a thought that crosses Thijs' mind, and yeah, he agrees with you. He's going to save Ysera for later, remove the Dr. Boom for now, and save that for a later turn.
Yeah, that Flame Tongue Totem, as bad as it looked when it popped out of the Shredder, is actually going to be quite valuable here with those Boom Bots.
And this is that time also that Ostkaka can actually go for the Green Patron. He is going to get 2 Patrons. He will be able to draw some cards for...
Goes face.
4 to the face.
Yeah, does get 4, but it's not that meaningful right now, as this game has kind of developed in a way that is more about the board control than it is about bursting down your opponent.
Can Ostkaka feel that this is the moment to just go all in? There's only 1 card for Thijs. He's in a bad spot. He knows what is in his deck, more or less.
Yep, I believe... Oh, everybody is not getting in here just yet.
Well, no, I think he's actually going to swing
he is going to go for it.
Yeah, just to maximize damage. Boombot hits for 3, and then the Death Rattle hits the face for a couple more damage.
I like how he played Lothar first, so that he can get a bigger Battle Rage next turn.
Yep. And Thijs is looking at 15 damage right now on the board. He knows that if there's even 1 more point of damage available for Ostkaka next turn, playing the Ysera here would cost him the game. But on the other hand, Twilight, well, that's not going to win you the game.
Yeah,
while Ysera might.
Twilight is actually really bad here because the Patron will, propagate itself.
There is a Drake, but Ostkaka has so many draws to get to lethal. Whirlwinds.
Oh, not quite.
Not yet. But he can damage 1 on Patron and draw 1 more card with that.
I think drawing 4 cards right now is a pretty good
Yeah, I think 4 is going to be enough. He's looking for another weapon or an Inner Rage, Cruel Taskmaster, something like that, to find that 1 extra damage.
Even Grommash, like if he decides to not use Whirlwind and then uses Battle Rage, if he gets Grommash, that will be enough.
Whoa, he decides to cycle the Whirlwind as well.
Just 1 more chance to get the weapon that he is looking for.
See if he finds it.
All right.
Armor Smith is not the card. Acolyte, not really. Inner Rage.
There
That
we
is
go.
going to do it.
Wow, there's Inner Rage for Ostkaka. This means he has now.
The Flame Tongue Totem
Flame Tongue
shifted
Totem.
positions.
What?
It's actually not lethal anymore.
It's not lethal because of the new patron that spawned next to the flame tongue totem.
So Ostkaka should have attacked the 5 attack patron before doing that play, and now he's actually gonna, miss lethal. It might not be too punishing as Thijs can't really deal with this board, but that was an interesting, mechanic there.
But I'm sure it's really stressful for Ostkaka at this point.
Yeah, I mean, how often does that situation pop up?
Well, not often, and certainly not often in the World Championships.
Exactly.
Okay, guys, Thijs has one more draw, and that's Couple Shadow Priest. He can steal the Flame Pump Totem!
That's true, but it's not going to help him, and Thijs is going to drop a game with the Priest. Ostkaka showing us why Patron Warrior is still very relevant.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Ostkaka takes game number 1 versus Thijs. This is the first loss for the Dragon Priest, which is a weak link, who can have to remind you. Thijs really needs to win with it at some point. But on the other hand, guys, I'm thinking about Ostkaka. Like, what is going through his mind? He knows that he misplayed. Right. With that attack, not attacking. And then, like, the fact he's really composed, will stress him more, or will he be all right after this, Savit?
I think he will be just fine. Ostkaka is an experienced player, and that was such a rare situation. We didn't spot that flame tongue interaction. I don't think many viewers at home either noticed that would happen, and he would miss those 2 damage points. He has a 1-0 lead. That must give him confidence going forward.
Absolutely, he played amazingly, and all the things he did, not attacking with the Death Spite, not creating too many patrons before the Light Bomb, forcing Thijs to use his removal cards as early as possible. So a really, really great play.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, just focus on the good moves that you did. Don't worry about the careless misplay. It didn't really affect the game at all, right? At the end of the day, you're the one with the 1-0 lead, so you got the edge.
So Amas, how awesome is it to see the Dragon Priest on the big stage?
Yeah, it's awesome. Of course, Thijs feels like it's a very strong deck according to his meta, because you don't play a deck for fun in a competitive tournament, right? But I think it's a very good choice. The Shrinkmaster Cabal Shadow Priest combo is a one that's not a lot of people remember sometimes, and it can swing the game around. So I'm really happy that Priest has shown his face in the East World Championship.
Yeah, up to this point, it has really shown its power, and Thijs has been doing well with it. I think it's also worth pointing out that what Thijs does not have in his lineup is the Druid. Thijs is famous for his Druid play. He's an excellent Druid player. We had 13 Druid players.
Out of 16.
Out of 16, and Thijs was not one of them. That was really surprising.
Very surprising to me, yeah, too.
Yeah, he is known as the best, well, maybe not the best Druid, but one of the best Druids for sure, and his favorite class from... he didn't even play it before, he just found Druid to be the most fun class for him personally.
Yeah, in a meta filled with Druids, it means 13 out of 16 Druids, right? You want to play something that can counter it. And I think Dragon Priest actually does that pretty well. Druids, ramp up the first few turns, and then the Priest just drops these 1-drops, these strong 2-drops. Like, minions that have bigger stat lines than what they're supposedly costed for. So I think it's a very good meta call.
Absolutely. And Savitz, what do you think Ostkaka is going to bring next? He's locked with his Patron. Patron 1, he will not bring it again because we're playing Conquest Best of 5. What is the next class he can bring here?
I think Ostkaka might just roll a dice here and go for either one. He can't really know for sure what Thijs is going to bring, and so many decks remaining, all different decks, obviously, different matchups. It's hard to tell, but I'm gonna predict Rogue, but that's just a guess.
That's a very good guess, but let's actually hear Ostkaka talking about his decks himself.
Preparing for a tournament, it's very much based around how many players there are. If it's a very small amount of players, then you can be more specific and try and predict exactly what everyone's going to bring. But if it's like a 50-man tournament or something like that, then it's very much important to just bring solid decks and not try and be too specific. So for this tournament, I brought Oil Rogue, Free Mage, and Patron Warrior, and the goal of the decks is to try and beat decks like Paladin and Zoo with all 3 of my decks. So for now, I'm actually really comfortable with what I brought, and I'm really happy, and I think I did my preparation really well.
We've traversed the tombs of Naxxramas. We've climbed every cliff on Black Rock. Now the world cries out for heroes. As a new evil rises, there will be danger. There will be doom. There will be ancient temples filled with relics, treasures, and traps. Who will answer the call?
Explorers lead, and we are in need of explorers. Adventure we seek, cross land and sea. Won't you come and join us? Yes!
All right, guys, we're almost ready for game number 2, but League of Explorers seems really cool.
Yeah, it does. The quest for the golden monkey, or the origination rod, more like.
Yeah.
That's gonna be cool, but right now the players are playing for the trophy.
Absolutely, the trophy looks amazing. And Savitz, do you like Ostkaka's lineup overall? Freeze Mage, it's so cool to see Freeze Mage on the big stage.
Absolutely. Freeze Mage has a lot of good matchups. One of the bad matchups used to be the Warrior, just because of the hero power and the ability to go above 30 health. But Ostkaka has made the call here that the Warriors are going to be less than with what we saw before the Warsong change. So I like bringing the Rogue a lot. I think it's a little bit of a gamble. Doesn't have a good matchup against something like a Face Hunter, but it has been paying off for him in this tournament.
Well, Ostkaka is really confident in his lineup, and he said like he's not only favored against Thijs, he feels like he's also favored versus other opponents if he wins versus Thijs here.
Yeah, I mean, both of these players are actually very similar in their mindset of, anti-aggro. So it's interesting when they match up together, right? They're playing pretty much the same decks, except for one deck difference. And, the matchups are going to be pretty weird, because how often do you play, a Freeze Mage Mirror? It's a little bit more special. But here we're going to see Ostkaka is going to play Rogue, like he predicted, Savish, against the Freeze Mage. So how do you think about this matchup?
It can go either way, but I would give the edge to the Freeze Mage, because Freeze Mage has so many tools to deal with the minions from Rogue side with the AoE spells. And Rogue has to use those minions to deal enough damage, and through double ice barriers and the anti-kill, but it might be difficult.
So what's the best case for Rogue? So if Freeze Mage has a good matchup, Freeze Mage just needs to do what Freeze Mage does. Just set up the defenses, then draw the cards, get to the combo, and stop the Rogue from dealing damage. What is the key thing for Rogue? Is there like a big flurry?
Well, yeah, there are a couple of options. You could actually pressure them a lot with your early game minions, getting those repetitive damage before things like Blizzard and Flamestrike stop the board. And of course, if that strategy doesn't work, you always have the trump card, which is Lotheb, which just stops every card in the Freeze Mage deck. And, hopefully win the game after that.
Yeah, I think the most successful strategy in general for the Rogue player is to put as much pressure as possible early on. Because if it goes to very late game, the Mage is going to be the one with the advantage. So Rogue player has to end the game before Alexstrasza, before the one turn kill after it.
So that said, Savitz, what do you think about Ostkaka's hand?
Well, it certainly is an interesting one. Those backsteps not so valuable. He does have a Violet Teacher, which is definitely a good card. Sprint, if he picks up a preparation, and there it is going to be also very strong. That preparation is going to help him get those extra minions that he needs.
Does need another spell to combo the preparation with, but on the other hand, Thijs has a pretty solid hand. Luhorda can cycle for more cards, especially what you want in the Freeze Mage. Not the best turn 3 can establish a secret, but so far looking like a standard Freeze Mage opener.
All right, but it's not like the best Freeze Mage opener. He doesn't have the Mad Scientist. He maybe would like to have Acolyte of Pain to just play down.
Yeah, it's not the best, but it's reasonable. And Ostkaka here realizing that, it is a race for damage, did use his dagger last turn and this turn, and it's going to reward him since, he has to use his hero power this turn.
Another ice block, a little bit rough here. Thijs was definitely hoping to draw either Acolyte of Pain or Arcane Intellect to get through his deck faster. Now also the Mad Scientist later on might be a bit clunky in case he draws another barrier to his hand.
Well, exactly. Mad Scientist could only proc an Ice Barrier now since both Ice Blocks are in the hand. So if Ostkaka knows that for a fact, then he can actually do some interesting plays around it.
Oh wow, Edwin. Edwin is one of those cards that can be set up pretty early. If Ostkaka is able to cast a lot of spells, the big Edwin can be troublesome.
This is not the hand to do it with, though. He would really love to have something like Deadly Poison, Eviscerate, maybe a minion from Thijs' side to also be able to use the backstab to get even a bigger Van Cleave. Here, we're likely to see a 4-drop. Might be either the Violet Teacher or a Piloted Shredder. He could also go for Preparation Sprint, but turn 4 Piloted Shredder, I don't know if there's anything better than that, really.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you do need to establish a minion, get in that repetitive damage against Freeze Mage. You don't really need card draw right now. The damage is much more important.
Oh, there's the Mad Scientist before he got all the secrets, so maybe he'll be able to play it now.
Yeah, definitely a good draw. And at 4 mana, he can also ping or Frostbolt the Pilot Shredder.
I kind of like pinging, I think. Just set it up, but he decides to Frostbolt to deal with it immediately.
Yep, and there is the match scientist.
How important is anti-kill bot in this match?
Oh! Is it the time for Van Cleef?
Oh, it might be.
Yeah, that's it's interesting. You can just preparation into something that you don't really need it for. You just want the extra buff.
Do you double backstab?
Backstab your
Wow,
Master Swordsmith?
We know that putting a big minion against freeze mages is really strong because usually they don't have much removal. Their only removal is through damage. So that's why, for example, handlocks, when they play like a mountain giant against them, it's really, really effective. So Ostkaka is gonna mimic that with the Edwin, but not this turn. This turn is just going to establish some minions, like someone wants.
Getting that big Van Cleef would have required using the preparation, and keeping the preparation for the sprint is going to allow him to play the sprint and minions on the same turn later on.
Yeah, it's absolutely essential for him. He needs to pressure freeze mage as much as possible to put Thijs in those awkward spots where he either has the removal or he takes the damage. But there is a nice barrier from that Mad Scientist, so that's 8 points of health easily gained. Oh wow, another Mad Scientist.
Well, it's not too bad, I guess. He can play it right now, and that will thin his deck a little bit more, and he will find the cards that he needs even more instead of drawing into any more secrets after this.
So what does he need right now? Is he looking for a Doomsayer, a possible Blizzard, Flame Strike, some AoE clears?
Yeah, I think card draw is the most important thing. The hand, as it is right now, just doesn't seem to be doing enough. So those cards that you mentioned, like Blizzard, Flame Strike, Doomsayer, the board clears. Yes, he does need those cards, but he needs something more. So he needs to first maybe find the card draw for it to increase his hand size.
I also like that Thijs also used his hero power instead of use Frost Nova. Because Frost Nova effectively only gains the amount of health your opponent has in attack, right? So Frost Nova will just heal for 7, where later on, it might be even better. Or you can even combo with stuff like Doomsayer, so I like keeping it.
Absolutely. Ostkaka going with the sprint, 4 extra cards, and well...
Finds another preparation. I believe the next turn we might see a huge Edwin Van Cleef.
That could be possible, but
it's reasonable because on some spots, Mage just has to cast this big removal. And if you have that Edwin set up, it's not dying to it. You can't conceal it, but it's really hard. And even if you have to spend a Fireball, it might be bigger than the Fireball.
Exactly.
There actually isn't that much big removal in a freeze mage deck. Some players do deck in maybe a big Game Hunter. We don't really see a Polymorph.
Oh, that was a long time ago when that happened.
Yeah, but Ostkaka is still far away from winning this game. There's a lot of health for Thijs, so he will have enough time to draw some extra cards for sure.
I think it's actually a little bit problematic for Ostkaka that he has so many minions on the board right now. That might prevent him from playing the Van Cleef, because playing the spells before it is going to fill the board.
Yeah, that's very true. So if Thijs does choose to, for example, Frost Nova the board, Ostkaka can actually, combo spells beforehand for the Edwin Van Cleef. So, yeah.
But do you really Frost Nova this board? I think there is not that...
No, he's almost at 40 health here, and after the ping, there's only going to be 7 power from the minions. I think he's fine, just like hero power passing.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, kill the 2-1.
Icelands from the top was not the card that I wanted to see.
Yeah,
absolutely
exactly
virtueless right now.
Exactly what you mentioned, Savitz. He's missing to draw. Without the draw, he will not be able to get all the answers he needs. And one of the big strengths of freeze mage is that it's going to draw almost the whole full deck, responding to what your opponent is doing.
He's going to go for the Fireball on the teacher, but that is going to allow Ostkaka to play that big Van Cleef if he chooses to do so.
Well, there's double Frost Nova for Thijs, so Van Cleef might get frozen for a couple more turns, but...
How many can he play? He can... The Poison Flurry, Preparation, Blood Mage, so the Van Cleef could potentially be a 10-10 if he wants it to be.
Yeah, 3 mana 10-10 is a pretty good deal.
Sounds good to me.
Is it the best play, though? Thijs, even though he doesn't have board clears, he has those freezes. He has 3 of them.
I think it's almost impossible to say no to it. He also has that sap available for later on if he... Oh.
Whoa. That's interesting.
Pay attention, class.
Okay, so going with the teacher, stronger minion than the Blood Mage would have been. Still gets to play the Van Cleef, saving the flurry. It would have been a 10-10 the other way around, but this allows getting the teacher on the board and saving the flurry later on.
Thijs also used the Fireball on the Violet teacher, which pretty much means that he doesn't have a Flame Strike in his hand, right? So it feels very comfortable establishing another one since the last one was so hard to deal with.
Absolutely. Ostkaka got so much information with the Fireball last turn.
Yep.
So what do you do here as Thijs? You got Antonidas, so another kind of dead card, unless it will allow him to have another strategy. If he actually waits till turn 9, he will be able to coin the Frost Nova as well with Antonidas.
Well, seems like he's just going to slam the Antonidas now, cash in 2 spells for 2 Fireballs, and yeah, make it a very hard time for Ostkaka to deal with this minion.
Yep, Ostkaka does have the answers. Even has that Blade Flurry.
Well, so the Antonidas play is forcing Ostkaka to do something with it, kill it or maybe sap it, and it also gave Thijs 2 Fireballs. So his hand didn't look that great, but now if he changed the coin into the Fireball and also the Iceness, that wasn't doing much. So he has some ways to fight back. He recognized his situation is not great.
Yeah, Thijs' hand just doesn't have enough cycle that a Freeze Mage usually wants. So he just has to make the best situation out of, you know, a poor hand. Ostkaka, on the other hand, is going to try and...
He's going to clear. That looks like we are going to see the Blade Flurry for 6 damage here. Both eliminating the Antonidas from the board and dealing a decent amount of damage to his opponent's hero.
Yeah, absolutely. And he also keeps Eviscerate for some extra burst for the future.
We do see that Ostkaka is kind of all in here. He's playing all his hand and only has a Sap and Eviscerate left for some amount of burst. Thijs really needs to find a Doomsayer, but that's not the card he was looking for.
He gets the card draw now, but is it too late?
Yeah.
He wants a Doomsayer.
Absolutely. With that Doomsayer, he could have had Doomsayer Nova, and then even after he gets sapped, play another Blade again and another Nova. So right now, he might have to go for the Acolyte to try find those extra answers that he needs.
Is this the moment that you Nova anyway? You obviously ping Acolyte to draw a card.
He has to Nova, otherwise the Ice Block is getting popped. Cone of Cold, no, it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's actually all right, but then look at Ostkaka's positioning, having Edwin and the big minions are on the other sides of the board.
Yeah, that's perfect positioning.
Yeah, Blizzard would have been certainly a better card. Really smart positioning, like you mentioned here. Having that Edwin Van Cleef on the side and the other big minions on the other side.
Yeah, even though it looks really bad for Thijs, as long as he draws his Alexstrasza in time, it might be very hard for Ostkaka to seal the game. Thijs already has 12 damage in his hand. He still has, you know, a Frostbolt, and he has the second Ice Block as well. So if he can stagger his turns correctly, Ostkaka can't actually come back from this. So he's going to actually sap the Acolyte, prevent Thijs from drawing more cards since, you know, he feared the inevitable might be coming soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
The sap not too strong here, but he didn't really have any other plays to make. So it was either that or nothing.
So amazing. Like if he has like Flame Strike.
Flame Strike from the top with the ping that would only leave up the
Edwin
Van Cleef, and that is going to be an excellent position for Thijs if you choose to go with the Flame Strike here.
Alexstrasza was a bit better because with Alexstrasza, as Amaz mentioned, just get him to 15, and then they have double Fireball, and you have ways to deal, even to ping him to death.
That's right. But it was really interesting that the Master Swordsmith buffed the Edwin.
Yeah,
so that, you know, it's that much closer to popping Thijs' Ice Block.
The only minion that would survive the Flame Strike ping.
Right.
Getting the buff here. Thijs is thinking about all of his options. There could be some different lines of play with potentially some of their freeze spells.
Yeah, potentially.
If he freezes right side of the board,
he could, and also ping the 3-1 maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could also use Frost Nova and the anti-Killbot, such that the anti-Killbot attacking the Edwin would, you know, clear it next turn with the Flame Strike ping. But he's actually going to spend a Fireball.
Yeah, he's going to set up the Flame Strike for next turn.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, that's a really nice play. Ostkaka will not be able to play any minions here.
And one of the win conditions against Rogue is clearing their minions. And oh no, no space for the Loatheb!
He could eviscerate, but I mean, how do you make that play? How do you possibly make that play?
That would be an insane play.
My mind would be blown if he actually went for it.
And he's going for it!
Wow! Eviscerating his own Blood Mage Staleness.
Wow!
To get that load, he knows there's a Flame Strike coming on the following turn, and he's
That's very heads up because Thijs doesn't have the Frost Nova. Usually Frost Nova is the counter to Loatheb. It's cost 8 mana, you can still play it. But now Thijs just can't do that. And look at the Cone of Cold positioning. The biggest 3 minions are separate on the first, 4th, and 7th position. That's just amazing.
That's so amazing, yeah. On the other hand, he also knew that Violet Teacher is not gonna create the minion to have the space for Loatheb. So what can Thijs even do?
What does he do here if he dies?
This is
I guess the Cone of Cold.
I guess, but where do you go?
Yeah, where do you put it, you know?
Is the ice block still getting popped?
This really changed the game. Thijs was in a really good position there with those minions frozen.
It's so awkward too because Cone of Cold costs 9 mana. Usually you can ping and play the Cone of Cold to kind of shift the positions a bit, but...
You can't even kill Edwin here.
Yeah.
He actually can't stop the ice block from getting popped here. With the Cone of Cold, even on the biggest minions, he could stop 11 damage by using it on the Van Cleef side of the board. But there will still be 14 from the other minions in combination with the weapon from Ostkaka. So Thijs knows that the ice block is getting popped anyway if he chooses to use the Cone of Cold. So it seems like he's going to hold on to it for now.
All right, so he's going for anti-heal bots.
Still gonna set up for the Flame Strike. And,
how much damage is there incoming?
That's a lot of damage. We see, let's see.
10, 16, 18. 6,
so
24.
24 on the board, 25 including the dagger. So yeah, Ostkaka could choose to clear the board, but of course, the Acolyte Pain, you want to just deal 3 damage to it, remove it off the board, and not draw any additional cards.
I'm a tiny bit surprised that Thijs chose to go with the heal bot here, because with that Flame Strike and second Ice Block on the following turn, he could have the heal bot could have maybe potentially be even more valuable after the second Ice Block. Because now he kind of needs the Alexstrasza to be able to hang in there.
That's true.
But can he win with Alexstrasza? Right now this Ice Block is getting popped, so he will need to play Ice Block next turn not to die.
Yeah, well, his strategy is going to revolve around clearing the board next turn of Flame Strike and setting up Ice Block, and then drawing the Alexstrasza to heal himself. He already went to the route of clearing all of Ostkaka's minions and winning that way by fatigue. So the game plan changes a little bit here.
Yeah, it's a good strategy, but Ostkaka is the one who was able to cast Sprint and get even more cards. So we try to set up the kill with the dagger. Is Alexstrasza the only out not to die?
It would seem so. Wow, sapping an Acolyte as well, just to prevent additional card draw from Thijs.
Yep. Decides that he does not need the sap anymore for anything else. Denying that card draw. He knows that that Acolyte will not only draw 1 card, but at least 2, maybe even 3.
Both players are so calm. Just look at their faces. They're calculating, thinking about everything. They're here at the world stage of Hearthstone.
Yeah. Maybe they're like, you know, kind of stressed out inside, but you're just not showing it, you know?
Yeah. And here is the Flame Strike finally. That Loatheb delayed it a tiny bit. Thijs does get to play it here, but 1 Ice Block is popped and the second one is just about to get the same treatment.
Yep. Now, Ostkaka's, double oil is going to be really, really good. So even if Thijs does choose to play Alexstrasza next turn, healing himself back to 15, double oil should be able to clear the game.
Yeah, and there is no more Ice Block for Thijs, no more Ice Barriers, all the secrets are out, everything is plain inside.
Yep, and because Ostkaka knows that Alexstrasza is the only way that Thijs can stay in the game, he feels comfortable in healing himself.
There is still a that chance with the Ice Lance in combination with the Alexstrasza in case that the oils would land on the right minions, but Blizzard not going
Blizzard
to
not
do
the
it.
card, and Ostkaka having the SI7 agent can actually deal the remaining damage after the board gets frozen.
Even the Flurry can also deal that 1 damage that's remaining.
Yep, Thijs needs to fish for a card right now. He's in a very desperate situation here.
Absolutely.
All right, so he's fire blasting the minion to see what he can get.
There is no card that Thijs can draw here, and goes for the Cone of Cold Ice Lance. If you're looking from his point of view, there is still that tiny chance, but Thijs knows with 6 cards in Ostkaka's hand, that it's highly likely that there is going to be a card that
Flurry's gonna do it!
Yeah, Ostkaka is taking game number 2 over Thijs.
Very impressive.
Yeah,
very, very impressive.
That eviscerate play from Ostkaka on his own Blood Mage Stainless. I think that one won him the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you said it's a bad matchup, and it seemed like Thijs had that moment where he could maybe come back. Even though he didn't have the great hand, he had a good position at some point, but eviscerate into Lothar.
I mean, it's not only that. He played the Lothar in the middle of his whole minion board and made the quote unquote so awkward for Thijs. That was just amazing play.
You think he played the Blood Mage in the middle before that, so if he needs to eviscerate it later on, he can play the Lothar in the middle?
That's so in depth, it's possible.
Okay, all right.
That was really next level. The positioning, the damage counting, everything. He was able to sub the important acolytes as well before. He put Thijs in a very awkward spot and just grabbed the win.
Yeah, and now, speaking of awkward spots, Thijs needs to win 3 games against Ostkaka's Freeze Mage, and that is going to be very difficult. Thijs does have the Warrior, which is a good matchup, but he has the Priest, and Freeze Mage is so good against Priest. They don't put nearly enough pressure, and they have all the time in the world.
And there's also the Freeze Mage mirror match, which is kind of a coin flip, but then the more experienced player can actually win.
Yeah, sometimes it comes down to the draws, but also the more experienced player can take the advantage in games where the draws are fairly similar. Both of these players, however, are excellent Freeze Mage players, and I don't think there's a massive skill difference there. Both of them are so good and play fairly flawless.
All right. Shout out to the fans that are watching the audience right now. You guys' signs are awesome. And yeah, we'll have to see if Ostkaka does take it to the grand finals. It's going to be amazing, but only one European can advance, right?
They are Europeans' finest, the best players we have, Savitz. And one of them will have a chance to become the world champion. But before we even conclude this match, before we even go to the next game, we have an interview with Thijs for you guys.
I think my past really made who I am now. I look everything positive, even if something is really negative happening in my life or happening with me. It's something I learned from, so it's not bad at all. It feels sometimes like the day back where I played in the King of the Hill, and I had a chance there to make a name of myself, and surprisingly also for myself is that I did really well there and I won 9 times in a row. And after that it went just really fast. I had an invite for DreamHack and I get picked up by a team, and yeah, I'm still super surprised how fast all the time go, and that I'm now just here being a competitive Hearthstone player. When I was younger, I was kind of ill. I was really struggling with myself, really anxious, and yeah, I had some more mental problems, and it sucked that time. But how I'm getting out of it, like, it really improves your personality, and now I'm just, I feel really strong. I was really unsure about myself. I was always thinking how others will think of me, how they will like me. So yeah, that was some of a problem for me. But after that, I just realized that if I'm just myself, that's the best way to go. And yeah, if people don't like it, then it sucks for them. The gaming was a good outway for me. When I started gaming, I always played already some games, but yeah, I enjoyed myself. I found my way making things easier. I felt really comfortable where I struggled sometimes with being comfortable, communicating. Now it made me easier. The motivation of me is, it's something that was always already with me. In every game I played, even if it was just football or just a small game with friends, or not even a game, I just always look for perfection, and it's yeah, something that also, when I play Hearthstone, I play it for fun, but I always want to be one of the better, or I want to improve, and yeah, it's just how my personality is somehow. But now with there's also a lot of motivation. I just like Hearthstone a lot, the game, and yeah, I'm just enjoying everything I do, and that is the biggest motivation for me now. I think in most of the regions, in Hearthstone at least, it's pretty friendly how people look at it. Of course, you are competitively when you play the game, but after the game you can have some frustrations, but you will still be friends. I'm not going here to survive the groups. I really want to win the tournament, and that's why I'm just taking a lot of risk. And yeah, I'm pretty sure people didn't expect this lineup from me. For me, winning BlizzCon will mean a lot. Just being the world champion is something I could not even dream of.
Thijs had such a long journey. I still remember Thijs when he was starting. He was just winning some online tournaments, then he entered the King of the Hill, and he had so many wins in a row, and suddenly he wins DreamHack, second DreamHack he is in the final, and then he is the European champion, and now he's here on this amazing stage with amazing audience watching him perform.
Yeah, I mean, he's on a hot streak lately, but you know, he's in danger right now of getting Ostkaka stopping his hot streak. So he has to keep that positive energy like he talked about, and just focus on his plays, focus on the game, and just win 3 games.
He's practicing so much. Saviz, what are his chances to still win this match?
Well, I gotta be honest, it's going to be extremely difficult. The Warrior is likely to get a win, and I would expect him to play it first, just to get a little bit of extra confidence. You don't want to get 3-0'd ever, and you even more don't want to get 3-0'd on the World Championship stage. So that one is likely that he is going to be able to take down, but it's only gonna get more and more difficult in the series if he can go forward.
Even if the matchups are difficult, I believe in Thijs. I think like mentally he is able to come back. This is Conquest format, and I've seen just reverse sweeps before. And Thijs was also one of the players. I've seen him losing 0-3 and then winning the series 4-3. So he's one of those guys who really thinks methodically about the games, and he will not break here at the world stage.
Yeah, Thijs has been down 0-3, 0-2 in many tournaments before. He's an experienced player, and I'm sure he can still do it. There's still hope for him, and he's going to just play one game at a time, and maybe it'll work out.
All right, so he picks up that Warrior. Amas, what do you think about the matchup? Saviz mentioned it's pretty good. Why is it so good?
Yeah, it's really good because Freeze Mage's strategy revolves around playing Alexstrasza and then burning you down from 15 health. But the mechanic of armor from the Warrior just, you know, throws that out the window. When your opponent uses Alexstrasza on you, you have 15 health, but say you have like even 10 armor, and the mage does not have enough burn, they just fizzle out and you win that way. And that's really the main strategy that Warriors tend to go with. Armorsmith helps with that a lot, and of course Execute is a key card in removing Antonidas, in removing Emperor Thorson, and even Alexstrasza. They just have all the tools to deal with this matchup.
All right, so it seems really good actually, and Ostkaka bringing the Freeze Mage. Saviz, this is a bad matchup for him. Is there any valid strategy that he can use?
Absolutely. You want to, if you're the Freeze Mage player, you have to get the Archmage Antonidas, because Freeze Mage without the Antonidas has very limited amount of burn damage. So with those extra fireballs, he needs to get as many of those as possible. And if he does get it with an Emperor effect first, then Archmage Antonidas, maybe 1 mana Frostbolt, 0 mana Icelands, that kind of combo is going. There's definitely hope for him.
There is one more strategy that Ostkaka can use, and that strategy is to fatigue the Warrior. Because a Warrior has a limited number of threats. This version that Thijs brought is a very anti-aggro one. So he is not running Dr. Boom. He is bringing only Grommash, I believe. Okay. And he doesn't even have Piloted Shredders. This means that if Ostkaka survives and prolongs the game long enough, he might actually be able to fatigue the Warrior. At some point, Thijs will just not have any threats.
Yeah, that's definitely a valid strategy. It might be a bit more tricky since you do not have healing, while the Warrior's hero part is effectively healing. So it's a little bit more tricky. It really depends on if Warriors use their card draws or not. But right now, Ostkaka is going to pull out secrets from the Mad Scientist, and it's actually super helpful because he doesn't need to draw it later on. So he can draw something more valuable.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely that the Ostkaka would go for the fatigue game plan, unless he sees Thijs make a big Battle Rage early on. And Thijs is an experienced player, and if he notices that Ostkaka is going for that type of strategy, Thijs will stop drawing and maybe not even use the Battle Rages at all.
Yeah, that's absolutely a fair point. And looking at their hands, what do you think about Ostkaka's hands, Saviz? He got those 2 secrets.
I gotta say, it's not that great. He needs that extra card draw. He needs to find the Arcane Intellect and the Acolyte as soon as possible, fill his hand, find the Emperor, find the Antonidas. A lot of things have to go right for him.
That is a bit awkward because if he goes for the fatigue strategy, he doesn't want to draw the main cards.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. So that's why mages usually want the Archmage Antonidas, and then, you know, it's theoretically infinite damage with fireballs. You just need to make sure that the Warrior cannot kill your Antonidas on the turn it's dropped. Thijs, of course, is looking to hero power every turn. That's a very good strategy. And save the Armorsmith for when you have a lot of minions and you can have a Whirlwind effect, perhaps, and just get even more armor that way.
Maybe even get double the Armorsmith for more effects, yeah.
Does go for the shield block here. Wants to get that little bit of extra armor right now and the additional card.
Yeah, more options is always a good choice against a mage, and Freeze mages naturally draw themselves, right? Mad Scientist actually draws a card and puts it on the battlefield. Loot Hoarder draws a card. So yeah, it's really tough for Warriors to out-fatigue.
Loot Hoarder, not a bad draw from Ostkaka there, but it doesn't increase the size of his hand.
Nope, it's another cycle card. So yeah, Oskar's still looking for something better. Thijs, on the other hand, does have the Patron. It's not too effective against Freeze Mage. They do have Flame Strike. They do have the Foul-Nosed Blizzard. But, you know, it's one way to actually just pressure the Freeze Mage enough to win the game. But the more reliable one, based on what all the pros say, is to just gain so much armor that Freeze Mages just fizzle out with not enough damage.
Well, so Patron can help you with that. Instead of playing it really early to pressure, you can maybe save it for later to play it with both Armor Smiths.
That's true.
Yep, sometimes you can go really quickly with the Patrons and try to get it on turn 5, make a big one before the Flame Strike comes. But in this situation, it was a little bit late. He didn't have that extra whirlwind effect set up just yet. So even if he was to go for the 4 Grim Patrons next turn with the weapon and the Inner Rage, it would be likely to get wiped out with that Flame Strike. And Ostkaka, Arcane Intellect, not just one, but he picks up 2 Arcane Intellects, and those are exactly the cards that he was hoping to see.
Yep, and now if he actually finds an Emperor, perhaps, and the Antinous in hand, he can create a lot of fireballs.
Yeah, absolutely. Just drawing the cards is way for now. Do you guys think that the lack of Thorison for the Warrior changes anything in the matchup?
Not really.
Not really, yeah.
He doesn't need it right now. It wouldn't help him all that much to decrease the cost of those cards that he has in his hand. It's not that much about the mana costs for now. It's an unstable Ghoul. I'd like you to just see a Hero Power Pass here. Maybe the Ghoul, because why not? But
sure,
doesn't really accomplish all that much. But he also doesn't need to hold on to it for later on.
But this means that Thijs is not pressuring much. He's just armoring up, which is a great strategy, but on the other hand, the game might go long and long.
Yeah. I mean, it is the more consistent strategy, right?
Yeah.
Patron Warrior against Freeze Mage, outlast your opponent, and you know, win the game that way. Ostkaka is the one that's kind of being pressured to pull enough damage before the end of the game happens. So yeah, well, double Armor Smith is pretty decent.
Armor Smith is amazing. If he finds another Whirlwind effect, he can potentially gain a lot of armor on one turn by playing both of the Armor Smiths at the same time and using those Whirlwind effects to get that extra armor and get out of burn range from the Freeze Mage.
So what's the best way to deal with this Armor Smiths?
Archmage Antonidas. That is a good card. He definitely needs that, even though it's not the time for it just yet, I would say.
Ostkaka does need to cycle more cards, but it's a really awkward hand right now, right? You want to play the Arcane Intellect, but you are sitting on 10 cards, so you need to play something, but you don't want to play anything. It's an awkward position.
You can Blizzard, I believe.
You
could
really
just
want Blizzard?
throw it away.
Yeah.
Yeah, you only throw away 1 card though, so it's just an awkward turn.
I think Ostkaka still has time. Like, if he just throws away some cards here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, really? That's surprising to me. I was expecting him to save the Thijs lands.
Yeah.
Play it in combination with that Archmage Antonidas. Seems like he has a different game plan. I'm really interested to see what Ostkaka is planning to do. And how does he feel like he doesn't need the Ice Lance?
Right. Ice Lance is usually the spell that you can combo with Antonidas to get more fireballs. But Ostkaka feels like that perhaps this might be the turn Thijs wants to use his Despite. But then once again, Thijs can just sit there, hero power, you know, chill out a little bit, and it's Ostkaka once again was pressured to actually do something.
Well, you're mentioning chilling out, but how stressful and how straining mentally this match is?
I mean, it's for everything right now, right? It's a single elimination. If you lose the series, you're out of the running for BlizzCon World Championships, being so close to the trophy. So yeah, I'm assuming the pressure must be super high.
And you also can't be active. It's more about being passive, thinking about your plays, and this is one of the slowest matchups at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, one little mistake might change the whole thing, and that's just what Hearthstone is. So you have to remain focused. Even though some turns you think it's kind of, oh, he's just gonna hero power pass, you know, it's kind of negligible. It's very important to always consider your options.
Absolutely. Savit, are you considering options for Ostkaka now?
Yeah, I'm trying to see how could he manage with this hand. His hand is full right now. It's so difficult. He has ways to draw more cards. He has the Acolyte. He could even use the Ghoul to kind of draw him a card, but the full hand is a huge problem. He needs to get rid of some of his cards before being able to draw more.
How do you like the preemptive Doomsayer here?
I mean, he just wants to throw it away, basically. It doesn't accomplish much, but it's like, why not?
Well, basically, the Doomsayer is not as good as a random card from his deck right now, so he just feels like he just doesn't want to use it. Thijs here can just, once again, just sit there and hero power, gain some effective health, and just play a card that he doesn't really need. For example, like the coin. Yeah, doesn't feel too important right now.
Ostkaka not the only player who's struggling with the hand size right now. Thijs also with 10 cards, and he needs to figure out what card he wants to throw away in this situation, because he doesn't want to burn the next draw.
That's so interesting, because the Doomsayer would normally be executed, but the fact that Ostkaka just threw it away will mean that no execute targets. So executes are gonna sit there in Thijs' hand, forcing him to do some actions to make the plays.
Right. Looks like he is deciding to go with the coin in this situation. Thinks that everything else in his hand is more valuable. I wouldn't say that the slam is more valuable. That doesn't solve the problem, because it would only...
it only cycle for another card.
It would only cycle for another one.
Right. So. And also decreases chances in the fatigue race.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh,
Alexstrasza from the top.
So yeah, I mean, Alexstrasza deals 13 damage. It's not going to deal any more damage throughout this game. And it's a play that you don't feel too bad playing about. Once again, Thijs' strategy is to reduce you down to fatigue and then, you know, just fizzle you out with armor. So I don't think there is a situation where you need to Alexstrasza yourself.
I'm trying to think if there's any reason not to play the Alexstrasza. And Ostkaka also thinks it's the best play in this situation, and he does put it down. And this is likely to be the double Armor Smith turn from Thijs. And he's going to get a lot of armor.
Yeah, with the Patron, with the Death Spite, Death Rattle, with the Inner Rage, this armor is going to soar up really, really high.
Yeah, even though he got that damage from Alexstrasza. It's one of the winning strategies. Such a small armor smith, but he's getting an advantage.
How much is going to be? He's at 11 right now, so he's going to...
That's +2 of the Inner Rage.
The double Whirlwinds, one from the Death Spite.
No, you do need to use the Execute.
That is true.
Yeah, so you do not get the Whirlwind, but you still have a board of Armor Smiths, so...
Yeah, that's
shouldn't be unhappy about that. Yeah.
+8.
Yep, and with that board, when Ostkaka chooses to AoE down the board, he is going to get another round of armor.
Oh man, that's 12 armor since there are 6 minions on the board.
Yeah, so the best way to deal with that board is having a Doomsayer.
Doomsayer, yes.
Right? Thanos Blizzard is also or Flame Strike. But, there you go.
But again, that is going to give Ostkaka, that is going to give Thijs 12 armor if he goes with that Flame Strike right now, and it would...
That's right, Savit, but on the other hand,
high in the HP.
On the other hand, Thijs is stuck with a lot of useless cards in his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And what else can he do?
There's a lot of interesting concepts that arise from the situation right now, right? Because Ostkaka, using the Flame Strike, you know, it's going to stabilize him, but then, you know, he might not have enough time to kill Thijs, right? He's going to count in his hand that, yes, Thijs did use one Execute. So if I play another threat, my second threat will be bigger. So for example, Emperor and Antonidas, those are usually the big threats, right? And another thing you realize is that Ostkaka didn't use his Arcane Intellect very early on, and that was actually really good because it's going to get him closer to fatigue. So all these little things start to come up right now.
Yeah, and it seems like Ostkaka is actually going for the fatigue plan.
Yeah, with 49 health, I'd say that's what he's doing.
Well, he needs Antonidas, but fatigue damage will be helpful.
Right.
Yep, and Doomsayer, well, that's a little bit late for the party.
Not the worst right now. I mean,
not the worst, but last turn it would have been so good. Potentially denying that, either denying the armor or baiting out the Execute, so the Antonidas would have had a better chance to survive.
Yeah, you do want the Execute to be used on the Doomsayer, but Ostkaka feels like he wants to use these Antonidas right now. Hopefully, the Execute isn't in Thijs' hand, so that this Antonidas goes in a round of fireballs. But unfortunately, that's not the case.
Well, it seems like Ostkaka can play risky a bit. He is still in a great spot. He has free chances with the Freeze Mage. So here, if he risks that there is no way to activate the Execute, or maybe if there is no Execute, he might just win the game right there. But we obviously know there is a way.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, he can choose anything he likes here. He could go with the Fiery War Axe to damage the minion before execute. He'll also go for the Slam if he's not too worried about drawing the card here. Does get him closer to fatigue, but it's not really a huge issue for now.
Well, I mean, it might come back to haunt him, right? Every card draw is kind of scary. You take that 1 fatigue damage, you don't think it's a problem, but if you draw 2 cards before your opponent, you're taking 10 fatigue damage when they're taking only 8, for example. It does rack up really fast.
That is true, but he also has a lot of HP right now. He has 49 effectively, and he's going to get another 2 here. So if it goes to the fatigue, it might be, or it will still be Thijs with the advantage unless he goes into the fatigue a lot of cards before Ostkaka.
And also Ostkaka is running out of threats. With this Antonidas down, he has only Torison as a big minion.
Wow, yeah, and because Thijs just realized that there is one more big threat, he's gonna opt to save the execute along with the Whirlwind to clear it off.
Yeah, that's pretty smart.
And I want to point it out that he did choose to use the second Slam last to kill off the minion from his opponent in order to prevent himself from drawing that 1 extra card.
Exactly. Card draw is sometimes, you know, a double-edged sword in this matchup.
This matchup is so delicate. Every card draw matters. And those Acolytes of Pain, if he follows up on it, they're dead cards.
Yeah.
You can't play them anymore.
Oh, yeah, you definitely don't want to play them. They draw 3 cards because it's going to ping them, right?
Yeah.
And you do not want to draw 3 cards right now.
That's viable. Well, yeah, Ostkaka doesn't really have much to play here.
How much burst is left for Ostkaka?
Well, not 48, that's for sure.
Not 48, so...
He will need fatigue to finish the game.
That's true, yeah.
Absolutely.
So this Arcane Intellect is probably not going to get played ever. His Acolyte is also not going to be played. It's going to be interesting.
Frostnova Doomsayer. Does he even need the Doomsayer here?
Just going to stall up for, you know, mid-person Emperor. Yep. Thijs' mind is a bit ticking. It's like, okay, maybe he has another AoE that he's saving for later. So maybe I want to keep the Frothing, you know, to be used after this Dread Corsair dies. I think Thijs' position is very interesting in that he only needs 1 minion to have enough pressure. This 3-2 represents a lot of damage.
Yeah, surprisingly so. Keeping that Frothing, no real reason to play it here. Oh, Explosive Ship. Well,
it's not a threat.
Not a threat.
It's a card you can throw away and deal with the 3-2.
That's true. It's an alright trade, I suppose.
Alright, we have some deck cards left. We have 7 cards left for the Freeze Mage player, Ostkaka. And Thijs does have 8 cards left. So yeah, once again, Freeze Mage is ahead on cards.
Yeah, even in the cards remaining, Thijs is doing better than Ostkaka right now.
I was really conservative with the drawing. Never played those Acolytes. Use that Slam to finish off.
Alright.
This is going to be almost impossible for Ostkaka to close out.
Exactly. When you're behind on fatigue and your opponent is ahead on health, it seems like a double whammy.
Well, he does have some burst.
Yeah, but once again, burst is not enough. Fatigue damage racks just so quickly. Like, right now, Ostkaka is 2 cards ahead, right? So he'll be taking, you know, 2 extra fatigue damage cards before Thijs does. And what that means is that 8 fatigue damage, you're taking 19 more damage than your opponent, drawing the 9 and the 10 before your opponent does.
Maybe let's count how much damage he has left in his deck. So he should have 1 more Fireball because it's 1, which means this is 12, 18, and he'll have double Frostbolt and 1 more Ice Lance.
Well, okay, so Chromash as well.
That's
that's even worse. But yeah, if you count all the damage, you have to deal at least as much damage as you have right now, right? So Thijs needs to be reduced down to 26, and I don't think Ostkaka even has enough damage to reduce Thijs down to 26.
There's no way. If I was Ostkaka, I would start thinking about the next game already.
Yeah.
He might be like planning his next pick.
Sure.
What to play.
Because the thing
is, he's going to stick with the mage actually.
Yeah, exactly. But Ostkaka can even play the Thalnos because Thalnos draws a card. Like, there's just so many deck cards in this hand.
At least, maybe if he uses Thalnos at the absolute end game when he uses it to like just bump the damage.
If there wasn't so much on the line right now, I believe we would just see that concede from Ostkaka. But when you're playing for this much, you kind of want to play it out, even if you know that it's very unlikely that you're going to win in the end.
Certainly.
Super unlikely. Thijs has a an inner rage on the Gramash. That's 12 less health from Ostkaka, but there is an Ice Bear, so 4 less health. But that's still, still damage.
Yeah, and weapons as well. So fireworks is 3 damage. That spread is supposedly +8 in the course of a couple of turns.
Well, Mad Scientist not gonna do much. All of his secrets are either played or in his hand right now.
But it's a minion. You can deal damage with it. That's important.
That is.
It does deal that too. Trades with the Fire Warx charge.
Every point of damage matters. Ostkaka can deal 1 damage every turn. Thijs can heal 2 damage every turn.
On the flip side, every card draw minion doesn't matter. And it actually matters more that you do not play them at all.
And Thijs is playing a lot of cards in his deck. He still has the Battle Rage ahead of him. 1 more Nomish Inventor?
Yeah, possibly. Just things that you don't want to play ever.
This game is
so
interesting.
Emperor finally comes into the hand of Ostkaka. A little bit, bad on the, what was that called? He drew his Emperor, he drew his Antonidas before his Emperor, so the ordering was a little bit unfortunate. So,
Definitely. One of the most important things in this matchup, as the Freeze Mage, is to draw that Emperor early on, and it might be a little bit late for the party in this case.
It's still a 5/5 minion, something that Thijs will have to deal with.
That's true.
They execute.
Yeah. Thijs is already counting the number of threats, because Freeze Mage only runs the 3 threats, right? Thorazon, Antonidas, Alexstrasza. Once you remove those, it's all about the health game.
He might be also counting the number of turns with fatigue. How does it look like? Because at this point, Thijs knows exactly how much health Ostkaka has with the heal bot and with the ice barrier.
Right, but still, it seems only a moment ago that Thijs had 39 health, but now it's like 49 health, and it's only going to increase.
And Thijs played so much Warrior in the past. I've seen him in the fatigue matches many times before, so he has the experience. He's not being flustered by it.
Okay.
Another Whirlwind.
Well, alright activator for execute, I guess.
Sure.
Yep.
He probably won't. He doesn't want to take that 5 damage to his own face here, and with those 2 Whirlwinds, he might as well just use one here. Also, the execute. There's nothing else to execute later on, so the Emperor will go down.
Seems about right. Since both your armistices are gone already, Whirlwinds have no more value other than deal 1 damage.
Thijs should have 1 more patient as well.
Okay. But that really doesn't really matter. I mean, Thijs just needs to clear all of Ostkaka's minions from this point out. Keep on using the hero power because it's twice as strong as your opponent's hero power right now. So that's his game plan.
All right, so for Ostkaka, he can't use much burst, I believe. Maybe you want to keep Thalnos, Fireball, Frostbolt, Ice Lance for the last moment.
Yeah. Even so, the best combo you can do with Thalnos is 21 damage. Well, that's before the Emperor. But even with the Emperor, Ostkaka already used, one of his Ice Lances already, so...
But he needs to play a card, and you don't get the full value from Healbot. Doomsayer, you might need it if there is a board. So he's going to throw away the Fireball.
Fireball into a ping. Getting Thijs down to
43 health, oh no! There you go. Like they said, the other Battle Rage comes in hand, so... Yeah, it's really just the formalities right now.
Armor up and pass.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that Thijs is not going to mistake here. He's a very experienced warrior, like you said, and he realizes that his win condition is just the hero power pass.
Yep, the game is getting closer and closer to the end. Ostkaka almost out of cards.
It's so interesting that they are just locked in this eternal struggle. Mage versus warrior, just waiting till the final condition comes to play. Which is
you could see this kind of like as a, concession break when you're watching like a concert or something. This is like, oh, break time, guys. Like you can kind of chill out, run this match through, and then, focus on the other matches that are going to be much more important. Freeze Mage Mirror is going to be very
well. On the other hand,
crazy.
Amaz, you blink, you miss one thing, and maybe you will miss who wins this.
Oh, okay.
So you want it. It is really intense for those players.
It does take a lot from not Ostkaka to. If Ostkaka wins this game, it's because Thijs also helped Ostkaka win this game, and now that's not going to happen.
I'm actually a tiny bit surprised that we haven't seen that concede from Ostkaka. I'm not sure what exactly is going in his head right now. Maybe he's trying to think about the other matchups. Maybe like how to beat this, how to beat Thijs' other decks with his Freeze Mage.
So one of the reasons might be that he wants to fatigue Thijs.
But
like,
I mean,
mentally, not in the game.
That could be the case. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, at the end of the day, it is for $250,000, right? You might as well just give the option for your opponent to make a mistake.
Yeah.
Because why not?
Absolutely. And Thijs is in a bad spot overall in his matchup. He needs to win versus that Freeze Mage 3 times, even though he has a good situation right now. Just concentrating, counting damage. It takes a toll. Ostkaka at this point might be like, it doesn't matter, I lost this, I know it. But I would just play cards and pretend I still have a chance. And Thijs will think, do I really win this?
Yeah, right now Thijs does seem like he's in a mental zone right now. Just goes with his stick of his guts here.
And fatigue hits a bit.
Yep.
Got out of cards. That was the fireball, the last card. So how much damage is available for him? There is an
Not 45.
Yeah, that's not 45.
Yeah.
But it's some. All right, Ice Lance is 5, Frostbolt is 4, it's 9 plus 7. It's 16. Amaz math correct?
My math says it's not 45.
That's pretty true.
Yeah.
Thijs here thinking whether or not to attack with that Death Spy. Those Gnomish Inventors and Acolytes of Death completely useless in his hand right now.
Well, the answer is why not, because you do know that Ostkaka played an Ice Bear already. He doesn't even have a second one.
Yep, that is true.
Perfectly fine.
All right, Ostkaka taking first fatigue damage.
Yep, from now on out, the ice blocks from Ostkaka completely worthless. Those do not work against the fatigue, because fatigue damage is taken in the beginning of the turn, and secrets only trigger on your opponent's turn.
Unless you actually play a heal bot, and then fatigue will not kill you. There is like an instance, so that your opponent will not be able to proc ice block.
Well, that's Malorn, I'm thinking. Malorn means that you never fatigue, but
Yeah. All right,
Ostkaka realizes it. So
Thijs takes game number 3.
there you
Still
go.
alive.
Thijs gets on the board.
Yeah, finds his first win in this series, and he is not out yet. He needs to win 2 more times against the Freeze Mage. Might be more difficult with the other decks, but he has a fighting chance.
So
Yeah.
we assume that the Priest matchup is really bad for Thijs, and Freeze Mage will have a great advantage. What about the mirror? Are there any differences you guys recall?
Yeah, the mirror is all about like knowing if you know how to play the matchup at all. You know, things like Ice Barrier is very tricky because if your opponent plays a secret and you activate the Ice Barrier, you're effectively giving them a lot of health. And Freeze Mage doesn't play a lot of minions, so usually you don't want to trigger your opponent's secret unless you're very greedy, for example. And of course, Alex Straza is one of those swing cards. Not only can you use it on your opponent and set up for a kill, you can also use it on yourself after your opponent expends all their spells and then they fizzle out. So it's a very intricate matchup.
Saviz, are we going to see any Frostbolts into Mad Scientist, into Ice Block?
Most likely not, but it might happen, who knows?
All right. So what are you guys most excited about?
Well, the small decisions, because the next matchup is most likely going to be that Freeze Mage mirror, because that is the better deck out of the 2 that Thijs has remaining. So I would expect him to save the Priest for last. So it's the small decisions, the early turns. What do you do? How do you ping? And what do you save for later on? What cards do you feel like you can use to deal with early minions, for example?
All right. Before we jump into another game, we have a small video prepared for you guys.
If you want to be a competitive Hearthstone player, you just really have to look at yourself. And with yourself, it's not only your Hearthstone gameplay, but also just, look who you are and look what will be the best for you. People always ask me, should I bring these classes, but start with the classes you're comfortable with. Start with the classes you know the best. It doesn't help to go to the best deck in the meta and not playing them well. As for tips, start with online tournaments. Tournament meta is way different than ladder. Also, never copy tournament decks on ladder. It's a horrible experience. People always copy my decks and then they see double BGHs or 6 1-drops in Priest, and it just doesn't work. So I will just trust in yourself and make the best out of that. I still remember the first time I went to Sweden, and my parents were super scared with what I was doing, and I was actually a bit scared too, because it was my first time. I didn't really know what to expect. It doesn't really matter how it goes for me. What matters for my parents, for my friends, for my brothers is just that I enjoy what I'm doing, and at this moment I'm really enjoying everything I am doing in Hearthstone.
Oh man, cosplay is real. It's really important to enjoy what we are doing, and we see Elke and his wife enjoying the cosplay as well.
Wow, that is amazing.
Dude, those cosplays are actually pretty legit.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you name those characters, Amaz?
Yeah, I'm Mal'Ganis and Valera.
Yeah?
Yeah, they're really well done. I'm really impressed.
Absolutely. Mal'Ganis is his favorite card. And even though we've seen Elke play yesterday, and unfortunately for him, he lost, he is able to be here as Mal'Ganis today.
Yeah, it's pretty scary though. What if somebody's cosplaying Big Game Hunter?
Oh.
Yeah, you're right, Savit.
You don't want to meet that guy.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to avoid him. Well, Mal'Ganis is eternal.
Okay.
But till Big Game Hunter shows up.
Yeah, eternal. Almost eternal.
This is real life Savage. It's not Hearthstone. You know, Big Game Hunters, just Mal'Ganis just stomps him away.
So you just high-five Mal'Ganis if you're a Big Game Hunter?
Oh yeah, you can go that direction too.
Perfect. All right, guys. Ostkaka is leading 2-1 versus Thijs, and Thijs has a really difficult matchup in his Priest, and Mage versus Mage Mirror is really intricate as we talked about it. Guys, I have a different question for you. How creative do you have to be as a pro player to be at this stage at BlizzCon, the World Championship, with your deck choices and deck building?
Well, the thing is like you're kind of balancing consistency versus the surprise factor, right? And the thing with this format is that sometimes when you bring a surprise deck, it comes back to haunt you because you do need to get a win at least with each of your decks. So in that case, some players do prefer the consistency, but Thijs, on the other hand, thinks that his Priest is enough to, be big enough of a surprise factor that players might not play optimal against it and just, get him the win there.
Well, the Priest got him so far, but right now we're going to see the Freeze Mage versus Freeze Mage matchup.
Well, Ostkaka's hand is looking amazing right now. He has the Mad Scientist and double Arcane Intellect, but Thijs also with a decent hand. He has an Acolyte of Pain and Arcane Intellect. Also the Blood Mage, well, not a key card in this matchup. Just throwing it out early to get the cycle.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that because you kind of skipped over the Blizzard, Frost Nova, and that's exactly what you don't want in this matchup because, as a Freeze Mage, you don't play a lot of minions, you don't really need those board clears. So what you're really looking for are those cycle cards, the burn cards, and the big threats.
Yeah, there are a lot of worthless cards in this matchup, and most of those AoE spells. But also the Doomsayers might be tricky to use.
Well, it seems that Thijs' hand is improving a bit with the Arcane Intellect and the second Mad Scientist. So it's not over yet for sure. And Ostkaka got a lot of burst instead.
Yep.
Yeah, but the Arcane Intellects are just so key in this matchup. You do want to cycle for more cards because you either spend your turn cycling or spend your turn using cards that don't really matter in this matchup. For example, losing that Blizzard when you're at 10 cards.
Yeah, the Arcane Intellect here seems fairly obvious. There might be some other plays, but it's hard to argue against that.
Is there any merit thinking about fatiguing your opponent?
Not this early on, at least.
Yeah, that's not the game plan usually for a Freeze Mage Mirror. It's usually you have enough burst to kill them after they Alexstrasza themselves and after 2 ice blocks, or defending yourself after the 2 ice blocks and after your opponent uses Alexstrasza. So it's kind of like a bluffing kind of game.
So you don't want to give them more cards because then they have more options and they will faster get the ice blocks. And
sure, yeah. So fatigue doesn't really settle in until later.
All right.
Right. Explosive Sheep might be a decent play here. It's hard to get a lot of value from it. He doesn't have to do it if he doesn't want to. Also, Mad Scientist and Ping would be quite good.
Yeah, that's actually
taking out the Acolyte of Pain with that already on the board Scientist.
It's actually a very big board, right?
It is a huge board. It's 4 attack because Alexstrasza does reduce your opponent down to 15 health. So effectively, you are starting the match with 15 health only. If you can use your minions to deal that 15 damage, you can actually just save the Alexstrasza to use it on yourself, and you don't need to use it on your opponent.
Interesting. He chooses to go with the Doomsayer. Figures that Doomsayer probably not very important for later on, so might as well play it here.
Well, that and of course the board is really, really threatening right now with 2 attack.
Oh,
every
absolutely.
damage matters in this mirror.
What is the situation of the ice barriers? Because sometimes you may never proc the barriers. If one mage has the barriers and ice block, you just Alexstrasza them, and then you use your spells to pop the block, and then they get the block, you pop them again, and then you win without ever proccing the ice barriers.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine that Thijs would attack here. It was a random seek. There's a 50-50 chance that it would be a barrier, and in that case, instead of dealing 2 damage, you would heal your opponent for 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that risk versus reward doesn't seem quite
Yeah,
right.
it doesn't seem worth it.
Ostkaka decides to draw with the Archon Intellect, getting some cards, Thalnos and Ice Barrier. Trying to pressure a bit with Mad Scientist.
There's still no Emperor Torison from either side. It's one of the better cards in this matchup.
It's really good because not only does it reduce your cards, it also basically says you gotta remove me right now. And usually the best answer is a Fireball. And when you lose a Fireball to Emperor Thorazon, well, your opponent might be able to, you know, piece out some strategy to avoid, you know, more damage. They might burn you a turn earlier.
Mind if I roll knee?
Absolutely.
And there's Loot Horror into Frost Nova. With the second Frost Nova in his hand, there's now not much reason to hold on to it. Probably just a good thing that he gets rid of it. Freezing the Mad Scientist, not all that meaningful in this situation.
Well, for now, Ostkaka has that Alexstrasza in hand and some burst. It's not enough burst to win after Alexstrasza is being played. But it is important that he has those cards, and Thijs doesn't have the heal. So in case that Thijs doesn't pick up a heal at all, then Ostkaka might put Thijs to 1 health and then just win with the pings.
Yeah, that's right. Pinging is one of the main things to proc the ice block with. So once again, the anti-heal bots are very, very important in this matchup.
Yep, while that Ice Barrier looks like it could be playable this turn, he won't be... It's unlikely that he would actually do it, because then this Mad Scientist on the board would not find anything. And he's going to go with the ship, killing off his own Scientist to get the Ice Barrier up right now, making his future draws better, because he does not want to draw into the Ice Barrier from the top of his deck.
Alright, so both secrets are up for Ostkaka. For Thijs, he needs to make a move here. Antonidas is not good.
1 power on the board, but yeah. that is...
Do you Flame Strike it?
Oh, absolutely. You cannot get rid of that.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Flame Strike is not that bad.
Yeah.
I mean,
throw it away.
Exactly, yeah, what are you going to use Flame Strike against? I think the best target for Flame Strike in this matchup is probably the anti-kill bot. So in that case, you know, just, you know, you lose it. You can Blizzard and Hero Power anyways.
He absolutely could go for the Flame Strike here, just to make room for those extra fireballs later on. And he's going to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of overkill, but
no overkill. Oh, man.
That Thalnos was too much of a threat.
Right. And now we see Ostkaka actually in a pretty good position. The coin does matter a lot in this matchup. I mean, you can Alexstrasza 1 turn earlier. You can always turn it into a Fireball with Antonidas. Just good to start second.
Actually, because he has Antonidas for the next turn, he will be able to turn both Ice Lances into Fireballs and coin into Fireballs. So he's essentially getting 3 Fireballs.
Exactly. So it seems like this play will be just a Blizzard nothing. You know, trumping Thijs's Flame Strike against 1 minion is a Blizzard on nothing.
And he's going to go for it. The Antonidas coin Ice Lance would be an option for Ostkaka's turn 8, but also the coin Alexstrasza are quite powerful.
Yeah, that's absolutely really strong. But then if you get the Antonidas on the board and get those Fireballs, your opponent has to deal with the Antonidas.
Oh, a preemptive Doomsayer from Thijs. He knows that there is the coin still in Ostkaka's hand, so it's one of the better ways to preemptively deal with it. In case that he doesn't go for that.
Wow.
This is so good. He might still go for the Antonidas and Fireballs here, because after that he can just smash Thoris and he will have so many cheap Fireballs.
Oh wow, really? I mean, if he Emperors this turn, next turn his Antonidas cost 6, his Fireballs cost 3, Ice Lance are cheap, you have like limited Fireballs pretty much.
Yeah.
So yeah, Emperor has to come down here.
Yeah, you can't say no to an Emperor like this. There's so much value in it right now.
Oh no.
He's going to go down to the Doomsayer, but he's still in excellent shape.
Thijs does not look happy about that, because Doomsayer, it was supposed to stop your opponent from playing their entire turn. But Ostkaka still managed to find play.
And Thijs, he knows he is with his back to the wall. He needs to win this matchup, and this is the best chance for him, because the Priest is the tough one. If he doesn't win him, he's eliminated.
Oh yeah, I mean, either or. He has to win this game to stay alive, right? So this is a very tricky situation.
So you know, Thorison had a lot of cards, and you know the cards were good enough so that Ostkaka actually decided to play that Thorison. What do you do?
Well, right now it seems that Ostkaka is the aggressor. He's going to probably Alexstrasza or like burn Antonidas with a lot of Fireballs. So what we're trying to find is a more defensive approach. You know, find a second ice block, and then after both of your ice blocks are popped, anti-heal bot, Alex Straza, and fizzle out the mage that way.
Actually, he doesn't even have the first ice block here, because the secret is ice lens.
Right.
The ice barrier,
yeah.
Well, seems like he's gonna do a preemptive anti-Nidus before Ostkaka uses his minion, just to stop Ostkaka from developing things for one turn.
Not going aggressive here. It wasn't quite optimal, but out of the options that he had, it kind of seemed like the only play he can make. And Ostkaka here with a lot of options.
If he goes for Alex Straza and just limits the health to 15, he will have enough to just kill Thijs.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, like...
It might be an ice block.
Yeah, yeah. The threat of ice block is too high, and the threat of anti-Nidus sticking on the board is also very, very high. We do know both players play anti-heal bots, so...
Well, you just need to calculate the damage, right? If you feel like opponent will have a way to deal with your ice block next turn, then you absolutely kill Antinidus.
Right. But yeah, you just kill Antinidus. It's too risky not to.
Fireball, Icelands deals with that, but he doesn't get the damage to his opponent's face.
Yep, doesn't really matter though. He cycles 3 of these cards for fireballs. I'm pretty sure the coin is going to change into fireball. Oh no, he's actually going to keep the coin.
Yeah, with that coin he could potentially cast 3 fireballs on the same turn because one of the fireballs is discounted to 3 mana cost.
Absolutely.
Very cool.
So Thijs needs to deal with the Antinidus. It's not difficult, he can just fireball and ping it. But what else he can do? He's still searching for the ice blocks, he's searching for his own Alex Straza.
Yep.
Yeah, it does have to deal with the Antinidus like Ostkaka did. But not as clean as Ostkaka, since he did establish a minion afterwards.
Fireball ping seems like the only way to deal with that for now. He could go for Arcane Intellect first to see if he can pick up something else. No, actually Arcane Intellect is not playable right now because he does have 10 cards in his hand.
Is there any merit in another preemptive Doomsayer? Because you are expecting that Alex Straza will come at some point. But you've seen Torius and Antinidus already.
Yeah, but I mean, how often is Doomsayer going to be used? Oh, we're just slinging the fireball right to Ostkaka's face here.
Yep, Ostkaka with the decision here. Does he want to go aggressive with that Alex Straza? He could also maybe save it for later on if he needs to use it on himself. But at 16 HP and no Emperor played from Thijs' side, he might feel safe.
Yeah, Alex Straza seems really good here. On the other hand, for Thijs will have 15 points of damage easily next turn. So putting Ostkaka to 1, and 1 is the exact point of health you want to have Mage on. Just ping after that, get the ice block done, and then if there's another ice block, you ping again. So in course of 4 turns, right? Next you get into 1, then second turn ping, first ice block. Yeah, in course of 4 turns you actually win.
Sure, but you know, there's always something that, you know, in the freeze mage mirror messes up your counting by quite a bit. You gotta be a bit careful. Also, if you use your burn right now, what if your opponent just drops like an Emperor or like an Alex Straza? You do need to save some removal for those creatures.
And Ostkaka decides to save the Alex Straza for a defensive opportunity later on in this game.
Right.
This is so dangerous. Anti-Q-Bot will save him here. But he still doesn't have an ice block on.
No, still no ice block.
Yeah, he has to either Arcane Intellect into an ice block or play the heal bot right now.
That's right, 13 damage means that 2 fireballs and a ping is enough to kill Thijs. Well, Thijs only knows that Ostkaka has 1 fireball, so he might be a bit greedy here, but I mean, the chances are pretty against him.
Yeah, Arcane Intellect, likely to be the first thing he plays this turn.
Arcane Intellect, see what you get, and if you don't get ice block, just heal bot.
And of course, Thijs is in a spot where his stress is compounded by the fact that if he loses this game, he's out.
Yeah, that might be his last stand. There is an ice block for him.
Okay.
But the anti-heal bot seems a little bit stronger here. Getting that minion on the board as well.
And he is still continuing with the plan to deal damage and get
Frostbolt from Thijs. He knows that putting his opponent down to 13 HP this turn would allow him to proc the ice block with 2 fireballs and a ping.
But it's a very interesting situation where Ostkaka could actually choose to Alex Straza because after the anti-kill bot is played, Alex Straza becomes that much better. You know that setting health to the 15 is not going to get healed anymore. And then of course you can, you know, just pop the ice block next turn. You always have to be careful about your own block getting popped.
Yeah, the thing about the Straza is that you see Thijs putting you down on 13. This means that double fireball and a ping is going to put you on 1. and pop your ice block as well. And you absolutely don't want to see that. And if you see that, you need Alexstrasza to come back to 15.
I actually think it's completely fine to see that, because then you and Alexstrasza all the way from there. After seeing all those burn spells, if he was to use the Alexstrasza right now, there could have still been the potential Fireball Frostbolt in Thijs' hand, which would allow him to proc the ice block anyway. So he's deciding to not use it just yet, and we can see that Thijs actually has that combination of cards in his hand.
That's a really good call from Ostkaka, just using Alexstrasza to gain some extra health.
Okay, both players have Alexstrasza.
This Alexstrasza is so useless for Thijs now.
Don't underestimate just yet, because if Ostkaka does go aggressive, you can have the answer to it. But because both players know they have an Alexstrasza, they're going to be very, very careful with the burn. So, for example, if Thijs just goes all out and just spends 2 fireballs, use the ping, and then Ostkaka follows up with Alexstrasza, Thijs doesn't have any more reach.
I feel like this match, the previous game that we've seen going into Fatigue, and then Freeze Mage Mirror, is the embodiment of the European metagame. Most of the European players, they favor control. So,
oh my god.
All right, well,
Thijs is changing up his game plan. He's going to try to fatigue Ostkaka.
Yeah, playing the Acolyte might prove to be Ostkaka's downfall. He's going to lose a card. Frost Nova doesn't really matter. But if we have a card count here, Ostkaka might be closer to Fatigue than Thijs is. And we know that Fatigue actually pierces through Ice Block, which is quite interesting.
Yeah.
Might change the dynamic.
If you go down. And this heal bot is also so useless here.
Right. So once again, this is the best use of Flame Strike.
Yeah.
Killing an anti-kill bot in this matchup.
And down it goes. Ostkaka choosing not to play the Luthor in this situation. He does not want to draw that extra card.
Well, you have to think about the fatigue at this point.
Oh yeah, now is the turn where it matters, because both players are kind of in a stalemate. They both have Alexstrasza, they don't want to use it. I mean, they do want to use it, but only when your opponent pulls the trigger, but they don't want to pull the trigger themselves, so...
And double Antonidas was used already, so they don't have that extra burst in their deck.
Exactly, no more resources are going to gain outside of their decks right now. So like you said, Nimsh, it's going to come down to fatigue.
Yeah,
looks
this is
like
interesting.
And Thijs seems to have the upper hand right now in this situation. Still at 20 HP, while Ostkaka is down to 13.
What to do?
Oh man, this is just so funny. He's sitting on those fireballs. He can get him to 1, pop the ice block, but he doesn't want to do it. He can't do it, because then Alexstrasza will just heal him up to 15. There's no more burst. So now you have to use those small minions, but he doesn't even have them in. It's like he can't play Acolyte of Pain.
No. You don't want to play it. I mean, you can, but you just kind of kill yourself.
Yeah, that seems like a bad strategy in this situation.
Seems like a bad strategy in any situation if you just to kill yourself.
Yeah, I mean the Acolyte. But yeah, that also.
Yeah. All right, so for Ostkaka, it seems like Ostkaka might be in a... Well, it's a really similar situation. You can't really play Loot Hoarder, because it will only give your opponent 1 card.
Right, so a Fireball is going to be played here, and just going to use the hero power every turn.
Yeah, so we're going to see a lot of hero power being used.
Yep, Emperor finally comes in hand. That is the last threat, besides Alexstrasza.
Yeah, good card for Thijs right now. That's going to force Ostkaka probably to use one of the last remaining Fireball on it, because he doesn't have an AoE to remove.
Never mind, Blizzard comes in the hand. Wow.
He's going to go aggressive here. Double Frostbolts and
this seems like it's the turn for Ostkaka to go and pop the ice block here. He's going to establish the Doomsayer to actually prevent the Alexstrasza coming down. That is really, really cool. But
wow, such a great setup.
But Thijs can actually kill the Doomsayer.
That is correct, because of the discounts on those cards. Thijs can play the Frostbolt in addition to the Alexstrasza.
Yeah, usually you can't do that. Usually either clear the Doomsayer or you play the Alexstrasza. But here, no, that's pretty good for Thijs.
Yeah, absolutely. So do you guys think Alexstrasza yourself is Thijs, and then going for the...
Oh yeah, I mean,
Frostbolt is the...
Seems like the only play in this situation. I don't really see anything else. Could there be something else?
You fish for an ice block, pinging your Acolyte, but you don't want any more card draws. So.
You can't go for... Oh, can you go maybe for popping the ice block? Is there any way?
I mean, you're at 1 health, so you have to solve that problem first.
Set up your own ice. Can you set? Oh, he doesn't have the second ice block.
Yeah, exactly. So Thijs does exactly that.
Here we go. There is that Alexstrasza coming from Thijs.
And Emperor will have another tick. That's also important.
Not too relevant right now, as half of Thijs' cards don't want to get played anyways. But whoa,
He's actually
sacrificing his board. Okay, it's very interesting. And Ostkaka has one more card left, which means that Thijs only needs to deal 9 damage, and he's gonna win the game because once fatigue damage pierces through Ice Block.
That is true.
That's 9 turns of pinging.
Yep, and there you go. And Thijs, on the other hand, he might be also close to fatigue. He is sitting on 2 cards.
So again, Thijs is 1 card up over Ostkaka, which means like he'll take the damage later.
That's right.
And that's really important. This only shows excellence in the fatigue matches on the Thijs side. There's that Ice Block.
It's not really gonna matter too much because Ostkaka does not have to burn anyways. I mean, we'll just go ahead and play it.
Yeah, why not?
Well, he can't really unload the damage. He can ping face, right? But you want to force the Alexstrasza blade.
Well, do you really want to ping the face here? I mean, you want to Fireball and Frostbolt the next turn so that you reduce your opponent's health exactly down to 1, and then, you know, the fatigue damage finishes off. So the ping actually kind of makes the math bad.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he should necessarily ping here.
Right. So it's just going to be Ice Block pass, most likely?
Right.
Yep. And he is going to miss 1 damage there. No, that is not a mistake. He's done the math.
Anti-heal bot though. It's really interesting.
Yeah, that's pretty good for Ostkaka. That's a lot of health gain, so this game is far from over.
Yeah, because Thijs is going to draw his fatigue as well. This Ice Bearer is going to come into play though. The only damage Ostkaka can do is through minion combat.
Yeah, and with 1 Ice Barrier up and the second one in Thijs' hand, it looks like he is going to most likely be able to win this game.
Right, and also a Kona Cold, right?
Yeah, that also doesn't hurt.
He lost 1 Ice Block already. Thijs.
Thijs did lose an Ice Block, but it really doesn't really matter right now.
It really doesn't matter because we are at fatigue. In any case, Ostkaka, considering his options, if he does not play an Alexstrasza or the heal...
Whoa! Whoa! That is really clever. So now Thijs can actually kill him.
This is incredible.
Because he can't play up to 8 damage.
Wow.
Confused. I mean, there is a little bit of a light bulb that comes up when your opponent doesn't ping you with the hero power. So I guess I'll do it for you.
Yeah, absolutely. He's so nice at the word stage.
Oh man.
This was brilliant.
That truly was amazing.
Oh no! Look at it's like Thijs. My plan got foiled.
You lose a turn, right? Like what can you do?
Oh, he's looking like he's really in pain right now. He knows that he almost had the game in the bag. He still might.
That was so heads up.
Wow.
Ostkaka.
Yeah, Ostkaka not going to go for any kind of minion combat here. He's going to just try to out-heal the damage in Thijs' hand and maybe win that fatigue war.
That's right. Ostkaka does have effectively 14 health. Heal. Hopefully, he can get the full value off of Alexstrasza. And of course, another 8 from the anti-heal bot. Oh, and now Thijs is going to do a preemptive Doomsayer.
Well, Ostkaka doesn't have the burst to win here, but still, it really messed up the plan that Thijs had.
That's true, but now it's interesting because Ostkaka is going to take 2 damage, so Thijs only needs to deal 6. So Ostkaka can't just go with the strategy of pinging himself again. It's not going to work this time.
Yeah, it's certainly not going to work, so he will be forced to play either the heal bot or the Alexstrasza this turn.
Oh, and if he actually plays the Alexstrasza, Thijs deals 13 damage. So 13 damage is easy. 2 fireballs in the ping, and that's 13. So
that is true. So he has to play precisely the heal bot in order to survive.
Or he can play the Alexstrasza and ping himself, right?
That would also...
Oh, no, it doesn't work. No, it doesn't work.
No, it actually wouldn't work.
Okay, wow, that's...
Thijs is counting damage. Look at Thijs.
Wait, no. Heal bot doesn't really work either, because double fireballs in the Frostbolt is 15 damage.
15 damage.
It's true, so that should be checkmate for a...
Wow.
right now.
Yeah, I don't really see it out here.
That ping was so smart, but it seems like Thijs has it with the fatigue damage.
But yeah, Ostkaka, of course, going through all the options here. Man, that ping was really, really impressive. But right now, it seems that he's backed into corner. And
the rope is running. What is Ostkaka gonna do? Can he play anything? He's going for the heal bot.
Yep, going for that 16. But unfortunately, Thijs has the Frostbolt to deal the remaining damage. Wow.
Taking some fatigue damage. But
Yep, and it seems like Ostkaka pulled the trigger a bit too early. And Thijs is going to weather the storm and go to game 5.
That game was so good. So good. And Thijs is tying the series. 2 fatigue wins.
So relieved right now.
How crazy is this series?
That was amazing. With that ping play, it was such a cool play from Ostkaka, but not enough in this situation.
And suddenly, Thijs is coming to the last game at the best of 5, winning 2 games in a row. How tired you have to be, and how exhausted mentally as Ostkaka, just losing 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, both players are pretty much, using all their mental energy, thinking of all the plays. So impressive all these past 4 games. And it's all going to come down to this. Just one final match, a single elimination. One winner goes through to the grand finals, and one winner, one not winner is going to have to leave here feeling a little bit empty-handed. But still, you got this far. You're better than like a lot of people in the world. So you shouldn't feel too bad. But of course, players have to focus on this match.
Absolutely. And Savitz, what was your favorite moment during that whole game?
It had to be that ping from Ostkaka. I did not see that, and it was absolutely amazing. Now, Thijs has won 2 games in a row, and for the game 5 of this series, he will have to now play his priest against the mage, and that might be a difficult task. It is certainly the most difficult one for him to win, and he needs to find ways to maybe like counterplay things like Doomsayer Frost Nova that can be very problematic for a priest.
So what is the best strategy? Like, we identify it really as a bad matchup for Thijs. Priest will have a hard time. You can counterplay the Doomsayer Frost Nova, but what are you really looking for as a priest player?
A strong curve early on. Just hope to try to mulligan aggressively, try to get that 1, 2, 3, 4, and if possible, try to always think, what if my opponent goes for the Doomsayer Frost Nova? What do I do then?
All right, and Amaz, from the freeze player perspective, you just go with your standard plan, or is there anything specific you can use?
Yeah, I mean, there is a good plan. You just need to remember that after you Alexstrasza your opponent's hero, that you have enough burn to finish them off. You can always just heal themselves and then get out of your range. So it's very important to wait till you have all the combo pieces ready to go and then just burn them all in 2 turns.
All right, we have an amazing audience. You guys can see the Tavern is really busy, and Thijs is thinking what he has to do. He knows it's a tough matchup. He knows this is the final stand. If he wins this, he advances to the final. But if he loses, then, well, he gets $15,000, but his road is actually ending here.
There's so much on the line in this last one. That priest has carried Thijs this far in the tournament, but will it get him to the finals? We'll just have to see.
Yeah, that's right. Now that you mention it, his priest was actually undefeated throughout the top 16. So this is the match to win.
That's absolutely pretty impressive. The guys that are being here, Lothar as well, watching Thijs, his teammate, his prodigy, and a cosplay. This is BlizzCon, guys. This is the world stage, Hearthstone World Championship.
Oh man, it's actually very detailed, very impressive.
Yeah, that's really good cosplay.
Yeah, he's
All right, so Savitz, who do you think is gonna take it? Just use your heart, not your mind.
Well, I've been saying it that I think that Thijs is one of the favorites to win the entire tournament, but I have to give the edge to Ostkaka here. It's a good matchup for him, and he's a masterful player with the freeze mage. So I would predict Ostkaka, but I guess we'll just have to see.
All right, and Amaz, who do you think is gonna take it?
Man, Ostkaka's plays has been just so impressive, and it would be a shame that if he doesn't make the grand finals. Really, really cool. And of course, Thijs on the other hand, I've been a fan of him since the beginning, since like when he played ATLC, he got the first place. So yeah, both players deserve it, but only one can go through.
I will go with my heart. I think Thijs is gonna take it. He is the European champion. He deserves it. But before we go into the last game, we have a small video prepared for you guys.
Yeah, I heard that I said some words from winning the European Championship might be more difficult than winning BlizzCon. These words are a bit out of context, to be honest, but the way I meant that was that winning the European regionals, it was like a really hard road we had to get already online and really good European players. And yeah, at the end, winning here is it's going to be super difficult. Like there are so many good players left, and I hope I can do it, but it's going to be hard, and I have to perform. I think the decks that I bring here to BlizzCon will be a surprise for a lot of people. I'm not going here to survive the groups, or I really want to win the tournament, and that's why I'm just taking a lot of risk. And yeah, I'm pretty sure people didn't expect this lineup from me.
All right, guys, best of 5. This final game is going to decide who is going to the final. This was so amazing, such a journey. 2 fatigue matches. Thijs barely making it, winning versus Ostkaka, and now with his priest, the trusty priest, he's gonna face the freeze mage.
Yeah, 2 of Europe's finest going at it here. What a worthy game 5. I'm really happy that this series went all the way up to 5 games.
Yeah, both players are excellent. And is there anything we don't know about them, Amaz?
I think we know a lot about them already throughout this journey from the top 16. Even before the top 16, they had to like play a lot of ladder, and I know that Ostkaka plays a lot of ladder. You know, he finishes top 100 in like nearly every single one of them, and just been racking up those points. You know, getting to this stage, it all comes down to this.
And here we go, Thijs from Netherlands going up against Ostkaka from Sweden. It's going to be Priest from Thijs going up against Ostkaka's Freeze Mage.
All right, so we mostly said what they are looking for. Thijs is looking to pressure, to play around those Doomsayers, deal enough damage, and he will hope that Ostkaka will not get the clears and will stumble on his jaws. On the other hand, Ostkaka wants to get all the combo pieces, Alex Straza, and finish the game really fast.
Yep, and of course both players are trying to look for the early games. These hands don't really seem like they can do the trick, so they might just pull back some of them, maybe get the early pressure with the Valence chosen. Thijs is playing second, and for Ostkaka, of course, the Mad Scientist, Acolyte Pain, those are always really strong cards. So you don't want to get them stolen by Cabal Shadow Priest a bit later on.
How important is to keep the dragon in his hand?
Well, you know, there is a lot of things that can activate off having a dragon in your hand, and Azure is one of those cards that do cycle for another card. So Thijs does feel that this game could go long enough that maybe that will become useful.
Yep, he doesn't find the small dragon for turn 1, but he does find Zombie Chow. So that is certainly something that he likes seeing.
I mean, Zombie Chow really can only be played for early turns. If you play it later, the Freeze Mage can actually heal from it, and you know, health swings from a Freeze Mage is very deadly.
Wow, that's an interesting hand from Ostkaka. Those 2 secrets, not so good, but he also has a Mad Scientist and Arcane Intellect. Doomsayer also very valuable, so it's not too bad.
Yeah,
Shrinkmeister is pretty cool. This means that Thijs has a good curve with the Shrinkmeister, Dark Cultist, and Twilight Guardian into Azure Drake, into Coin Dr. Boom.
Right.
This is exactly what he wanted, right?
That is one of the better curves that a priest can hope for, especially against a Freeze Mage. Yeah, Freeze Mage once again is going to draw the cards. You know, priest plays really slow. I can take my time, but Thijs is going to start racking the pressure up.
Yeah, we were talking about before this game started how important it is for Thijs to curve out 1, 2, 3, 4, and he has it here. That is exactly what he was hoping for. But again, that Doomsayer Frost Nova, there's no way for him to counter it for now.
Yeah, but there's no Frost Nova for Ostkaka. What Ostkaka got is all the secrets, because he has double Ice Block, and Iceberry, 1 Iceberry was already used. He has second one in hand. Mad Scientist not giving him any value.
There's no secret left in Ostkaka's deck for that Mad Scientist anymore.
Yep,
a little bit unfortunate for him, but he still has a fairly decent situation here, as long as he finds the AoE that he needs.
Yeah, the thing is, like, Priest doesn't have burst. So even if Thijs gets really far ahead, gets Ostkaka pretty low, if Ostkaka is able to take the grasp control of the game right there, clear the board, he might be in a good spot to win anyway.
But even though that Priest doesn't have the burst, their advantage comes from the minion health. You see that we have Twilight Guardian at 6 health. Dark Cultist can give another 3 health when it dies. So Priest minions are pretty sticky. So they're gonna actually use do their damage mostly with the minions instead of spells.
Yeah, that's a fair point, Amaz.
Ostkaka puts down the second Mad Scientist and the Ice Barrier. to slow Thijs down at least a little bit.
Yep. And it's an interesting situation here for Thijs. He might choose to actually sacrifice one of his minions or even not play a minion so that Dr. Boom does get the 2 Boom bots out. You have to think a little bit ahead because anytime you have a big board against a freeze mage and they freeze your board, they limit your options quite a bit.
What would you expect being Thijs from Ostkaka next turn? Do you expect Blizzard or maybe Frost Nova, Doomsayer? Something as a segue to the Flame Strike as well?
Yeah, you always have to be careful about the Frost Nova Doomsayer combo because right now you do not have an answer to it, and Priest usually do not have an answer to it. Cabal Shadow Priest does not work, so yeah, you just have to be careful not to overcommit.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that Thijs has to worry about here, but there's nothing that he can really do about it except for just hope for the best and play his strongest minion. He does have a lot of gas, so in his hand, so if his board got clear, he could easily establish a new one.
Yeah, the Dr. Boom is super powerful. Black Ink Raptor looks alright as well, even though he doesn't have a dragon for now. There's a lot of dragons in his deck, so that's extra free damage that can be used at some point.
And Ostkaka does not find a Blizzard or a Frost Nova.
Wow, what a board to be facing down as a freeze mage. You do not expect this board from a priest player ever. Well, sometimes if they curve out really, really well. And this is one of those cases. There's 15 damage on the board, and effectively, you only have 2 turns left. So Ostkaka feels a little bit too pressured here. Just gonna play an Emperor with only 5 cards in his hand, and you know, effectively just try and stabilize the board.
There's a Valence chosen for Thijs. With that 6 mana, he could go for Shadow Word, Death, and play the Valence chosen for some additional pressure.
Yeah, that seems really good, just dealing with that Horizon and putting even more damage on Ostkaka. Even though Zombie Chow is eventually gonna heal Ostkaka if it dies. And it's gonna supposed to die next turn.
And Thijs knows that its next turn from Ostkaka is likely to be the Flame Strike, so the Valence chosen would also allow him to buff one of his minion, like another minion out of the Flame Strike range. It seems like he was hovering over the No-Child Cleric though, so he might be wanting to get the draw instead.
More answers is always pretty good against the Freeze Mage, especially those Holy Novas. After a perhaps Alexstrasza, you want that extra heal back. And it seems like...
Yeah, he's going to keep the Shadow Word Death here, but this means that the Flame Strike is going to be able to clear everything except for one minion.
Yeah, but still pretty good play from Thijs. Just recognizing that it's hard to deal with one big minion from the mage's perspective, and that there's Frost Nova is a great pickup with this there.
That's right, and we can see that Thijs does not actually have an answer to deal with that. Black and Corruptors don't really work well against Doomsayer, and you know, we don't see anything like a Shadow of Pain or anything.
And there's also no dragon for those Corruptors right now in Thijs' hand,
yeah,
so Battle Cry would not activate.
And this means Ostkaka can even think about playing Loot Hoarder just to cycle it into another card.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Ostkaka really low on cards now.
Wow, gonna draw that card immediately to dodge the Cabal Shadow Priest.
Yeah, that's a good play there. And the Doomsayer drops down. There's nothing to kill it.
All right, Thijs needs to find an answer, and that is not one of those. So his whole board is going to get wiped here, and he can't really even develop anything.
No, he can draw one card with the No-Child Cleric though. Maybe he could find a card to deal it. No, that's not going to do it. He has a lot of spell power, so the Holy Nova would be 4 damage, but still not enough.
And wow, what a turnaround. Ostkaka has stabilized. See if he can leverage this somehow.
That Frost Nova was so important. The Acolyte of Pain is great here. He will be able to draw more cards. This is exactly what he needed. He needs to replenish his hand, and then with more spells, he might actually stop Thijs. But Thijs did a really good opening. He got Ostkaka quite low, and he still has a lot of cards in his hand.
Yeah, I would still say that Thijs is ahead in this game, just because Ostkaka's hand is so small right now. He only has 5 cards. Yes, the Acolyte will draw an extra card, but it doesn't. It's not very threatening. If you Thijs and you knew what was in Ostkaka's hand, you would not be worried one bit.
And there is a dragon as well. This means that Black Raptor can deal a free damage, deal with Acolyte of Pain.
Another Doomsayer being picked up by Ostkaka. He needs something more. Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, Arcane Intellect, getting some more cards, replenishing his hand.
All right. And yeah, the burn is starting to come into the hand. If Alexstrasza ever comes for Ostkaka here, he could actually just pull the trigger and go all in here. Flame Strike's gonna clear this board quite well, and once again, stall for more turns.
I'm just trying to count the damage here. So if he gets Alexstrasza next turn, he'll have 6 from Fireball, then Iceland's is 8, so that's 14, 17.
Oh, wow. How much is that now?
That means this is +4, so it will be 21.
21, I believe. And with the ping 20, no, he can't afford to ping the throne.
Without the Emperor anymore on all those spells, the maximum damage a Freeze Mage can pull out of their hand is 21. We call that kind of like the blackjack rule.
Yeah.
Yeah. But of course, Emperor messes the math up. Thijs doesn't know that. Thijs knows that some cards are reduced by Emperor, but doesn't know quite which. So he's going to be playing extra safe. It still doesn't dodge the fact that Ostkaka, if he draws Alexstrasza, the game might just be over.
Yeah, but he might need to use the Fireball here to deal with Dr. Boom.
Or do you? Do you just play, you know, perhaps the Doomsayer and heal yourself for 7?
I think it's also possible that he would go for some kind of cycle on the Blood Mage. Yes.
Okay.
Seems, yeah, he's going for it. He wants to double his chances in finding that Alexstrasza.
There you go.
For the next turn.
Let's see how much the Boombox hit. One and double 1.
One. That's so bad for Thijs.
That is
so good for Ostkaka though.
Thijs.
Oh wow, it's gonna actually Ice Lance to Dr. Boom, and once again Thijs is faced again. Wow, Finalist chosen.
This time Thijs can deal with that.
That's
with the
true.
Blackwing Corruptor, Holy Nova, or Blackwing Corruptor, Valence chosen. There's a lot of ways to do this. But also just Valence chosen.
And Corruptor.
And yeah, Corruptor. Yeah, that's the most likely one because that gives him the most possible power on the board.
This is so good for Thijs.
Yeah.
This is the second Doomsayer. We've seen a Flame Strike, so there is only Blizzard left.
That's right, and a very good position here. Ostkaka draws a Blizzard, once again can stall the game out. But keeping the Holy Novas for Thijs is actually so important. He can play Holy Nova into Hero Power, heal himself for 4th over 2 turns. That's 8 health. So that's a lot of health gain.
Oh, that's the second Fireball. So this means that the game can still end if there is an Alexstrasza draw from Ostkaka. But at this point, it looks really good for Thijs anyway, because there is not enough clears to deal with the board.
Well, now that you mentioned that, it's actually a very scary situation. If Thijs does get Alexstrasza, he's probably going to be Holy Nova and then heal himself, right? That's 19. And 19 is exactly how much damage Ostkaka has. So Thijs needs to end this game before it gets to that point.
Yeah. There's an Icebook as well. So Ostkaka still has some time to get that Alexstrasza. It all depends on that.
Yeah, and Thijs could go for a Holy Nova to try heal up his own minions.
Oh.
But I believe Ostkaka is only running 1 Flame Strike and it's already been played, so there are no board clears available for Ostkaka.
And once again, it comes back to the matchup of Priest versus Mage, right? Where Mage has that store that combo for over 2 turns, Alexstrasza plus the burn. Sometimes it just might be too much for the Priest to deal with. They don't have access to armor or any overhealing, so that's the weakness of it.
Is Antonidas enough for Ostkaka?
Well, Antonidas is definitely not as good as Alexstrasza because it makes the math really, really difficult. Another Frostbolt comes into hand.
That's a lot of damage, but not enough to win the game here.
Well, I mean, it's pretty interesting right now because the Frostbolt does make it so that Ostkaka doesn't die next turn. He could also use it against the Dr. Boom because Holy Novas might prop block. He could also choose the Fireball and kill off the Dr. Boom that way. But then, of course, you don't get the Alexstrasza burst combo that you're looking for.
Unless he goes for the Frostbolt on the Dr. Boom, the Ice Block is getting popped. Those Holy Novas in Thijs' hand are 3 damage each, but with only 9 on the board, that adds up to 15.
So he's still safe.
Would be one off from popping the Ice Block.
Yep, which means the Holy Novas are not going to be used. Oh, Cabal Shower Priest, not really a good card right now.
How many draws still Ostkaka has to win with Alexstrasza? Like, he needs to have Ice Block up when he draws it.
That's true, but he still has his Ice Block up right now in this exact moment.
Does.
So this is the turn for Alexstrasza, for Ostkaka. And of course, Thijs is going to cross his fingers and hope that this is not the case.
So this might be the last draw for him.
very well be.
Possibly.
If he draws an Alexstrasza after that, he will not be able to play Ice Block and Alexstrasza in the same.
Yeah, he'll have to go with another strategy, perhaps clearing the board and then Alexstrasza hitting the face. But Shadow Word Death is going to make short work of it.
It's so amazing that Thijs is so close to winning this game.
Very important draw here for Ostkaka. He gets Alexstrasza! Oh my goodness! Oh my god!
Top.
Wow!
This is incredible!
That's exactly the card you're looking for. Now Thijs is going to be reduced down to 15 health. And 4 extra healing is the maximum thing you can do. And of course, Ostkaka has the 19 damage. Can Thijs actually get away
with
from
the spell
this?
damage? Is that +6?
the spell damage, the spell power
Spell power
only
does
only
not
buffs the damage part
and
of the
not
Holy
heal.
Nova. It
Oh.
will still heal for only 2 damage.
Which is 19, which is exactly what Ostkaka has in his hand.
Wow.
He has the coin, but it's not enough to squeeze out the hero power.
Yeah, Holy Nova costs a little bit too much. Playing both would be 12 mana, and yeah, that top deck, man.
That was the last moment. That was the only moment he needed. He needed that extra. Without drawing it, the game was in Thijs' hand.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just the very
It would have
last
been really
moment.
difficult.
So Thijs goes through the motions,
Yep.
gets the ice block.
Yeah, of course you want to use the hero power because you can Holy Nova next turn and hero power to get even more healing. But unfortunately for him, the Emperor reducing the Ice Lance is just enough to finish the game. Ostkaka is going to the Grand Finals and is
Yeah.
going to have a chance at the World Championship.
He just needs to go for the motions.
Yep.
Double Fireball is 12, Frostball is 15.
Yeah, gotta not tremble now with your fingers. Gonna just drag the 4 spells directly to Thijs' opponent, and that's the game.
Yeah, that is game.
Oh.
And with that Frostbolt and Ice Lance,
Wow.
it is apparent that Ostkaka takes it, and he goes to the finals of the World Championship. What a match.
I still can't believe it.
What a match.
It looks so bad for him. He was hoping to get the Alex Raza, not getting it. Then on the last moment, he actually gets it and has exactly the 19 damage that he needed to lethal there.
I can't believe how close Thijs was with this priest deck. It was such a bad matchup, but he was almost there. He was 1 card away.
And not to mention that the whole series was just it's so intense, right? We got the Rogue doing Ostkaka's Rogue stuff, and then we have the self-ping. There was just so many different situations where the game could have panned out differently if not for these 2 world-class players that are playing. But Ostkaka is going to take it today, and yeah, his play was so impressive. He definitely deserves a spot in the finals, and he's going to face against the winner of Hotform and Kuno. That's going to be happening after this.
Absolutely. Ostkaka is our first finalist. Savitz, do you have anything to say about this amazing match?
I was predicting that we are going to see a good game, but that was an understatement. That was an amazing match. It's just mind-blowing. That's Hearthstone at its best.
All right, I absolutely agree. Guys, Rachel is ready with our winner on the stage. Let's hear his thoughts.
Thanks so much, Nimsh. I'm here with Ostkaka, and you know what? That was incredible, especially that final draw, Alex Straza for the win. How did you feel when you saw that face?
I mean, it was like a 1-5 or 1-6, so at that point it was just, I thought it was almost over. It was the only card I could draw at that point. But I mean, this series overall was just the most intense series I've ever played, and so many close situations. I almost managed to like throw it away because I felt like in game 3 I didn't play super well. I was a little bit inexperienced in that matchup. But for the rest of the series, I think I played pretty well, so I'm really happy that I made it to the finals.
Congratulations. Ostkaka's moving on to the finals, taking out Thijs, and you talked about hard choices, especially in game 2. We saw you make an exceptionally hard choice. You took out your own Bludge Mage Thalanos to play Lotheb. What do you have to calculate when you're making these extremely hard choices in these very high stakes matches?
For me, it's just a lot about like looking at what your opponent has in his hand and just experience with the matchup, just playing it over and over again on ladder. And obviously, Lotheb is really good against Freeze Mage. I saw that he was setting up the Flame Strike, so it was a very logical move.
Now, you and Thijs are 2 of the most accomplished players on the Hearthstone World Championship stage this weekend. You both have a number of accolades that you've earned throughout the years. Do you feel better having Thijs behind you as an opponent, or do you still feel like the next matchup is going to be your most difficult matchup?
I feel like this match was almost worthy of like being a grand final. So it was an insanely close match. But of course, the other 2 semifinals are also really strong. So I'm looking forward to the finals, of course.
Well, we're looking forward to the finals as well. Please give one more round of applause. Our first finalist, Ostkaka. Our next semifinal match between Kuno and Hotform is coming up soon. In the meantime, here is our Windows 10 game DVR replay.
The 2015 World Championship Series Global Finals is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, MasterCard, and T-Mobile.
Hi everyone, I'm here on stage with Mal'Ganis and Valera. Although this Mal'Ganis should look a little familiar to you guys. Can you tell who it is? Do you want to ruin the surprise? Who's in the costume?
I am Eternal!
He is Eternal, he is also Elky. Now I know you're an accomplished professional gamer, you're an accomplished poker player. I had no idea that you and Jenny here were accomplished cosplayers as well.
I mean, I'm not that accomplished, but I really love it. It's like a lot of fun, and it's a great universe. And especially at the BlizzCon, it's even better because like the reception is awesome. You know, you walk around and everybody's like, "Wow, that's so great! That's so cool looking!" And like a lot of people who know it's Mal'Ganis, right? If you just like do it like in a random place, like in Europe, then they will look at you like you're kind of crazy. So it's pretty awesome here, even though I'm crazy anyways.
Well, you guys look fantastic. Can you talk to me about some of the work that went into the costumes, Jenny? I'm sorry? Can you talk to me about some of the work that went into the costumes?
I emailed some people and opened the box. Sorry, we didn't make this.
Well, you guys look fantastic. Whoever you emailed, I'm gonna need that address later. Now, Elky, you've had a chance to hang out on the stage and watch some of these professional matches, and even yesterday participate in your own against Daniel Negreanu. And we talked a little bit about how poker relates to Hearthstone. So can you tell me a little bit about the skills that are involved in both?
Yeah, sure, for sure. So like poker is a game, of course, where there's like variance and you have to rely on luck. But the thing is that you can control luck and you can kind of decide like when you want to rely on it at some part of the game. And Hearthstone is kind of similar. Like let's say if you're way ahead and you can play pretty safe and you don't want to take too many risks and you can play around like the main threats of your opponent. So you kind of have to know what can you do next turn. And then like if I'm ahead on board, I don't want to take risks. Like let's say you don't want to overcommit to the board or things like that. And like in poker, it's kind of the same because you want to calculate your risks. And it's like really, really important in Hearthstone. And you can see those guys like playing at a really like the world-class level. And I was like, oh, I wouldn't have done that. But that would probably be a mistake if I had done something else, right?
Well, speaking of calculated risks, walking around BlizzCon and this crowd is pretty tough with those wings and those shoulders, but you guys are rocking it. I'm so happy to have you on the stage. I'm so happy to have all of you joining us in the crowd. We're gonna go to a short interview with Kno, and we'll be right back.
私の名前は佐藤雄一郎で ID は久野として知られています。国籍は日本です。チームは入っていません。 ID の由来は、元は、なんかキャラクターの名前ですけど、今はノーレッジの頭文字を取ったということにしています。コミュニティが小さいことで、トッププレイヤーから中堅仮想までのプレイヤーが気軽に関われるということは情報を伝えるか去年ブリズコンに出た D2 とは、たまに話をする感じでブリズコンに来るにあたってはリラックスしろとのアドバイスをいただきました。ブリズコンを勝つにあたって最大の難関は運ですかね。賞金の使い道は特には考えてませんけどパックを買うとかいいかもしれませんね。
Our first semifinal match was amazing, and now we have our second. So please help me welcome to the stage our first semifinalist competing in this match.
Hotform, representing Canada.
And his opponent and our final semifinalist.
No, representing Japan.
All right, gentlemen, come on down. Bring it in here. Get close. We have a lot to talk about. Really, though, it's just one question. Kno, do you feel like you have done everything in your power to prepare for this match?
Yeah, I think so. I already watched everything BOD of Hotform. So I kind of know everything what he uses. So maybe I will win this.
We shall see. Now, Hotform, do you feel like you have done everything necessary to prepare for this match?
Yeah, I think so. I studied hard, and I'm ready to play some perfect games.
We shall see. Gentlemen, please shake hands and head into the booth. We are all set to find out who will take it and who will move on to the finals. So casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Rachel, and greetings from the casters deck. Ready for our second semifinal here at the Hearthstone World Championships for 2015. Who will be playing Ostkaka in the finals between Hotform and Kuno? My name is Frodan. I'm joined by two legendary gentlemen in Raynad and Hyped. Two very stunning gentlemen as well. How's it going, Raynad? How are you enjoying BlizzCon day number 2?
I've been loving it, man. I took some 3D photos, got to see a lot of the upcoming Blizzard content, and now I am on the most handsome casting desk of the day. So
Thank you.
couldn't be doing better.
All right, well, Hyped, you also have to fetch me a compliment, so let's go ahead and see what you have to say.
Hair looks great.
Oh, thanks,
As
man.
always.
Thanks, always. You too, buddy. You too, buddy. Well, guys, we're having a lot of fun up here on the desk, but it's time to kind of take off the kitty gloves. These guys are playing for a lot. It's not just the finals, but there's a serious amount of cash money on the line. If you're able to go from here, it's an additional $35,000 guaranteed, because top 4 is $15,000. In the finals, you're guaranteed 50, and that's, for some of these players, is enough for the entire year's worth of earnings.
Absolutely. I mean, the stakes are so high. Both players really, I mean, this must be the most important match they've played of their lives. Every match in this tournament has been. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be pretty tense, and I hope we see some good games.
If you're taking a look at the lineups, or you're taking a look at these two players, do you feel one player is favored over the other, Hyped?
Well, I'm really hoping for Hotform to win just because of the Rogue. I want to see the Rogue v Rogue finals. But the Rogue is going to be kind of his weak point, I feel like, as opposed to No with the weak point of the mid-range Paladin. I'm just focusing on the weak points mostly.
Okay, fair enough. Do you agree with that, Raynad?
Yeah, I mean, Conquest is a format where a lot of times you can, your two better decks, at least in the matchups, will win, and then that last deck is what kind of loses you the set because it'll struggle to get that last win that you need. And that's just, by virtue of the format, that's how it works. And both players definitely have a deck that kind of has weaker matchups, as usual. But really it's anyone's game. And yeah, I don't know who I'd give the edge to, honestly.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll talk about that more in depth in just a few seconds. For now, we're going to get to know Hotform a little bit better with this quick segment piece as we get ready for our second semifinals.
ID の由来は、元は、なんかキャラクターの名前ですけど、今はノーレッジの頭文字を取ったということにしています。コミュニティが小さいことで、トッププレイヤーから中堅、仮想までのプレイヤーが気軽に関われるということは情報を伝えるか。家族や友達は私がハーストーン、真面目にやってることは知っていて、お金が手に入るのでいいんじゃないという感じですね。
Hotform versus No!
Two men on the stage, but only one can walk out the victor between Hotform and Kuno. One from Canada, one from Japan, both regions' last hopes. Of course, you see Canada representing the Americas region, Kuno representing Southeast Asia Pacific, or APAC for short. A lot on the line, again, for their regions as well as for themselves. Can't really wait to see how it's going to happen too, considering that we do have a couple of unique choices as well in the lineups. We do see another Rogue player here in the semifinals, a class that's been underestimated, but beloved by one of us, Hyped. Rogue is a class after your own heart, but why is it struggling in the eyes of the public, but yet doing well in tournaments? Why do you think that?
I think overall it is a little bit weak, but for this particular tournament meta, I think they've found a little niche where they can actually get some wins against Priest, for example.
That's true, although Priest is the only class that was played by Thijs here. Oh, sorry, Thijs was the only one playing Priest, and yet he's out of the tournament. So even if you have that advantage going in, we'll see what happens with that Rogue deck eventually. For now, game number 1 is about to begin. The Druid versus the Warlock. And remember, Kuno is playing an all mid-range lineup. He's playing the mid-range Zoo, he's playing the mid-range Paladin, and he's bringing these types of decks to try and overwhelm Hotform.
Yeah, I think a lineup like that is definitely going to create some very interesting, close games because, it's not really out of any matchup to begin with. You're always in the game, always have a shot. Pretty good opening hand from No here. Usually when you play Zoo, you're pretty happy to see Druid on the other side of the table. It's usually easy to wrestle early board control away from them and kind of snowball the game into a win. But with the Grand Tournament coming out recently, we did see Darnassus Aspirant get added to most Druid decks, which definitely helps out in the more aggressive matchups like Zoo.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see if any other additional cards have made it in the way of Hotform's deck as well, if it'll be helpful, right? If it's a Savage Combatant or even Living Roots, some of these cards have found their ways in Druid lists, which would help some of the early game problems with the curve.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a great hand. Keeper of the Grove, one of the few cards you want to draw against almost any version of Warlock. Silencing is so valuable against the class because of high impact threats that the aggressive list can make, like Nerubian Egg or Void Collar, and even the slower Warlock decks have Twilight Drakes, things like that. So he's going to be very happy to see that along with an Innervate. This is kind of the dream as the Druid. When you can turn 2 Keeper of the Grove, killing a Knife Juggler and a coin effectively from Kuno, that is not what Kuno wants to see at this point.
Not at all, considering that this Keeper of the Grove will not only challenge the Knife Juggler number 2, but also stay alive. So that Keeper could effectively kill 3 cards. But there is an alternative play, and that Nerubian Egg will set up so that way when they use Power Overwhelming on it, you still have a challenging 4/4 to it.
Yeah, so when the more aggressive versions of Zoo tend to lose board control that early to a Keeper, they kind of struggle to recover for the rest of the game. But in the case of Kuno's deck, it's a lot slower. We see a Dr. Boom in his hand. So he's fine kind of losing the board for a little while, playing the board control game. Yeah, just develop Power Overwhelming here. And I think we're likely going to see him take out that Darnassus Aspirant.
Yeah, you want to hit off this Mana Crystal as fast as you can, because now all of a sudden Hotform is back on 4 Mana Crystals. So if you picked up a 5 mana minion, wouldn't be able to play it. Just like that, the Azure Drake appears. We saw what we were talking about. Hotform will spend his turn clearing, though, because again, Zoo hasn't really changed much, even though the speed has definitely decreased. Ultimately, he still builds upon the strength of the board with cards like Defender of Argus.
I see a very key juggle coming in there too. If that juggle went to face, that Keeper of the Grove would still be in play, threatening minions right now. So very, very good for Kuno that he hit the minion he wanted to last turn.
With the clear board, we have all the 4 drops locked out. Defender of Argus, Implosion, neither of them are playable. Pretty big.
Yeah, that's huge, again, because then they can't leverage those small minions like Implosion, and then you have to bank off of them being able to kill this Azure Drake.
I think we're going to see Kuno take some time to think this turn. This is a really tough play. He just threw that Void Collar. That opens up a new option. He's already seen Keeper of the Grove out of Hotform, so he's not going to expect a second one. He's considering Implosion, but that just has so many possible outcomes. If he rolls a 2, it's just a very, very weak play. He's going to go for it.
2 out of 3 chances. He lands it. He hits a 4. There is a swipe on the other end, but killing off the Drake without having to sacrifice his Void Collar, or Void Walker, excuse me. Very nice job. And that's going to take Hotform's entire turn. Sure, he has to respond, but Kuno has the initiative.
Absolutely. Being the first person to develop a minion every turn is just so important in Hearthstone, because as long as you're the first person doing stuff, you're almost always going to win. He doesn't draw a 2-drop here, so he's just going to have to spend some mana to draw a card. But I think Kuno's going to be pretty happy to just develop a Void Collar and get on board early.
Oh, that's a nasty draw. The Doom Guard coming into the hand. That's another candidate that can be pulled by the Void Collar.
So as the Druid, how do you like to play this matchup, Hype?
Well, in this situation, getting a Dr. Boom down on this board is really good. Usually, by the time you get to turn 7, you're like really afraid to play Dr. Boom because you're worried about dying. But Hotform got it down pretty much uncontested. He was the first one to play Dr. Boom, which is huge. And with the Savage Roar now, he has a bunch of possibilities.
That is true. I was actually counting how much damage he has with the Druid Claw and Savage Roar right now. How much is that? It's 20 damage, it looks like.
Yeah, man, that's the power of Druid. You can just get in there out of nowhere. Does he want to go for it? I think he should, to be honest. Like, he can't die from that life total, even if Kuno does have that Dr. Boom in play. I mean, that's 11 damage. He's already seen a Power Overwhelming. If you just get in there for a lot right now and try to finish the game next turn with Force of Nature, the only thing that could really stop that from Kuno's side is something like a Mal'Ganis off a Void Collar.
That's true. Or Defender of Argus to just like stop some of the bleeding. Hotform going to take it a little bit slow and play the Emperor Thorson and still effectively have combo, but also put more minions onto the board to build up the pressure even more. Oh, well, the Boombot hit for 4. That's even more direct damage, setting up Hotform to potentially be able to kill the next turn.
Well, this is also a very good play. This basically saves the Force of Nature Savage Roar combo, one of the most powerful combos in Hearthstone, to develop next turn for Hotform. He recognizes that. Might as well just develop an Emperor Thorson and have that combo available for next turn. Try to win the game that way.
But the Kanoa has 2 Defender of Arguses, which over the course of 2 turns, if he's able to play it out, will set up a lot of walls, maybe to the point where Druid can't even force his way past it.
Absolutely.
Oh, come on, that was a legendary pun. You missed it right now. All right, no worries. Cast is for 4 or 5 games. We can definitely last it through. Kuno here, I think a Defender play on the Dr. Boom allows him to trade very effectively, but then what's the best sequencing? Because Imp-Gang Boss, you play it, you do get to get the Doomguard forced out, but it's a little bit mana inefficient.
It's definitely tough to say. He does get the Doomguard and play out the Void Collar. This huge, the taunts are lined up, but is it enough to survive? It is. If Hotform were to combo here, he's looking at getting in 8 damage at Kuno's face. And if he does commit to that play, and which he might, to be fair, and just assume Kuno doesn't have another taunt, that could actually win the game for Kuno, essentially. He could set up that Defender of Argus.
Yeah, it looks like we're just going to see him bust through the first half, set up the College Shredder, and hope for a big roar on 10 mana next turn.
Yeah, that
from
makes
dying,
sense.
but we'll see what kind of wall Kuno can put up.
Well, he's got a decent-sized wall. Plus, I don't mind putting my faith in Shredders sometimes to get a little lucky. If you can taunt out the Pilot Shredder with Defender of Argus, maybe another taunt comes out.
Yeah, we usually don't see Shredder in Zoo. This is a lot of 4 drops. He has Implosion, 2 Defender of Arguses, Void Callers, and Shredders.
Yeah, that's a really interesting call here. Why do you think he has like Pilot Shredder in the Zoo deck hyped?
I will leave that up to the Zoo inventor right now.
The Zoo inventor! Well, what do you think? Right at.
Well, Shredder's pretty good, Dan. That's my assessment. Good minion. When you have 4 mana, you want to get it down. That's about it. This is a card I tested a little bit, to be honest. It's not quite as strong as Void Collar. It doesn't get you those free wins sometimes, but it's just such a powerful minion. And, you know, back in the days when Zoo played things like Harvest Golem, you really wanted as many of those as you could get.
Well, this is the 2nd Defender of Argus, and by our count, that's not enough to kill your opponent just yet, but what he can do is effectively set him down to 2 HP. Oh, that's a painful minion to come out of the Pilot Shredder, effectively giving it Divine Shield.
Yeah, Succubus, very powerful, but
Mal'Ganis draw or bust, right?
Yeah, well, the thing is, Hotform doesn't have any more burst damage in his hand. He needs to draw something like another Keeper, a swipe, just some way to end it.
That's right. By effectively going all face, he set up a race to see who can kill each other the fastest, and he is going to really hope for the next draw to end this game.
A taunt would help.
Oh! Big Game Hunter is not it, and there is 4, 6, 7, 9, 12 damage on board, which is just enough to kill Druid, even though hero powers.
Hotform was so far ahead. He could have threatened lethal in so many different ways. And that double Defender of Argus.
Yeah, that double Defender of Argus back-to-back locked Hotform out of the game.
Just pulls him from the brink of death. What a card.
And it was exact, too, because you don't know if one of those cases where even if Hotform didn't die the following turn, there was no board space. So you could see that Kuno, even if he was trying to draw for lethal, he might not have the opportunity to play it, giving him another turn to draw into lethal. Every single point of damage that game mattered down to the T.
I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of close games like that. With an all mid-range lineup, it's going to be a lot of back and forth, a lot of, like the play will really matter. And I feel like most games involving mid-range decks aren't usually a blowout one way or the other. What do you think of Kuno's lineup, by the way, Hype?
It's pretty solid. The Zoo was really good against the Tempo Mage, for example, and the Druid. It would have given Hotform a chance to win with his Rogue, but he still has a chance in the mid-range Paladin.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely.
That's going to be Kuno's weak point.
I think that's the wild card in general. Like, how do you feel mid-range Paladin currently sits in the metagame compared to its very annoying cousin, the Mysterious Challenger Paladin?
I have not played much. I know Reynad was a big fan of the Murloc Knight before it came out.
Yeah. It's
still
definitely a card I like a lot. Yeah, I feel like mid-range Paladin is a deck that we constantly underestimate just because we see so little of it on ladder that we feel like Challenger might be stronger. But when it comes to tournament play, mid-range Paladin has done incredibly well. It was really popular with the players from South America earlier in the Americas Championship, and every time I've seen it on stage, essentially, in the past couple months, it's done very, very well.
Even in the Chinese region, a lot of the players that qualified out of China for the top 16 in the Hearthstone World Championship used mid-range Paladin or slower Paladin variants compared to the Secrets Paladin. You could chalk it up to unfamiliarity with the deck. For example, Secrets Paladin was still relatively new, and mid-range Paladin's been around for a while, but the fact still stands that a lot of the people in that region seem to like this deck.
Absolutely. Hotform playing one of my favorite decks in Hearthstone right now, which is Tempo Mage.
Yeah.
Very satisfying deck to play. I love that play style. And he's got a pretty solid hand. Mad Scientist is exactly what you want to see in the opening hand. He has the Frostbolt and Stable Portal, also very powerful cards that are just very flexible. You can use them whenever they fit into your curve.
Well, he does draw Mirror Entity and the Mad Scientist. That's something that he'd love that Mirror Entity to be something else. Mana Worm, preferably, is usually what you want to see early game.
So this is kind of a subtle thing, but having that Zombie Chow is just so important for the Paladin in the opening hand. It's the only 1-mana play that the Control Paladin deck can have. So when you do draw, you're effectively taking an extra turn. And it's just so important for Control Paladin or Mid-Range Paladin compared to any other class to have that card.
Yeah, so much so that Hotform is using Frostbolt to eliminate that Zombie Chow. Is that something desperate enough, you think, Hype?
It's pretty desperate. Not only do you use the Frostbolt, but Tempo Mage really values that coin for a huge Flamewaker plays.
That's true. That Flamewaker, you just bypass 2 damage that you're able to benefit from, or hit a curve earlier. Like if you have Dr. Boom, be able to try to get ahead of your opponent's curve and play it before his, possibly.
We're going to see the classic Mad Scientist versus Knife Juggler tension. That Aldor Peacekeeper draw, actually pretty solid for Kuno here. If he doesn't get a muster for battle, he can just play that on curve, keep his Knife Juggler around, and even though that dies to Hotform's hero power, Hotform doesn't want to be spending the time and the mana to be killing that on turn 3.
Yeah, that's right. Not only is it inefficient onto the board, but he floats a mana that way. And this will definitely put it uncomfortable for Hotform. Again, he wished he had a coin potentially for things like the Flamewaker. But now he's going to have to wait for more spells and more mana crystals to use it.
Yeah, so now Hotform is at a bit of a crossroads. He did get a Mirror Entity off of the Mad Scientist, so he can't spend this turn developing the one from hand. So he is going to choose the hero power. Muster for battle, just 1 turn too late, but still a very good draw.
We do know that is Mirror Entity, like you said, because it was unable to play, but I believe he only plays 2 Mirror Entities and nothing else. And Kuno should understand this about Hotform's deck, having full information. And if you know that there's no counter spell and it's only Mirror Entity, that allows you to play optimally from this point.
Now Kuno decides I'm going to give Hotform the Shredder, and Mad Scientist showing why it's one of the most powerful 2-drops in the game here.
That's awkward. The Mana Wraith. Well, I mean, I guess he still has the opportunity to evaluate some of the plays. On Steel Portal first.
Oh, no Azure Drake just yet.
Huh.
Oh, sorry, that's a Screwjank Clunker. It looked like a Black
play
Technician.
I don't think so.
There's Shredder, and I think that's about it. But I don't know if Hotform is playing Shredder.
Oh, and the Boombots.
Yes,
the Boombots.
I saved it.
Yeah, I guess so. Playing the Screwclank Junker for tempo. It looks like a Quartermaster. Without his Silverhand Raccoon, just feels like something's missing.
Pretty clean answer to the 2/5, and he gets to leave the Mana Wraith on board for Hotform's turn. Just continue to be annoying.
It's true, but you can always just trade the 2/2 into the Shredder itself, and then use Flamewaker to go crazy. But he doesn't have any 2-mana spells or lower.
Imagine if you had the coin, you could do coin Mirror Entity, for example, get the 4 pings.
Yeah, that would be nuts. But yeah, Flamewaker, this is exactly probably the most important card in Hotform's deck, I would say, against almost any version of Paladin. One thing that Paladin decks can consistently do is develop a lot of soldiers, or just 1/1s in general, through things like Haunted Creeper, and it's very tough to clear those out with things like your Hero Power and Frostbolts. You really need to draw Flamewaker at some point, and usually 2 of them, to snowball the game against Paladin as the Tempo Mage.
Yeah, in fact, it's pretty much your key to survival, because unless you're running Flame Strike, you're just going to lose the board, and you need to use the board and leverage whatever minions you have, so that way cards like Fireball and Antonitis can become lethal damage as opposed to cleaning up opponents' minions.
Hotform choosing to leave the high power minion alive on Kuno's side of the table because he wants there to be as many targets as possible for his Flamewaker triggers, for his hero power. He is going to take a bit of extra damage for this choice, but he doesn't have to deal with the 2-drop that's coming out of Pilot Shredder.
Not yet, at least. Lothep will lock out some of these spells.
Now Shredder gets to get some value before getting pinged off. That's huge. There's nothing more satisfying than trading off a 4-1 Shredder.
Yeah. pretty effectively too. Although Hotform does pick up Water Elemental, that's something pretty powerful to do too this turn. And Kuno will just respond by playing what many consider to be the strongest legendary in the game. Has he been dethroned yet, you think? Or is it still Dr. Boom #1? Is he the first round draft pick?
Mysterious Challenger is in the legendary, so yeah. One.
So good we had to put him in twice.
I'm on Team Gormok.
Team Gormok! Well, on this board, it'd be pretty good still, right? You have 5 minions on board. Yeah. Well, Hotform draws Mirror Image, so that is some synergy with the Flame Wakers. But it's also one of those things about Boombots. I'm always really scared about those things.
Yeah, Paladin is actually... well, if Hotform here can clear the Boombots without losing his taunts, it's actually very inefficient for Kuno to punch through those. So if he could develop 2 Flame Wakers, a Mirror Image, and then have them kind of survive, soak up about 9 damage from Kuno's side,
yeah,
he could easily start stabilizing the board again and trying to catch up. But yeah, the first person that plays Dr. Boom just consistently having such a huge edge. It is such a powerful minion, like you mentioned, and yeah, I mean, getting it down first makes it so tough to win. Hotform would love to develop his own here, but if he does, might just die.
Yeah, there's a lot of board tension on the other side just because you don't know if Paladin can be aggressive. And sure, it doesn't have burst, but if it has 14 damage on the board, you're going to be in trouble if you can't stop it. What is he going to attack with the Water Elemental? He's picking a favorable trade. And, well, there hypothetically is lethal if things worked out optimally by the Boombots hitting phase.
Yeah, so Kuno's going to start doing some math. He recognizes that he can deal about 18 damage this turn.
Guaranteed.
Stay from double fireball. Counter kill, as long as the Boombots don't hit him as well.
Yeah, that is that possibility too. How much do I play board versus going aggressive? Because my opponent might also have a very strong lethal possibility as well. This is something that you have to consider because Kuno's like, well, you played Dr. Boom very aggressively. Maybe you have a way to kill me.
It's actually these Dr. Boom versus Dr. Boom board states where something like Aldor Peacekeeper is so powerful. It's always a tough call to know whether to go face or trade off with your Dr. Boom. Oh, I love this play.
This is so creative.
Essentially the Aldor Peacekeeper play.
Yeah.
Yeah, so by silencing his own Dr. Boom, he negates the effect of equality and restores the 7/7 on the board. And he's getting the face damage.
Yeah, Kuno showing why he is in the semifinals of the Hearthstone World Championships here. And yeah, she's going to take a turn to develop a Shredder. Has huge initiative on the board now. And things are not looking good for Hotform.
No, sir, because even the Fireball, oh, he's gotten some fireworks.
Oh, yeah, we're going to see some fireworks.
Here we go. 4th of July came early for all of you American fans. We're going to see a lot of explosions in just a second. And, of course, he can also snipe this Pilot Shredder to reduce the power on board. What? Is he going to actually kill this Boom?
Wow.
It could happen. No way! And that means that Kuno can't get through both mirror entities and start attacking the face this turn. And both these Flame Wakers will survive.
That is brutal. So Kuno at this point, he has to make a decision. If he plays True Silver and Muster, he's going to lose one of his weapons without getting full value out of it. He's thinking, okay, should I play Muster for battle and just hold off on the True Silver? Maybe attack with my Light's Justice, set one of those taunts to 1 health, and try to finish it with a token next turn? Or do you just develop True Silver now, knock out a taunt, and be more aggressive with it?
Yeah, and be more respectful to the mana as well, because you might not have the opportunity to play True Silver on the following turn. If you draw a Tyrion, for example, you can't really utilize the True Silver champion next turn. So he goes ahead and kills every single mirror entity, but with 2 Flame Wakers on board, I'm not sure what to expect, Rayned.
What would you Fireball here? Maybe you Hero Power the Shredder. Oh, jeez.
Maybe you don't even have to, but
Fireball face.
We'll see.
That's
Fireball the
nice.
face. And with a, well, Zap-O-Matic most likely won't survive. Wow, that is conservative.
He had the option of killing Zap-O-Matic there, the Flame Waker, and setting it to 1 health, but he's being really protective of them, doesn't want to get blown out by something like Consecrate.
That's right, so Hotform begins the victory march for the Americas. Just a couple more turns.
All right, so if we see something like an old Murkai, this could help get Kuno back into the game, but he needs to get a fantastic Murloc here.
Yeah, not one of those 2-1s.
Brutal. Well,
yeah, that's
not a
definitely one of the weakest ones. And a simple spell damage draw might be able to end the game. Might be able to end the game. If he hits all face. Oh, man. Well, it's still really powerful, and you can kill off this Murloc Knight. You know, to Hotform, there's really no rush. His opponent's still left top deck, and the only problem is if he hits into a Tyrion and can't get past it.
Yeah, so something like a Consecration here would be...
Oh my goodness! That Consecration was a huge draw! And now that's a full board clear.
So now Kuno has a tough choice. He really needs to kill this Flame Waker, but he doesn't want to. Hotform's already down to 6. He wants to just go face.
That's right.
But he's back in the game, and now it's on to Hotform to draw a threat. And he has drawn a string of spells, so it's likely.
Threat would be Antonitis or something equivalent. Azure Drake is still really big.
That's actually one of the best draws in his deck.
Certainly. And now Mana Worm comes into hand, which, again, every small little point of damage really does matter. How is Kano going to wiggle out this one? He needs his Tyrion. No, Big Game Hunter is drawing short, and that will mean Game 2 goes to Hotform. As he cannot stop the aggression, we have ourselves a tied series.
What a game.
Tempo Mage delivers every single time. That deck is full of shenaniganry.
Flame Waker, man. Turns out it's pretty good against Muster for battle.
That was intense. We saw Kano pull back a lot and play very conservative with his Piloted Shredders, for example. He was always running his Piloted Shredder, say, into the Loatheb, and then also the turn before he's doing trades with it. Really not caring about face damage and maybe hurting him at the end.
Yeah, that's right. It could have been maybe that extra little push, because you did notice that at one point he had an option to attack with the True Silver Champion for 4 damage and put his opponent to 2. But imagine if that scenario where he did 2 extra damage somewhere and was able to use that True Silver to hit face. These are the small decisions that end up becoming the difference between winning and losing in these close matches.
Absolutely. You can't even consider like him playing more conservatively as a misplay even. What he did, you can't really anticipate the way that Hotform played that. He played Dr. Boom into Kuno's Dr. Boom.
Right.
Giving Kuno Boom initiative, I guess is what I would call it. And all of a sudden it just put him in a position where he could be aggressive and made him regret not getting that damage in. But definitely a tough thing to expect, I think, and both players played that fantastically.
Was that a key loss in any capacity for Kano? Did he need that mid-range Paladin to win that matchup, or do we expect this and, no harm, no foul, really? What do you think?
I think it tends to favor Tempo Mage, personally.
Yeah, I would say Hotform's Tempo Mage getting a win, not that important. Similar to No's Warlock getting a win. We expected both these to get the green checkmark pretty soon, and the mid-range Paladin is really going to try to steal a win from the Druid. It's been a traditionally somewhat okay matchup.
Well, okay matchup indeed, but you need it to be the best you can be, as I believe these players are really close to getting to their goal of the World Championship Finals. Game 3 is underway. We have Rogue versus the Druid. That Rogue being one of the huge wild cards in this tournament. How far can these Rogue players go? And one of them's waiting in the final. The other is 2 games away from joining him.
Yeah, I mean, this is a matchup that's hyped. You would know better than me. I usually play this from the Druid side. Do you feel like it's favored for rogues? What are the cards that are important?
You're asking a rogue player what he thinks about a matchup?
No, okay.
Let me guess. Is it rogue favorite hyped?
It's slowly gone into the Druid's favor.
Okay.
It's slowly deteriorated over time. Thanks to things like the Darnassus Aspirin, for example, compared to the Cut Purse. If the Cut Purse had 3 HP, maybe it'd be an even matchup still. But it's gone in the Druid's favor over time. The Big Game Hunter's not going to help the Druid, though, but this opening hand for the Druid is actually really bad. This is not what you want at all versus a rogue. All you want is a few creatures.
Yeah, the stickier creatures, the better. The Pilot Shredders, very difficult to deal with. Druid the Claw, just enough health to be annoying for Rogue. These kinds of cards are the ones that give him a lot of problems. And then Rogue has to use its own health to trade off board position because you're naturally equipping weapons and trying to clear the board that way. And then, of course, Druid uses Force of Nature Saboteur to end it.
It's a very solid hand for Hotform, though. That Deadly Poison got a lot better after the Grand Tournament came out, just because it kills more things from the Druid deck. It's a very important card to kill things like that Aspirant, to kill things like Piloted Shredder. So he's going to be happy to see that. And he has a nice curve of Hero Power into Deadly Poison SI into Azure Drake.
Yeah, it's a good point. And Rogue really needs that early game board presence to make sure that they can continue to seize tempo. One of the best cards, one of my favorite cards in the game is Sap from Rogue. And it gives you so much tempo where you're only using two mana to remove their minion. But the problem is if you have no board, sometimes Sap doesn't do anything. So this is where Rogue doesn't feel, uncomfortable dropping this big game hunter because he's just trying to get minion presence ahead of his opponent.
You see a solid turn 4, Deadly Poison SI to potentially kill whatever drops out of the Shredder. No, might save the coin though with all those 7 drops. And then we do have a nice turn 5 with the Azure Drake.
Yeah, Kuno's definitely not happy about seeing most of his 7-mana cards in his opening hand. Those are usually the most expensive cards in Druid decks. You definitely want to draw those later, but that Innervate's definitely going to help get some of those out, and I think we're going to see him save those just for that.
Wow, Savage Roar defensively, just to remove it. He knows this Big Game Hunter will do too much damage if he just ignores it or tries to play his own Big Game Hunter, which might get tempoed out.
I mean, it's actually an excellent play. That Savage Roar is unlikely to see value for a very long time, and it's very dangerous to let Rogue stick any minions, because if they just have one creature in play, they're going to kill all your stuff or sap all of it, and as they're doing that, you're taking a ton of damage in the process.
With the BGH down, he's pretty confident to drop the Doctor Boom, which will get sapped. We still have the Boom bots, and then we have the Ancient of War that we know won't get sapped later, which is huge for Druid.
Yeah. This board state, by the way, the Pilot Shredder and Dr. Boom are two of the main culprits of why you might see Rogue not succeeding as much these days, because of how powerful and sticky they are. And yet, ironically, Hotform is able to deal with it pretty flawlessly, considering that he had a board preemptive to the Dr. Boom. Depends on how these Boombots react, though.
I mean, he does manage to deal with it without using sap, but it cost him 10 damage. That's important. But he's a little bit less concerned about taking damage because he has seen a Savage Roar come out already. It's not like Kuno has developed too strong of a board, so he feels like, I can take some damage here, use this sap on a minion that gets a little bit less value when it's replayed.
That's right. So that Shadow Boxer that came out of the Shredder is relatively useless to the Rogue. The only exception, of course, being a Farseer. You don't really have much healing in Rogue these days. A lot of them have even cut a heal bot because they feel like it's, the Farseers are just better for early game tempo compared to having that heal bot, which comes much later. So Hotform picked up the Tinker Sharp Sword Oil. That's one of the keys to be able to win this game and flip. It's almost Rogue's version of the Force Nature Savage Roar in some capacities.
All right, interesting. So Hotform's going to choose not to sap that Shredder. He's going to clear the board standard way. All right, he's happy to see that Boombot outcome. And yeah, it's a great turn to develop Drake. Rogue is definitely a deck that's capable of flipping that switch and going in the offensive very quickly.
Right.
So if Kuno can just... Essentially, if Hotform can keep this initiative for 1 or 2 more turns, that 27-point life total from Kuno won't be nearly as impressive.
It'll evaporate in almost 1 turn thanks to cards like Blade Flurry, just because you get to double dip your damage with the weapon immediately. Deadly Poison and Sharp Sword Oil, that's 12 damage. And you just combine that with the buff on the minion, like a Southsea deck can, and it goes down really quick.
17. But with no threats, Kuno's going to be able to freely just drop the Ancient of War over and over. He doesn't even care if Hotform has the second sap, for example.
Yeah, this is fantastic for Kuno. This is exactly what he needed. Hotform did have one of the issues with the Rogue deck that you see once in a while, which is you just draw a hand of all spells, and it's tough to develop a threat. So he has to play this Southsea, not the most impressive minion, but that oil's definitely going to buff it up, put a lot of pressure onto Kuno, and that's not a minion that he wants to hero power.
Not at all. You want to take that additional damage. And usually Swipe is one of your best answers to cards like Violet Teacher, which you know Hotform is running too. But in this case, I think your best chance is to push with as much damage as possible. Rogue's traded so much of his life. He's at 9 HP.
Absolutely. That Ancient of Lore is very threatening. Being able to draw Kuno into a lot of cards that just end the game, like Force of Nature, the combo if he draws a second Savage Roar as well.
He also have option to just heal and outlast. He's pretty confident that Hotform doesn't have a sprint based on the fact that he's opened his turn 8 with Cannon Knives. He does have it now, so it's actually, it might bait into thinking he can heal himself.
All right, well, Hotform trying to cross the finish line some way, but Kuno is the one who's going to have big walls after big walls. And he also has heals to back it up, too.
And both players very low on life, but Hotform just needing to eviscerate that 4-1 big game hunter. Just so he's not dead to any 4 damage card, like Druid of the Claw, for example.
That's right.
With now, down, all you really have to worry about is maybe a Sap Flurry. That's all he's really worried about with, say, an Ancient of War, which I think is just a stronger play than the Ancient of Lore, for example, right now.
Okay, I definitely see that, yeah. If you're playing Ancient of War, I think you definitely expect it to get sapped for the first one, and then playing it the second time, you're hoping it kind of locks the rogue out of the game.
But Hotform has set up lethal too with all the little guys. That's 9 damage.
That's true.
With hero power.
Of course, like you said, the flurry is a big threat as well.
He has not seen a single blade flurry from Hotform. It's a card that you tend to see 2 of in these types of rogue lists. So he's going to go with the lore heal. Interesting. Okay.
Usually when you see a rogue with very little cards, you're pretty confident you can just run them out of cards. Gonna get tricked by this a little bit.
Well, Hotform did pick up the Blade Flurry, so that's really useful if Kuno end up going for the board flood option. And now he's in a tough position once again. Sapping this is not what he exactly wants to use, and that's going to make Ancient of War much stronger.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what Kuno was hedging against. If he played Ancient of War, he wouldn't have gotten any value out of his 7-drop. But in this case, he knows, I'll play Lore, I'll heal. Even if he has the sap, he's not going to get too much value out of it.
Will we see a charge here? Pretty tempting.
Yeah, it definitely has some merit.
Yeah, with Savage Roar down, he still has... Does he use both swipes or just one swipe?
Both, I think.
He used both swipes as well.
So he's looking for a Force of Nature or the second Druid of the Claw to finish the game.
Yeah, and there's not too many cards left in the Druid's deck. He knows that he can... If he can find a turn to develop Ancient of Lore, he's likely to draw into those, but he definitely wants to be mana efficient this turn. This is not the turn for Ancient of Lore. Most likely, if he's going for the Druid of the Claw Shredder play, there is some merit to Lore because you still are left with enough mana to play Darnassus Aspirant. So definitely a lot of options for Kuno here. No clear-cut best play. And these are the kinds of turns that, well, just decide who makes World Championship Finals, honestly.
That's right. So it's a really important one, one that you can understand why Kuno ropes. He's going over the Ancient of Lore as if he wants to play it again. This time, may just draw cards if he feels comfortable enough. He's going to heal once more. He's so defensive.
Taking the rogue is a perfectly viable plan. We will see the potential Lotheb Flurry turn to set up a huge board and clear your opponent's board, and the second sap, that's huge. That means he's going to be able to get through the Ancient of War.
That play was really defensive, and Rogue finally might be in a spot where he can turn the tides very convincingly, because he's going to have minions stick on the board, and he's going to have another oil come down.
This is absolutely huge for Hotform. He knows that he's not in danger of getting hit by anything like Force of Nature. He's developing such a massive board, killing all of Kuno's minions. And I don't know how Druid's going to flip this. This is just one of the weaknesses of the class. Once you're behind, it's really tough to flip these board states. You need these minions that can just dominate the board on their own, like Ancient of War. But that second sap from Hotform is going to put an end to that.
Yeah, no matter what minion he puts out, it's going to get pushed past. And with the oil, that's going to be additional 6 plus 15. The 8 on board. That's 14 damage.
15.
15 damage.
15 total damage. So he has 2 Eviscerates left as well.
Right.
And an SI7.
Well, he does want to eviscerate.
There are some direct damage sources he can get. Okay, well, what does Hotform have here?
So we know about the sap in Hotform's hand, but Kuno doesn't. He's going to go in on the Ancient of War and get punished. That is a card that you can't... Playing around the second copy of something is usually a tough call to make. Unless you're very far ahead, it's usually not right to. So this is definitely a correct play from Kuno, I think. This is an aggressive play. Let's develop Ancient of War, try to win the game with it. It's a great board for it if Hotform doesn't have the sap.
Well, even if he does sap, though, it is the second sap, which would make the Ancient of Lore stick much heavier. And that Blade Flurry allows him to get some additional damage in after this turn. So this could be the beginning of the end of Game 3. But is there a draw for Kuno to win the game right now? I don't believe so.
No, there's nothing that could deal quite enough damage here.
Sylvanas is too slow.
I think we're going to see a hero power on that SI7 agent. And this backstab oil flurry turn from Hotform should end it.
Yeah, that's right. It should be enough damage because then the backstab will activate the Sharp Sword Oil, giving him enough to be able to clear it.
Yeah, Rogue.
Rogue things, man. It's really powerful. I guess, is it dependent on where the oil lands at all? Or I think it's fine either way.
It's fine. You get the spell power. Yeah,
that's right. The spell power allows it to clear it anyways. And that's going to be another win for the Rogue of all classes to surprise people in the World Championships. This one's been the most shocking in my opinion.
Yeah, it performs reasonably well against Druid. Definitely a winnable matchup, especially against slow cards like Ancient of War. They just don't perform that well against things like Druid, really. Or like Rogue, excuse me.
So, Hype, do you think it's Rogue favored at all, by any chance, after watching that?
Yeah, if there's no wild growth involved, then it's a fair match.
That's right. That's such a good point. In fact, if one of those early game cards was Wild Growth, then hitting those 7 drops with the Innervate and the coin would have been much easier to hit, and the pressure would have been 1 turn sooner, meaning he could have gotten those damage points in, would have been a different game, for sure.
Absolutely. Using that Savage Roar early also made him not really have the option to draw into Force of Nature, so it made him play Ancient of Lore to heal instead of draw, which definitely a reasonable line of play, but maybe he regrets using that Savage Roar on turn 3 a little bit too.
That's right. Well, here we go into the final couple of games here. We're talking about Hotform's Druid being targeted potentially as Kuno's key to victory, but I'm not sure how viable that is, considering Druid is still a class that can defeat almost anything, and Hotform even has cards like Harrison Jones in his Druid deck, which can be very effective against Paladin.
That's a very good point. I mean, it gives the deck a way to answer a Tyrion without a Keeper of the Grove. Normally, Tyrion is one of the most powerful cards in the Paladin versus Druid matchup, for example. Even if you silence it and don't have to worry about the weapon, that 6/6 minion is just so many stats for a deck without removal to deal with. But if you do have the Harrison, you can set up the just the best answer to Ashbringer that there is, really.
Yeah, that's right. Although, I think another thing to consider is that it does make the Druid Mirror better for Kuno, because Harrison Jones, that's not going to land on anything, right, Hyped, in the Druid Mirror?
Not at all. Also, the Kuno has the Ancient of Wars. Do we know if Hotform plays those as well? It's a huge advantage in the mirror.
That's a good point. You know, we've seen so many Druid decks. In fact, 12 out of 16 players here at BlizzCon out of the 16 finalists brought Druid, the most popular class by a landslide, in contrast with Rogue, which was brought only twice by Ostkaka, one of the finalists in Hotform. So it's a very interesting thing to see the differences between Druid decks, like who chooses to go for more of that weapon hate or more of that aggro hate. All of it is up for grabs. We've even seen an aggro Druid brought to the top 16, ones with like Leopard Gnomes. Your favorite deck, Raina?
Leopard Gnome is definitely one of my favorite cards.
I believe you used it to climb to rank 2 the other day.
Yep, in fun and interactive fashion. It's a good time.
Yeah, good times. That's definitely something that is continuing to evolve as well. I anticipate it with the League of Explorers. That's pretty hype. Did you get to see the announcement at all about that?
I did not get to see too much of it. I just saw the cool card, the Discover card on turn 2. That seems really cool. I like the options of you get to pick 3 cards. It's like tracking for everybody.
Are you a fan of any specific Rogue or Mage cards?
I have not gotten to look at the Rogue or Mage cards yet.
Okay. For those of you who don't know, Hyped is a dedicated Mage and Rogue player. Almost to a fault sometimes. People say that maybe you love this class a little too much. Is that true? Is there any truth to that rumor, Hyped?
Probably comes a little bit from my WoW days, where you do just play one class and that's like your identity. I really enjoy just playing the one class rather than swapping around.
Not as the case in Hearthstone. You have to be good with a lot of decks. Druid versus Paladin is game 4. Hotform is 1 step away from going to the finals versus Ostkaka and setting up an all-Western finals. Can Kuno, the last standing member from the Asian region, put a stop to that? With that kind of curve, though, he's gonna need to go fishing.
Oh yeah, Kuno's gonna want to see something like Zombie Chow here, maybe a Knife Juggler, a Mini Bot. He needs to draw more early game so that his hand just has more options. He can't be hero powering on turn 2, doing nothing on turn 1 against Druid. The deck is just too fast, and it'll punish slow draws like that.
It's one of those things that you were mentioning as well. You know, Tyrion is a great card, and it is pretty effective, but will even be relevant by that time it even comes down as soon as you can. That said, Paladin is one of the best at curving out really in a really strong fashion. You have the shielded mini bot, you have the muster for battle. Even if you can combine that with Quartermaster, those things are really hard for Druid to recover from. So there's always that possibility of drawing the right thing at the right time.
Absolutely. I mean, if you do draw those cards at the right time, like that, that's such a huge pickup. But yeah, as you were saying, when you do draw these things, Paladin is the class that has the most powerful curve every turn. In theory, is Paladin Shredder a good creature for turn 4? Dan?
Probably the best, right?
Probably the best?
Probably the best.
That's a good curve then, you were right. Yeah.
It is good, and he's just missing something on turn 5 to be able to completely overwhelm Druid with even cards like Sylvanas Windrunner, which is really problematic for Druid to do with. For the same reasons you mentioned, even if you silence
it,
you're in a good spot.
The 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 coming out from Kuno. What a draw.
Most likely, over the next 4 turns, he can draw something to do on turn 7. This is one of the strongest starts you can have in the entire game.
I'm seeing a Dr. Boom in Kuno's future. I feel it.
Somewhere between the next 3 draws, you say?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Hotform does have an answer to Muster. It is one of the most frustrating early game cards to deal with, but Swipe conveniently deals with it perfectly. for maybe the next turn if he wants to develop a minion this turn.
Yep, Hotform is debating, should I just play Shade Naxxramas this turn? He knows that Kuno isn't threatening a Quartermaster on turn 4. He knows that if I swipe next turn, I don't have to commit my coin to it. But if he were to swipe now, he can follow up with a Piloted Shredder as well. So both plays definitely having merit, and he's just weighing his options at this point.
Yeah, there is merit to, again, what you're saying. Do I save the coin and take this damage willingly from Paladin? Versus if I'm going to swipe anyways, I just want to minimize that damage. Not to mention that Paladin does have a way to answer this Shade of Naxxramas. Sometimes if they have no other play, they just consecrate and kill it off.
So on ladder heights, how often do you play against mid-range Paladin? Are you familiar with it from the Druid side at least?
Never, no, almost never. But I was interested. Hotform is a much more experienced Druid player than I, and I was interested in seeing him keep the swipe without any form of mana ramp. So that's one of the scenario, but he did not get any sort of Wild Growth or Dynasis from his other 3 cards, so he might get punished for that.
True that, true that.
I definitely like his choice of keeping the swipe. There are definitely hands, like the one Kuno had here, that can kind of run you over. And compared to something like a Mysterious Challenger Paladin, the Control Paladin's soldiers are actually much more threatening because this deck tends to play Quartermaster, whereas other versions of Paladin don't. So that makes you want to keep cards like Swipe a little bit more.
And Kuno even opting to play Harrison Jones because this is the best that he'll ever be on turn 5. You know Druid probably won't have an opportunity to play that weapon. And so he's just going for as much board presence as possible.
Yeah, he's already seen a swipe come down, so as good as that would be against his board, he's not going to expect the second one. And yeah, Hotform doesn't have it. Harrison Jones going to get to send something to the museum, probably this Piloted Shredder.
I have no time.
Do you think there's a world where he just goes really aggressive? I mean, he could put him down to 9 HP.
Yeah,
that's a really dangerous critical amount of health, especially because there's also a Sylvanas. Oh, well, that's not really a target that you care about being stolen.
Now that is
the one owl. He runs the one owl.
That's true.
Oh yeah, the owl might be a way for him to activate it. But other than that, Ancient Watcher, it's a lot of stats, but you can't activate it easily.
Oh, Dan, who won the bet?
Well, it's about time you won something, Raynette.
Oh.
Well, a Dr. Boom here is probably the best case in this. Please don't fire me. I swear I can change.
It's okay.
He's got one of the best answers in Swipe and Dr. Boom. Or just BGH2. Sorry, not Swipe and Dr. Swipe and Big Game Hunter. That's usually one of the best things that you can do to answer the boom bots. But he's taking his time.
Absolutely. Think about Tyrion too, though. Even though it's a card with Taunt and Divine Shield, it looks very defensive. It's actually just a very aggressive minion in a defensive deck. Like, dropping Tyrion puts your opponent in a position where they know they're taking effectively a fireball worth of damage every single turn, almost no matter what. So, even though he is playing the control deck, at this point, a Lay on Hands is going to be looking for more aggressive cards, things like Equality Consecrates to just help push damage through, basically.
That's right. And this is the power of the early game curve, like you were mentioning. The fact is, he can keep up this tempo and not even be afraid too much of resources because he's so close to threatening Druid, and there's always that possibility of even that boom bot being the game-deciding damage.
Absolutely. So, as the Druid here, Hotform's deciding, trying to figure out really, how do I deal with this Tyrion? He doesn't have a Keeper of the Grove, but even if he did, I mean, that Tyrion is just, the stats alone are a huge problem. He's got some plays with Swipe to help take out the Divine Shield, the Boom Bot. He can try to go through it the hard way. Is there any merit in Savage Roaring and just face tanking 6 damage and hoping for the best?
The Boom Bot just to dodging the face, that would be some really ambitious line of play from Hotform, but it could be his best to win because he does have 2 Savage Roars. That Boom Bot does not end up hitting the face, so he does have that room to play with.
All right, well, that Druid of the Claw taking damage is not something Hotform wanted to see. I think he actually would have preferred to take that hit in the face, even though his life is so low. The issue here is he's going to lose his only taunt minion. He does have one more in hand, which is a big deal.
Oh,
that
interesting.
Owl, though.
I'm trying to actually see if there was something interesting about like silencing the Ancient Watcher now and attacking.
No. But yeah, for viewers at home, this is an interaction that comes up pretty rarely, but it's strong when it does. Ancient Watcher says he can't attack. When you end up drawing something like a silence effect, it becomes a very efficient minion. You can just start delivering the beatdown.
That's right.
Kuno knows this, but he's going to hold on to the Owl and kind of use it for some surprise burst damage. He knows that even if he swung this turn, it wouldn't be lethal, and he's just trying to set up the strongest push for next turn.
That's right. This is his best defense also against Force of Nature Savage Roar, which would be the follow-up. And, I mean, Hotform did have half of that as well. What is Druid even trying to draw here at this point?
He needs a Harrison.
Oh,
there's the Harrison.
The Harrison.
That keeps him alive.
Or so he thinks. The fact is, he can still silence the minion here and push. So the Harrison was the right draw, but will Hotform or will Kuno see this opportunity to lethal? I'm pretty sure he will.
Oh, he's made some very clever Iron Beak plays in this match already. He knows.
There it is.
All right.
Very patient Ancient Watcher.
We have ourselves a tied series going into game number 5 to determine who is going to the finals.
Most Ancient Watchers are pretty patient, Hype. They're not known for their activity. They're known for their spectating capabilities.
They're disciplined.
They watch.
Their character.
This is the character, yeah.
Right, yeah. We all could learn a little bit from Ancient Watcher. Maybe you more than others, though. Game number 5 between these two guys will be a Druid Mirror. This is always one of those matchups where you're very scared to enter in if you feel like you're a little bit unlucky, because you definitely want to be able to get that early game ramp. However, some of those deck differences, like that Harrison Jones, even though it did make a small impact but not meaningful one for Hotform's game, that might be the key that can ultimately help No get the advantage with the Ancient of Wars, etc., like you were mentioning, Hyped.
Now the players bring it to game 5. Both of them very tense, I'm sure. It's a very important match. The winner of this advances into the finals of the Hearthstone World Championship. And this is a match, win or lose, they're both going to remember this for a very long time.
That's right. It's the farthest that any of them have ever gotten. And this is the biggest stage. There's thousands of people here watching. A big shout out to the crowd. You guys have been awesome so far. Hope you guys are enjoying these wonderful set of games. Game number 5 determined who goes on to face Ostkaka. And that semifinal was also ridiculous. It was so close between Thijs and Ostkaka. I wouldn't want it any other way. Both semifinals going the distance.
Absolutely. All right, so key cards in this matchup are going to be the ramp spells. Kuno has 3 of those right off the bat. Ancient of War, though, Hyped, you're mentioning that's important in the Druid matchup. Can you tell us why?
It is, if Hotform can get there. It's a lot of value. You don't really want to crush your units into it. You can silence it with Keeper, but that usually only protects you for so long because it's still a great minion. It still trades, and like putting a 2/4 on the board isn't that strong of a turn either.
Yeah, generally you want to just play the strongest minion possible and force your opponent to react to it. And what oftentimes you see in this mirror is the person who's able to play minions more aggressively can attack the hero portrait of their opponent, and then the other Druid player has to trade every single time, and then you're just losing too much on the damage race.
So you can see Kuno considering keeping the Shredder as well. Even though he has so much ramp, he's not looking for expensive cards. And the reason is he's considering playing turn 1 double Aspirant. And if there's no Wrath from Hotform's side, he can just play turn 2 Shredder. He's out of cards, but he would be very far ahead on board.
Yeah.
And to be honest, for a very long time, that's like the best type of opening you can hope for in a Druid Mirror. Whoever has the more aggressive draw tends to be very favored, and he does keep it. I think he's going to go for it.
He'll ramp him straight up to 5.
Yeah,
they could also just draw a 5-drop.
Ooh. So now he has to completely reevaluate the math on how do I want my ramp to pan out? What order do I want to play things in? I think he's still going to commit to the double Aspirant or the Shredder. Both plays have a lot of merit, honestly. The Shredder is better against the Wrath. All right, I like that.
And also better against the opponent Darnassus Aspirant as well. It's an easy pick-off, which is normally what Hotform wanted to do here. So that's, again, a really unfortunate circumstance for Hotform because he wanted to get consistent ramp. Darnassus Aspirant is only guaranteed halfway. Once it enters the battlefield, it gives you a crystal, but once it leaves, it takes one with it.
Yeah, he knows that if he develops that minion right now, it's just going to get killed off by Piloted Shredder, and instead he's going to hold off on playing Aspirant, try to drop it behind the taunt of a Druid of the Claw, and because he needs that ramp to stick. His hand is very clunky. He needs that mana crystal.
That's right. So Druid of the Claw coming down here. That second Darnassus Aspirant gives him an opportunity to fill out the rest of the mana curve.
Absolutely. It's actually fantastic for turn 4.
Yeah. That was a play also to make sure that his opponent can't just Savage Roar and easily clear off the board if the opponent didn't have anything. So Hotform dialing in, and he's going to be playing the recovery game from this point on.
Wow, Kuno pushes for damage there rather than trading, expecting Darnassus Aspirant maybe just to die to a spell anyway, which it definitely could have this turn with that Wrath picked up by Hotform. But both players respecting Kuno really respecting the value of damage in the Druid Mirror.
Whoa! That is a Darnassus Aspirant coming out, and he doesn't gain that mana crystal. He loses it.
No, he definitely gets wrecked here. That is not what you want to see.
That's such a big deal, too, because that's one less mana crystal for Kuno to have the ability to drop Dr. Boom in the following turns.
On turn 4, we just saw 5 Darnassus Aspirants within the game.
With potential for more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
now,
so Keeper of the Grove, it's a minion, as Hype mentioned, that doesn't have the best of stats. So a lot of times later in the game, you don't want to really play it, even if it does have value against some minions like Ancient of War. So Kuno recognizes that. He's just going to play more of a tempo game, develop that Keeper just so he has something on the table, even if the stats aren't impressive.
That's such a big deal because now Kuno's once again going to be on 4 mana. And Hotform's going to be hitting turn on 7 mana if he can't kill this off this Darnassus Aspirant in time.
Oh, that's still a good pickup for Kuno, though. He gets something to play on turn 4, which he desperately needed. He's still considering hero powering, though. Turn 7 is the most important turn for Druid, so if there's a mana crystal that you want to stop your opponent from getting,
that's right.
It's the 7.
He has 2 options. He's got Dr. Boom and Ancient of Lore. Kuno not happy to see that, but if he sees the opponent pass, he'll know his turn was worth it.
Absolutely. So after a fantastic start from Kuno, Hotform's managed to catch up off the back of a very fortunate Shredder, or a not so fortunate Shredder from Kuno. This extra mana crystal that he's going to be up the entire game is just such a big deal.
Yeah, it's still not out of the question, can Kuno come back here? In fact, if he hit Innervate right that turn, it could have been an opportunity for him to swing the game. But now he's just going to be hoping that Hotform doesn't have powerful turn 7 plays. But there's some bad news. Hotform has a lot of options this turn on what he wants to do.
The thing about Dr. Boom is, while it's a great minion on turn 7, it's also, you're playing it against Druid, one of the only decks known to play Big Game Hunter. So sometimes there's merit to playing something like an Ancient of Lore instead, but he is going to take the risk, just wants to develop those boom bots. I mean, I like this play too. I would take the risk.
Well, swipe is one way to deal with it. Is there a more efficient way you see Hyped that maybe we're not looking at right now?
Swipe is pretty clean. It takes care of most of the board, but it doesn't let him do anything else with it. So maybe he might be tempted to throw down the Force of Nature while he has the 6 mana.
Oof. Man, yeah, that's a good point. Does he have the guarantee of being able to...
Explosive Sheep or would be nice here.
Yeah, he's thinking of attacking the Shredder first, which opens up the door for things like Explosive Sheep, but if there's a taunt, it might also mess up his attacks.
No? All right, that's pretty good Boombot outcomes, relatively speaking.
That's definitely what he wanted to see. Not too threatening of a minion. And neither player is going to run out of cards this game. They both have access to Ancient of Lore. Hotform has Azure Drake. So really, it's just going to be a tempo game. This is not an attrition war at all. It's all about who can get somebody down to 14 life first and have the Force of Nature Savage Roar combo to end the game.
Well, Kuno's got Dr. Boom himself, finally. He eventually got to that 7 mana, but Hotform is ready with Big Game Hunter and even some more juice after that. So if he drops Dr. Boom, he's going to have to be hoping for some miraculous boom bots.
That's exactly what Hotform wanted to see. Being able to deal with a 7 mana minion in the mirror for 3 is just so powerful. It's really about the mana and not the fact that Big Game Hunter is a 2-for-1. It's going to give Hotform initiative, a lot of stuff on the board. It's going to make it very tough for Kuno to recover from this position.
All right, sniping off that Echoing Ooze. That Shredder did a lot of work being able to deal that damage and withstand it. Hotform could also end up developing another minion behind this, like the Pilot Shredder, so that way he has the most resilient board for Savage Roar to end the game.
Yeah, you can see Kuno is not happy to see that Big Game Hunter. And the Shredder, this is just the kind of position that Druid usually...
Oh, wait!
Oh my God! If he swipes face and plays Shade,
does he even have to swipe face? Maybe you can just swipe something to stay alive. Oh, he just ends up blinking. He says, I don't want to risk losing here. I know I could die to a single Savage Roar. So he ends up using a Force of Nature. And that is a very defensive move that ultimately you have to wonder, can he still win the game?
Yeah, Kuno is very afraid of combo. He had the opportunity to...
The icing on the cake for Hotform. He gets a healer, so that way he makes sure he can't take any more damage to get within combo range. That Ancient of Lore off the top two was equally backbreaking. And Kuno realizes he's back in the same position as he was before. This is a challenge that you guys were bringing up. Even if you are playing defensively, can you be able to recover from position if he just loads up more minions and threatens again?
The thing about Druid and just the way the deck is built is it never really runs out of threats. When you play defensively, it's just going to put more stuff on the table next turn and end the game.
And that's going to be it. Hotform has the swipe in Savage Roar, keeping the America's dream alive. And he is going to the grand finals.
Okay. Yeah, congratulations to Hotform. Very well played.
What a journey for this Canadian player. He ends the run for Asia Pacific.
Those games were so insane. Everything from the Tempo Mage versus mid-range Paladin game, the Druid games, those are quite some strong starts to overcome from Kuno.
Absolutely, and a job well done. You can see the Hotform celebrating with some of his friends and peers, along with the fans who are cheering him on. Hotform is your second semifinalist going to the grand finals of the Hearthstone World Championship. Rachel is waiting on stage with a few words with our winner.
I'm sorry, Dan, did you say I can't hear you over this huge audience and all the enthusiasm for Hotform moving on to the finals? This is amazing. What does it feel like to stand up here and to know you're moving on to the finals?
I mean, it's so humbling, all you guys cheering. That's so amazing. I still have another match to go, but thank you guys for the support, man. That means a lot to me.
Hotform, you talked about the power that you would receive if you were to be our Hearthstone World Championship winner, and this is just a taste of it. What will you do with that power should you win?
I already feel like a winner. I mean, I don't know. I don't need to win the next match. You guys are amazing. I feel amazing. It's all great, so I'm just happy to be here.
All right, Hotform, that was an amazing match. I'm gonna let you go because you seem to want to get off the stage. He's gonna get ready for our finals match. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are excited. This is going to be incredible. We'll be back very soon. Don't go anywhere.
The 2015 World Championship Series Global Finals is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, MasterCard, and T-Mobile.
It's good to see you again. Pull up a chair by the hearth.
Sixteen players entered, only 2 remain. That's right, it's time for the grand finals here at the 2015 Hearthstone World Championship. My name is Frodan, and I'm joined on the caster desk with Brian Kibler and Preparian, and we couldn't be more excited to bring you guys the conclusion of a year's worth of journeys. Brian, what's it like being here at the grand final stage?
I mean, it's been incredible. I was not casting the last couple of matches, but I couldn't tear myself away from the screen. We've already had some incredible games today, and I'm really looking forward to this match.
Yeah, the games today have been wonderful, but some people don't really understand just how long of a journey it is. I mean, you know, all the players here, they've taken their time every single day of every single month to get those ladder points, to qualify for the tournaments, to do well in the tournaments, you know, to make it to the top 16, to make it to the top 8, down to 4, and now we're down to 2.
That's right, but only one can be the champion. We've had a great 2 days of competition with the people joining us from all over the world, and it comes down to this. Let's introduce our first player.
Hotform, representing Canada.
Now, Hotform, I know we just had a short conversation as you emerge victorious from the booth, but you're about to head right back in. What is on your mind right now as you head into this final match?
I guess I should say I already feel like I've accomplished a lot to get here, and win or lose, I'm really proud of my progress.
Fantastic. It sounds like the fans out there are proud of you too, but they would sure like to see a victory. Good luck in your match, and now let's welcome to the stage player 2.
Ostkaka, representing Sweden.
Welcome Ostkaka to the stage. Ostkaka, this is simply the most important match in your life. How are you feeling right now?
I'm a little bit nervous, but this, yeah, as you said, it's the grand finals of the World Championship. I'm here to represent Europe, Sweden, and Navi. So I'll do you proud.
All right, guys, you can go to the middle of the stage right now, shake your hands, go to your booth, and good luck.
All right, some quick words with the competitors. It's all business. I mean, Hearthstone is fun at times, and we want to be relaxed, but this is a lot on the line here.
I mean, it's fun to play games, you know, casually with your friends. It's still fun to compete in a stage like this, but those nerves, they can get to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I took some time backstage to sit with each of the players. It seemed to me like Ostkaka was a little bit more, you know, calm, very composed, probably because I think he might have a little bit of the edge in the matchups, and that's helping the situation a little bit. And all these little small edges, all of them that you can get, are going to help you just that little bit that you need to succeed.
Yeah, there's a point earlier today where Hotform was sort of asking out loud, he's like, does it matter if I win? It's like, well, yeah, you'd be the world champion. That matters. That matters a lot.
It matters almost to everything. You talk to Firebat. He says it is the most life-defining experience that he's had in his entire career, in his entire lifetime. And to some people, winning the World Championship is everything. They don't play for the prize money necessarily. They play for the glory, the fame, the prestige of being the HWC 2015 champion after playing for many months, some through ladder, some through tournaments, some entering at the last minute and getting their journey all the way to this point. It's really exciting. 2 stories stand out to me immediately. The fact is that we have, once again, Europe versus North America at large. That's always a fun rivalry that I want to see who has definitive edge. And the second thing is, these 2 players were the only 2 players to bring Rogue, a class that people consider to be very weak. What's up with that, Crip?
Well, Rogue does seem to be a class that struggles a little bit on ladder, but as we've seen so far in the tournament, that the players who have just brought the 3 of the strongest decks just hasn't really worked out for them. They've been countered by a lot of the counter setups. Thijs was very, very prominent with his, and Ostkaka has a very similar lineup that also worked just as well. So the players with more refined strategies than just bringing your top 3 decks have advanced, and
Yeah, Rogue seems to be a pretty good counterclass to the better decks out there.
Yeah, not to mention that Paladin has been awfully quiet this tournament, stopping in the semifinals, and it wasn't even a Secrets Mysterious Challenger Paladin. Why do you think that is, Gilbert?
Yeah, the last time we saw a Mysterious Challenger was in the quarterfinals. Both players who brought Secret Paladin were eliminated in the quarterfinals, and I think the decks like the ones these two players have brought are very strong against those decks. We see things like the Blade Flurry and Fan of Knives clear from the Rogue decks. Freeze Mage, structurally very strong against Paladin decks that don't really have all that much burst damage. So I think that both these players chose their lineups very well and were able to defeat all the Secret Paladins they came across.
That is really fascinating indeed, especially because you're telling me that there is ways to kill those Paladins. I can't wait to see Ladder
True story.
Next couple of days. And it's time to find out who is going to begin their journey to become the world champion. Make sure you're hashtagging HWC 2015 and let everyone know that the grand finals begins now.
Oh, this is going to be an explosive match. There's going to be Freeze Mage versus the crazy Tempo Mage of Hotform. Now, a few players brought Tempo Mage to the tournament in the round of 16, but Hotform was the only one to emerge with the deck, and it has been a pretty rough journey in some games, but more so recently in the games we've seen in our finals here at BlizzCon, it has had quite a good success.
I mean, we saw Hotform just have an incredible comeback with his Tempo Mage deck against Kuno and his Paladin deck. You know, those Flame Wakers just firing off shot after shot and killing things everywhere. Not really going to be a key card in this matchup, but definitely a defining card of the deck.
I feel like the Flame Waker does actually push for a ridiculous amount of damage. It's kind of like the knife juggler of the deck. It's where if it gets a little bit out of control, it's like, oh, hey, I have way too little HP for this amount of mana crystals.
Yeah, I mean, it is a card that in this matchup, it's not really going to have the ability to clear the board like it does against Muster for Battle, things like that. But it effectively is +2 spell damage for all of your spells you're aiming at your opponent's face when they have no minions in play. And Freeze Mage, not a deck that typically has many minions.
It doesn't have many minions, but the minions that they do have can have dramatic impact with Doomsayers, with cards like the Emperor Thorson reducing the cost. Ostkaka's going to be looking for that early game card draw, though. What you want to do as the Freeze Mage, you want to ultimately keep your hand count high and keep the board count low, and then you stall for as much time as you can to get that damage burst and to finish the game.
Well, the Frostbolts are really good cards. They're ones that kind of allow you to stall. Often we see players coin out just their most powerful 2-drop when they're playing an aggressive deck. So Ostkaka did have the 2 Frostbolt answers, but as it so happens, Hotform has a more slowly developing hand here with the Flamewaker, but he actually decides to push it out as fast as possible.
Yeah, the key for the Tempo Mage deck in this matchup is to apply pressure, able to get the Freeze Mage decks in the position where it has to use its for things as removal, like Frostbolt to kill things, rather than being able to save those Frostbolts up for a lethal burst damage thanks to Alexstrasza. We do see Hotform here with some of his much less effective cards in this matchup in his hand. Those mirror images, great against decks like Paladin, which he just faced in the semifinals, but not so good here.
That's right, but I mean, they do still serve as 2 face damage. That is an arcane shot worth of damage for the mage in this scenario.
And every point of damage really does end up mattering here, because the Freeze Mage will end up trying to pile as many life points as possible. So if you can get early game pressure and damage in, then Freeze Mage might have to alter their place to survive as opposed to kill.
We do see an interesting card picked up by Hotform there, the Nexus Champion Sarad. That's a kind of a defining card of his particular style of Tempo Mage deck. We've seen some pretty cool spells come off that throughout this tournament.
There has been some pretty cool ones, but I don't think we've seen any like really game-winning, crushing ones. So the card hasn't had its time to shine quite yet, but perhaps this game.
Yeah, there's many things that can be pulled, which you don't really think about, but for example, Flare just happens to be a spell, and you can pull it for the Nexus Champion Sarad.
We did see Hotform get a Tree of Life off of
the Tree of Life
earlier. That could be a pretty exciting one.
Didn't work in that
burst
game,
down by Freeze Mage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it works both ways. Maybe he doesn't want to kill the Freeze Mage, or doesn't want to give that Freeze Mage that chance to live.
I am surprised to see the Acolyte here. It does seem like it's going to draw 1 extra card, which is really the goal of the Acolyte. It's going to draw 1, but you want to draw an extra 1, and sometimes you want to save it until 5 mana crystals to be able to ping it yourself. But here against the Flamewaker, I think Ostkaka just thinks it's not going to happen, and if it does, it's going to come at the cost of a Frostbolt, which I guess he's willing to do.
Yeah, the burst damage from the Tempo Mage is one of the key elements in their ability to really beat the Freeze Mage deck. They need to be able to save up enough damage that they can break your Ice Block and then still burst you down the following turn. So things like Frostbolt, like Fireball, they're actually very valuable for the Tempo Mage in this matchup. And we do see Mirror Image come in effectively as Arcane Shot, get those 2 damage in. Those 0-2s not really going to have an impact.
That's still pretty good. I mean, so far we've seen 3 spells played. The Flame Waker has done 6 bonus damage alongside the 2 that it hasn't attacked twice already. So it's making a pretty good presence, more so than I thought it would being coined out.
I think so too. And one thing that I do like that Hotform prioritized that previous turn is card draw. One of the things that you can effectively do is make Tempo Rage run out of resources because it's so spell heavy. All those things might all in for damage, and then you have nothing left, and you're left drawing 1 card to kill your opponent. Instead, he's keeping his hand count pretty high, so he has many resources to fight a long game.
Yeah, he does have that Azure Drake in his hand as well, and just squeezing the extra couple of damage out of the Flame Waker, that's important. If he doesn't have a Flame Waker in play when he does play Mirror Entity, or Mirror Image rather, it basically does nothing.
We see a lot of spells being able to play this turn, though. He's actually able to play the Unstable Portal, the Frostbolt, and another Mirror Image if he wishes. That's 6 more little pings from the Flame Waker.
Yeah,
that is so much more than I thought it would do.
What's in the box? Ooh, that's actually pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Tournament Medic with the Inspire, heal your hero for 2. That can allow him to possibly, makes a surprise burst of healing to get himself out of lethal damage range.
Yeah, healing definitely stalls out the game a lot, and in this matchup against the Tempo Mage, usually the game is played, the Tempo Mage is doing all it can to put pressure on the Control Mage, so it can't do the flip strategy from controlling the game to being the aggressor and trying to close it out. And when you have just a little bit of healing, you often are just out of range and end up winning the game as a result.
The flip side is, it's not the most aggressive card, so one of those things is, as you do drag on the game, one of those things that you have to be concerned is, outside of that Tournament Medic, what do you have to heal yourself? Because ultimately healing 2 per turn is not really what Mage is truly concerned about. It's about, can you be too far out of the life range total for it to burst you down?
Yeah, the big key is that it can just potentially open up a window for Hotform, where not necessarily he just out-heals the damage the Freeze Mage is capable of, but out-heals the single turn burst while he still is able to buy time to actually finish Ostkaka off.
That's right.
All right, well, this is a pretty tough turn for Ostkaka. I mean, he's facing a pretty full board, but it doesn't look threatening, even though that Flame Waker has basically hit past the halfway point.
There are 5 minions in play and 2 power. It's kind of a bot
It's a pretty low amount of damage.
It's a deceptively low amount of damage.
Right, but like exactly, because there is a lot of potency with things like Fireball on the other end. Ostkaka, if he plays Emperor Thorson, reduces his hand count by 9 total mana, and also has opportunities for free Ice Lances. That could be just too much damage to overcome.
Yeah, the big key here for Ostkaka with that Emperor is getting the reduction on the Frostbolts and Ice Lances specifically. It's great in everything, but it's particularly powerful in your cheap spells because it allows you to weave them in with basically anything else that you want to do, particularly something like Archmage Antonidas.
That's right.
And pretty tough decision here.
What do you think about decision to Emperor?
Yeah, the Emperor is very threatening, as you guys talked about, but you're just so close. When you're in those very close moments, sometimes you feel like you want to control the game to stay as the aggressor and not take any risks, but sometimes it's very difficult to understand what risks you really are taking against Freeze Mage.
Because they could be anything. It could just be more secrets. It also could just be direct damage, which mounts up to enough damage to kill you. One of those things is like, I was counting if Ostkaka drew Thanos, would he have enough to kill his opponent next turn? I mean, those are all things that you have to be counting on. But he does end up blinking and saying, you know what, I'm not going to try to play with fate here. I'm going to kill his Emperor, take it a little bit slower. That's been the MO so far. Now Ostkaka does have ways to clear the board and develop some stuff onto the board with the Scientist or the Loot Hoarder.
Yeah, Ostkaka also knows that Hotform has now used one of his Frostbolts and one of his Fireballs. Yeah. So his ability to do burst damage is greatly reduced.
So you think, until there's a card called Archmage Antonidas.
And there's Archmage,
and
there's Nexus Champion.
Well, he can build up to those, though. That's in the immediate future, his only real threat is 1 copy of Fireball, 1 copy of Frostbolt. Ooh, speaking of Archmage, and speaking of an excellent card with also reduced cost from Emperor last turn, Ostkaka can potentially, I mean, he can play Archmage Antonidas, fire off Frostbolts and Ice Lances, and generate 3 Fireballs this turn?
It does feel a little bit early to really go for an aggressive push right now, though. It feels just a little bit too early. Your opponent's at 29, you're at 17, you have no secrets up right now.
But you can activate the Mad Scientist and then put Archmage with direct damage into your hand and just burn your opponent for victory.
I mean, if he does, say he plays Archmage and Frostbolts and kills the Flame Waker.
Or just all face.
Yeah, or potentially that. Well, he does want to potentially keep himself out of range of dying himself. I think that if he doesn't remove the Flame Waker, he risks the possibility of there being burst damage and then the Flame Waker trigger is going to his face.
Sure, makes sense. And he can make up a little bit of that damage too with the Scientist. Trading it in though and holding on to the second Ice Lance, so that way he can get some additional burst. I like that because free Ice Lance is really powerful with Alexstrasza, making sure that you can follow up a combination attack by going up to 17.
Do you think it's time to play the medic here? You absolutely can, but I feel you want to save that card for when your opponent goes all in with Alexstrasza, just to counter it a little bit.
And right now, Hotform is at 29, so it wouldn't really be particularly impactful. But Ostkaka, how much burn does he have in his hand? 3 Fireballs, Frostbolt, Ice Lance.
25.
That's very, very close.
It's close, but it does take multiple turns.
Dear. Well,
that is the biggest draw possible, the Alexstrasza.
Yeah, that's a couple of charges that will definitely accelerate Ostkaka's clock here. He doesn't have a ton of damage, but those make it add up a lot faster.
It actually feels like Hotform is going to have a lot of trouble surviving, let alone closing out this game.
We'll see, though. Champion Sarad could swing things with one draw of a spell.
What's in the box?
Demon Heart. Not quite what you're looking for. I don't believe he's running any of the neutral demons. So it's unlikely. And Imp Master's Imps.
Oh, you're right. The Imp Master creates more Imps. Yeah, I guess. He's a reasonable deck builder, not playing those cards. And it is confirmation, by the way, that Ostkaka does have Ice Block up because Alexstrasza... Oh, sorry, because the Ice Block is untargeted. So therefore, Alexstrasza seems to be the likely play this turn.
And so he's Alexstrasza Hotform's face, put him to 15.
And this is just a huge... This is the game-ending opener from the Freeze Mage. This is the point where Hotform is absolutely on the defensive. And I think he's going to need a spectacular card from the Nexus champion to even be in this game right now.
Yeah, some removal option would be good, but he can use Demon Heart to kill off this minion, along with the Water Elemental.
Yeah, with the reduced Fireball and the Frostbolt and Blood Mage, Ostkaka can actually play Blood Mage, 2 Fireballs, Frostbolt, and Ice Lance next turn. That's just way too much damage.
Yeah, and I think I mean, that's it. Right?
I don't see a way out of this for Hotform here. He can remove this this Alexstrasza, but he cannot get himself out of burn range thanks to the reduced cost burn spells Ostkaka has in his hand.
But at the same time, I mean, I think Hotform played the game very well. He chose his aggressive spots. He could have been more aggressive, but it wouldn't have been aggressive enough in that situation. So I think he gave his best chance to win. As it so happens, Ostkaka just has too much burn.
And that's going to wrap up the game. That's right. Game number 1 starts out with a Freeze Mage victory. And Hotform will have to go back to the drawing board as his Tempo Mage falls. What an important Game 1 win here for Ostkaka.
And look at that crowd.
Yeah,
people are going crazy.
I could hear through these headphones. I can hear the roars of the crowd, the thunder sticks going off. It's an incredible environment in here right now.
Thunder sticks are really one of the best inventions in esports.
They're fantastic. You see a bunch of other pro players, many of the competitors in this tournament up in the stage there, definitely being, like to be part of this big moment.
Absolutely, because again, this will be the 2nd world champion that we've had, and 2 of these players, especially with Ostkaka, has just the utmost respect from his peers. You look at players like Ostkaka for the entire year, and people pegged him as one of the best players that were not known, or people didn't really hear about. From you talk to his teammates like 6-0 and a few other people, they always said Ostkaka is like one of the best players in the world. Even according to ladder statistics, Ostkaka was one of the best ladder players this year in the entire world, finishing always in the top 10 and getting a lot of points.
Yeah, he's a player who for a very long time has had the utmost respect of his peers. He hasn't really had tremendous breakout tournament finishes, but this is exactly that.
Yeah, and at the same time, on the other side of the board, we have Hotform, who is more of a relaxed player. He does take the game pretty seriously, but he really just plays to have fun, plays to show his stream, good quality entertainment, and just tries to keep it positive. And it really shows, even with not that competitive of an attitude, playing it smart and being very persistent to trying to get what you want and get you in pretty high up places.
Yeah, Hotform plays a bunch of weird decks. If you ever tune into his stream, he's always trying some pirate version of something. Some, Wisp Hobgoblin version of another thing, and it's like, what are you doing, man? And he's like, I'm having fun with Hearthstone.
Yeah.
And yet he's also here in the World Championships trying to fight for his tournament life. It's going to be difficult to try to overcome a warrior, but this is not the usual warrior you've come to expect it, Kibler.
Yeah, Hotform, he has actually faced a number of warriors throughout this tournament. He was able to emerge victorious against matchups that were much more difficult than Ostkaka's Patron Warrior. Ostkaka is playing the more mid-range style of new Patron Warrior since the change to Warsong Commander. It's much more of a board presence focused deck, not really with as much armor gain that makes it so difficult for the Rogue to punch through, which is going to make cards like Blade Fury that we see in Hotform's hand much more effective.
In fact, Hotform is actually at the BlizzCon finals at all just because of an unbelievably bad matchup against Nelio's Control Warrior that he beat with this very rogue deck. So we put him at like maybe 20%, maybe even less than that in that matchup. And somehow, on the very last few cards in the entire rogue deck, he had just enough damage to seal out the game. So, you know, this does seem favored for Warrior, but it is by no means a certain victory.
It's a good point. Many people peg Freeze Mage versus that Warrior as one of the worst matchups in the game. A lot of people put the second worst matchup as the Rogue. So very impressive for Hotform to be at tournament elimination, to beat that Warrior deck and come here to the finals, but he's again in a similar spot. Can he overcome a Warrior deck? It is better though, because this Patron Warrior deck is much more mid-range centric, playing minions to try to ultimately get more aggressive as the game develops, but you're playing very slow early on.
And the minions aren't that useful against Rogue a lot of the time with such efficient removal.
Well, we do see two minions that are very good against Rogue in Ostkaka's hand right now. The Piloted Shredder, the Lotheb, even the Dr. Boom. These are all minions that can give the spell-based and tempo removal-based Rogue deck a lot of problems.
It's funny you mentioned the Dr. Boom. I feel like the only reason Hotform even had a chance against some of these slower decks, particularly the Control Warrior that he beat, was because he's actually running the big Game Hunter in his Rogue deck, which is somewhat of an unusual tech because most of these Rogue decks have been mostly tailored to beat the aggressive side of the game. But in this case, Dr. Boom, I guess there's Grudge Match as well, but Grudge Match usually comes down when one player is about to lose. But it makes that target. In the prior version of the deck, there was no target for BGH.
It was actually the Big Game Hunter killing Nelio's Ramash that won Hotform his ticket to this event.
Yeah, that's right.
It may not have been revealed up to that point either.
Well, Ostkaka here has a very easy hit onto the Pilot Shredder. I think Hotform was disappointed not seeing a minion he can easily backstab with the Violet Teacher last turn, but he's just going to have to live with the consequences. Ostkaka also is going to be looking for ways to eventually get some good board flood with Patron, leading up to a good Dr. Boom.
I think a Whirlwind here would be such a big deal. He has those crazy tempo Dread Corsair Pirates. He's got the Battle Rage. He's got the Grim Patron. So many creatures he can play suddenly. And if the Battle Rage lands on the board with multiple injured minions, it's going to be massive.
And here could be game ending. Here we see Ostkaka play out the two copies of Dread Corsair. It does leave himself potentially vulnerable to a Blade Flurry from Hotform, but Blade Flurry is so key at removing Grim Patrons that I think Ostkaka is willing to make that sacrifice.
In fact, I think he might even prefer it, depending on how Hotform's hand looks, which is not very Grim Patron proof. He's got a bunch of Fan of Knives. He does have a Blade Flurry, but he just used up his dagger, which had that 3 attack on it.
I think there's a pretty good chance we're going to see the Vile Teacher come out here. If you wait too long with that card, the Warrior's going to pick up some cards, and things are not going to go too well. But it looks like he does hold off another turn.
It is interesting because you don't see a Death Spite, which is usually the biggest reason not to do anything. And in fact, Hotform is spending all these spells, which ends up meaning that his Violet Teacher won't get those additional 1/1s. But I can understand why. If you leave up any of those Red Corsairs and you play Violet Teacher, it dies. So he wants to make sure that the Violet Teacher can not only generate minions, but also stick to the board.
Well, it's going to be forcefully delayed one more turn now that Lotheb hits the board.
Yeah, Lotheb is so powerful against the Rogue deck because it has so many spells, but Hotform picks up an excellent play there with that Piloted Shredder.
That was so big. He didn't have anything else really to do other than Violet Teacher.
Yeah, which would have just died, and it would have just no value to that Lotheb.
He's going to get a bit punished here. It's unlikely that anything coming out of the Shredder is going to challenge the Lotheb, and I believe the weapon is just going to take care of the first Shredder base.
Sure. And then you got Dr. Boom, one of the most problematic cards for a Rogue to deal with in the game of Hearthstone. How does Hotform fight back against this? He needs his Big Game Hunter soon.
Whoa, no Big Game Hunter in time for Dr. Boom. What am I watching right now?
It's really unusual. It almost feels scripted with the way some of those draws lined up, right? Like Big Game Hunter just on time for Dr. Boom.
All right, well, the Vile Teacher does finally come down. It is in a pretty good spot here as...
Oh, interesting.
Wow. I don't believe that is going to make any effect of this game, because that is such a threatening card with an army of 1/1 minions.
It really is.
Yeah, no doubt. Each of them become mini wolf riders.
Oh, that was terrific.
That was actually very, very good for Hotform, able to absorb the damage with the totem here, which Ostkaka still really needs to get off the board.
Now, Hotform is considering being a bit restrained with the coin here. While it does develop a bigger, more on the board, he can develop the 1/1, he can develop the deckhand if he wants as well. I think he's really just playing around Whirlwind here.
Yeah, but the deckhand does get that bonus damage as well. He can't clear the boom, but he can be more aggressive and make sure that the boom has less health so that he doesn't have to worry too much. SI's agent can clean up the following turn.
All right, well, Battle Rage can be used here. There could be a Grim Patron Enrage Battle Rage turn from Ostkaka, and if he does draw into Whirlwind, that would be devastating.
Yeah, that would be so big. He would have a board full of patrons. His opponent doesn't have any opportunity to use Blade Flurry with spell or with any damage to make sure to combine it. It'd be really tough.
Just goes with Battle Rage for 2 here. Finds Cruel Taskmaster and Slam. A lot of options still.
That still is a board clear, I believe, because he's got ways to pierce a lot of damage. Slam on the Violet Teacher, axe it down, and then you got Cruel Taskmaster and Armorsmith and Enrage to help clean it up if you want to go that far.
There's Whirlwind.
If he did do the other play, he would have drawn the Whirlwind. It would have been game-ending.
Or so you think, and then Hotform just gets the oil and clears with Flurry, and then it's like, I spent everything for nothing.
Well, I think even if he does draw an oil there, it won't really be enough because he has to use up all his resources. He would not only have to draw the oil, he would have to draw much more than that. He'd have to draw Sprint the very next turn, and he'd have to get a good combination of cards from that situation.
That is a fantastic point, Crib. Ostkaka is going to take this opportunity just to go really aggressive, set up effectively 2 boom types of attacks. You can either take the Frothing Berserker attack, or you can kill off the Dr. Boom.
Or
Hotform, though.
SI is a pretty good answer, though.
Yeah, or even just Blade Flurry SI is just as okay, too.
Hotform without any sort of weapon buffs here, so he doesn't have the ability to Blade Flurry these off the board without using additional resource. He's just going to go ahead and clear the boom and do 1 damage, taking down the Frothing as well, so able to clear off the board entirely.
Yeah, he is at 12 life, which looks pretty bad, but Ostkaka has no way to draw cards, but he does have a way to put a lot of patrons on the board.
Oh, I was really expecting like a Grommash to just end the game with the Inner Rage. Like, I've seen this too many times.
Oh, God. I actually haven't seen that in a while.
Well, the Grommash Inner Rage since BlizzCon 2013, was it, Chris?
What? Oh.
Some PTSD there?
I don't know what you're talking about. I think we should focus on this game.
Yeah, you didn't go to BlizzCon that year, as far as I remember. Well, I mean, he does have some ways to try to go for Patron Flood, but at the same time, he's got like pieces of combos. Nothing really concrete.
Yeah, it seems a bit wasteful to use it. You're still at 23. You have an Armorsmith. You have a long way in this game if you pace yourself. But sometimes if you do too slow of a play, it gives the option for the Rogue to sprint, and then things accelerate by a lot.
Yeah, the Rogue deck is able to assemble some really powerful turns thanks to Sprint, things like Preparation, Tinker's Sharp Sword Oil. So you don't really have as much time as it might seem.
All right, well, with time running out, both in the game and in the turn, looks like he's going to go for a nice little patron turn here.
He ends up going halfway, though. Doesn't want to use Cruel Taskmaster to fully commit in case a second Blade Flurry completely devastates him.
Well, the second Blade Flurry will devastate him.
Yeah, the Azure Drake with Blade Flurry, if he does just attack into the
he doesn't need it anymore. That's an excellent draw.
SIH and able to clear it off, and now he can trade off the patrons very effectively. And Ostkaka is essentially left with hoping he gets Grommash so that Cruel Taskmaster can finish the game.
Or some form of draw, or some form of stall. He has. I mean, that's pretty good too.
Deathspite is never bad. It's probably the most powerful card in the Grim Patron deck. He can clear off the Azure Drake, potentially develop a Shredder as well. He couldn't even just push for his opponent's face.
That seems a little bit too aggressive when you have Cruel Task. At this stage, I think the only way you're sealing out the game is the other Deathspite or a Grommash.
So and you also don't necessarily have enough time to attack Deathspite 3 times as well.
Yeah, and if you're drawing the Grommash, you have lethal anyway with Cruel Taskmaster. So you're really going off a 3-turn lethal off getting another Death. It seems a bit unlikely. I like the slowing down of the game. Spell damage minions are so threatening when they're on the rogue side of the board. So it just seems like a pretty clear-cut situation here.
Also, in some ways, I like that Ostkaka chose to part ways with Inner Rage as opposed to Cruel Taskmaster. just on the off chance the opponent had like a Lotheb and denied the ability for that Grudge Match to get that inner rage off.
All right, well, Ostkaka plays his entire hand here. He is looking just to tempo the Rogue as much as he can. And what does the Rogue pick up? It is going to be a backstab, which is going to be really nice.
Big draw from Hotform there. And then, ooh, a sharp sword as well, so you can backstab down the Shredder. Let's see what's piloting that thing.
And you can just flurry down the remainder. That will do it. It's a board clear for Hotform, and Ostkaka, he is going to be hoping for the Grudge Match.
He's still in a position where Grom can just end the game immediately, but now Hotform is the one in the driver's seat.
Potentially trying to survive. No.
Acolyte of Pain, that's still a good draw.
That's a very good draw.
Yeah.
Both players are really looking for finishers or card draw, and Ostkaka gets some of that. He's going to get at least one card here, probably another one that's still going to be relevant in the game. And there's just a lot of cards that he can draw. We have to keep in mind, it's really the Rogue that has to finish the game quickly, as the Warrior has game-ending cards. The Rogue is going to need a combination of them.
Yes.
And with both players running out of steam, the Warrior is going to be further and further from dying, with the armor up being more effective than the dagger up.
The Rogue does have Sprint that can draw at any time, which will allow it to potentially assemble those combos more effectively.
He was one card off, but he still does have activators for Grom. The only problem is, will those be the activators that he's looking for? Because I believe the modern Patron deck only runs one cool Taskmaster. And so even if he drew like Inner Rage #2, he couldn't use it right now.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's at 11 health is so relevant because Grudge Match, just in Rage, only does 10.
Right. Yeah, it's not only that. He's a...
This is 2-turn lethal.
That is 2-turn lethal. Hotform has 12 damage
right
on the other side.
Is it possible to get Sprint and 2 preps and 2 other cards?
Well, his opponent's going to be at 23, so he has to generate
another
11.
oil in there and an eviscerate. I think it's possible. I think Hotform can draw into a lethal situation. There's just so much potential damage with preparations involved.
But he needs Sprint, though, in order to get that ammo, because if he just draws oil, for example, he might not even have an activator. Like, Sap wouldn't even be able to go off, for example.
Right.
Ostkaka calculating every single possibility here about what to do. Like, how can he die to 2 cards? How can he die to Sprint?
Actually, I don't think you can. I think the most damage Hotform can possibly do is 22, and Ostkaka can armor up to 23.
Wow. That would be just precisely enough to live, assuming that even goes Hotform's way, unless he has Harrison Jones to disarm
He
it.
needs the heal bot, actually.
No! And preparation is not it.
Prep's not it? I mean, that's kind of what Rogue struggles with. Drawing these cards in that sequence is not going to do it.
A valiant effort from the Rogue deck, but it's going to have to pick a different fight.
Yeah, here comes Grom. He can wait no longer.
That's right. I would love Ostkaka just to hit the Lotheb to show who means business, but he goes all face like a man. That's going to be a 2-0 lead for our Swedish player.
So Ostkaka is now down to just 1 deck. 1 game separates him from the 2015 Hearthstone World Championship.
That is a pretty sizable lead. We've seen some amazing comebacks in tournaments so far, but it feels so tough to be in that position.
It's just really unlikely from Hotform's position to make that comeback, but we've seen it happen multiple times this tournament alone. So it's something that could certainly happen. But is he prepared to go through that long journey? Ostkaka is one of the most technically sound players in the entire pro Hearthstone scene. And for good reason, too. For so many months, Ostkaka was just a practice partner of some of the people that you see on stage there. He was just a person helping them train through matches. He was a person that would test things for them and then give these successful decks to players. There's also his teammates, and they would succeed and win tournaments. But this tournament is finally time for Ostkaka to shine, because he's no longer in the background of his peers trying to win instead of him.
Yeah, and he's showing exactly why those players come to him for his assistance. He has demonstrated that he is capable of playing at the absolute highest level.
Yeah, and that comes from just a lot of time investment and being very smart with how you utilize your time and the people you pick to advise you. And Ostkaka's done everything right, I think, throughout all of his tournament career. So it's so wonderful to see him highlighted in such a good way here today.
It's also such a unique lineup that people aren't expecting. The Rogue is very weak considered by many players, even ourselves included. We said Rogue is probably not going to make a biggest splash, and yet it's in the finals for both these players. And the second thing is the Patron Warrior was also declared somewhat dead. Just a couple weeks ago, the Warsong Commander was changed to only give charged minions +1 attack. Now it's here, and it's got a very good win rate for, I think it's only 1 game dropped the entire tournament
since the round of 16, actually. No, not just at BlizzCon, because in going from the 16 players to 8 players, there were 0 games dropped from the Grim Patron Warrior.
Right, so it's back.
Yeah. Kind of. Not in the tournament scene, at least.
In the tournament scene.
The ladder scene is sometimes a little bit different, but it's great to see such wonderful decks highlighted here.
Sure.
Yeah, reports of Grim Patron's deck definitely highly exaggerated.
I had to force out that share just because I've had so many emotional, traumatic experiences losing to Patron in the past, but not to this kind of deck, which fights definitely more honest in terms of the board, and this one is even harder to navigate. Without that out of the Warsong Commander, Ostkaka was able to pilot this deck very effectively with less ability to shock his opponent and a very straightforward means. So a lot of people say that Patron Warrior is even harder nowadays compared to before, where it was considered the hardest deck to play in Hearthstone.
I think one of the elements that really elevates it to another level of difficulty is the risk management is much harder than before.
It's true.
I feel like before, if things went badly, you could always just kill your opponent spontaneously regardless of how much life they had. But now you have to manage your resources, you have to manage your timing much more relative to your position in the game. And establishing where you are in the game is really just the highest level of Hearthstone play.
And one of the key things with the new Patron Warrior is it has to play an honest game. You know, it has to win through generally attacking with minions more than one turn. You know, we did see a huge Gramash hit there, but you don't have the Grim Patron Warsong Commander, Frothing Berserker here takes 70 damage in one turn. You have to manage your ability to defeat board wipes, things like Equality and Consecration that previously weren't really a factor.
And now we get to the point where it's even beyond the Patron Warrior, and it's the Rogue. And if there's one deck that can also be swept in the other direction, it definitely feels like Rogue, because it's not only a deck that might have bad matchups, it might defeat itself with some of the draws that come awkwardly, like we saw with Hotform's hand. He had some good answers, but when he needed it the most, he started drawing some really weird spells that didn't do anything.
I mean, if we're looking at the decks these players have left, there's the Tempo Mage deck from Hotform, the Druid deck as well. Both of those can be pretty difficult matchups for Rogue.
Certainly.
I feel every single deck left in the tournament is a deck that can lose to itself.
Oh, certainly, certainly.
Well, we're about to find out, can Ostkaka continue his rampage? No longer is he in the shadows of his teammates and his peers. He is in the spotlight, one game away from becoming the BlizzCon 2015 champion.
And it's always been
players
said that,
with pretty good starts here.
Yeah, these are great opening hands. The Wild Growth, exactly what Hotform is looking for. Ostkaka has Violet Teacher, which is one of the very, very powerful cards to start generating a large board presence that's difficult for the Rogue to deal with.
Yeah, the Rogue, like you said, having that coin is just so big. Being able to get Violet Teacher out ahead on Druid is also really big. 5 health is a really good sweet spot because Druid usually needs to commit a couple of things, the hero power and some removal spells, or even minions that they don't want to trade favorably into it, but even a Shredder, for example, doesn't go into Violet Teacher well. So if Ostkaka can get ahead of his opponent on that, he'd be in a good spot.
What Ostkaka really wants to go with that Violet Teacher is a preparation and something like Sap or Eviscerate that'll allow him on the 3rd turn to play his Violet Teacher thanks to the coin, and then use his preparation and removal effect to just get ahead on the board and put the pressure on Hotform to respond.
Oh yeah.
All right, well, let's see how it starts here. Looks like it's going to be the Wild Growth, potentially a Keeper follow-up if some little minion comes down follow. Double Violet Teacher with a few spells might not do the trick too well, though.
There's part 1 of the preparation Sap with Violet Teacher.
It depends. I mean, Hotform could hypothetically just draw spells, or, you know, Keeper the Growth suboptimally, like just on curve here. Those kinds of cards don't really help too much, and Ostkaka might be given his most valuable resource, which is time against Druid. If he was able to get through the early game without taking too much damage, that is the point where a lot of Rogue players would be like, yeah, it's favored against Druid.
Right, but that's really the point. I mean, this is a game of pressure. Both players have a lot of burst, a lot of damage. Wow.
Not necessarily the minion that you want to prep Sap, but definitely going to allow Ostkaka to potentially set up for a really explosive turn. He may go for it.
Just a Violet Teacher here seems fine to me, though.
You can get 2 Violet Teachers on board.
That's
and
right.
Sap.
Yeah, that just starts to be explosive. It allows Ostkaka to generate an enormous board, and Hotform picks up a big game Hunter. Not really what he's looking for here.
Well, Hotform is just going for it. Like I'm saying, this game just has to do with damage. Once one player is too low on HP, suddenly they have to play so defensively.
Yeah, and I mean, Ostkaka doesn't need that, though. He just picked up Backstab with Violet Teacher. That gives him the ability to backstab with getting tokens and then use preparation with either Deadly Poison to remove or something else. He also could choose to take it really slow Preparation often is used to combine with sprint, but I think this is the time to seize tempo.
I think he might hold on to his preparation here. He use the Violet Teacher and backstab, get a minion right away, use his Violet Teacher to kill one of the keepers that was backstab.
Sure.
Then he still has a reasonably strong board presence and has preparation sprint with that sap to take over a big minion like the Ancient of War waiting in Hotform's hand.
Yeah, I think if you use the preparation to be just only a little bit aggressively in the start, not sealing out the full tempo portion of the game in the opener, it might actually prevent you from being able to cast sprint at all against such a high pressure deck.
Hotform really wants to find a swipe right here. That is Wild Growth. Great card, not when you want it though.
Well, you might as well play it because nothing else is really going to make much of an impact this turn.
Yeah, Ostkaka is going to be in a really dominant position though, because now that Violet Teacher has lived, which means he's going to get some really powerful turns in just a couple of minutes.
In fact,
here.
he can prep sprint and play Deadly Poison afterwards if he wants.
Ostkaka is starting to really snowball an advantage in this game. Allowing that Violet Teacher to live is putting Hotform in a really rough spot.
And that is a board clear as well. It does set up, again, another very good swipe, but that would take Hotform almost his entire turn in order to deal with it. So that's one thing that the Rogue is excellent at, leveraging the board for a win. And with that Sharp Sword Oil draw, this could be potentially the last couple turns. It doesn't look that way, but with 30 health only against this kind of board, it can
just
light up
30 health. How far we've come.
I was actually thinking that if there was a prep there instead of an oil, it would have been game over instantly. Yeah, he would have played the Deadly Poison and prepped the Blade Flurry to clear the board.
Yeah, Hotform with the Ancient of War to draw some more cards, trying to find something that'll get him out of this.
Wow, one card off.
Oh no, another preparation.
Well, I mean, there's also something to consider is the Violet Teacher adding more tokens on, so the oil doesn't always.
Well, it could just be, yeah, okay. That might be a problem here.
It depends, though. I mean, one of those things that Ostkaka still might not care. He might just develop Farseer and kill off this, and then end up going for a more slow approach as opposed to trying to kill him this turn.
Well, the attack here does seem to suggest that.
Yeah,
Looks
he
like
can
maybe
prep oil. And I mean, that just sets up a 2-turn lethal, unless he has lethal this turn, which I don't believe I see it.
Yeah, just able to sap the Ancient of Lore back to his hand. Has an enormous board presence.
All right, well, setting up for potentially the end here, but there is swipe in the hand of Hotform. That's what he's been looking for. That's what the Ancient of Lore was able to keyly draw.
Still, though, he's already down to 12 health, facing down that oiled up weapon already. He can only get rid of one of the Violet Teachers very easily.
Still a lot, though. I feel like really a big part of this game was the fact that the oil landed on a minion that could attack that turn.
Right.
As 3 damage is quite a bit in this situation.
I mean, he's 1 damage off right now. Just needs 1 more point for Ostkaka to find the lethal damage.
Fan of Knives could find him and eviscerate.
Thanos could find him a Thalnos or an Eviscerate, I believe. Thalnos would do it.
That's right. Any additional damage, if he drew Deadly Poison as well?
Yeah.
Fan of Knives?
Ostkaka is very narrowly away from just being able to kill Hotform this turn.
The thing
but you
is,
have to keep in mind the burst of the Druid that could happen, right? I mean, some really bad things could happen on the other end. So it seems like he's going for a safe play here, and you can't really fault him for that because, you know, Druids have some crazy burst combinations.
All right, well, he's going to set Hotform to probably his last turn unless he can do something dramatic here. Because the problem is that even if you play Ancient of War, he can still Blade Flurry past it, and Ostkaka might be able to find the damage anyways. He's looking at if maybe he can drop another minion or he needs the hero power. 5 health is enough to survive and eviscerate directly.
No, I believe that's it. I believe that
Azure Drake is it.
Oh, it's it!
It is it!
Ostkaka will be your 2015 Hearthstone World Champion. An absolutely dominant performance, climbing through the ladder, through tournaments, being able to overcome some of the most difficult decks with his unique lineup. A champion has emerged, and it is from Europe, the Swedish champion, Ostkaka.
The Europeans knew it all along.
See him up in the stage just now with Thijs, you know, congratulating him. Had to go through his fellow European, Thijs, to get here, but an absolutely dominating performance in the finals.
Absolute thrilling journey has concluded here. Let's take a moment to recognize Ostkaka, go into the stage to hear some of his thoughts.
Ostkaka, you were the player that the pros said would win. You are the player who has been doing amazing things in Hearthstone since the beta. What does it mean to you to be on this stage as our 2015 Hearthstone World Champion?
It just means so much. I've been working on this the entire year, gathering points on the ladder. My mind's just overwhelmed right now. I barely even realized that I won the semifinal. It's just a long day of intense matches, but I'm super, super happy, of course.
I want to give you the opportunity to address the fans assembled, everyone watching at home, and all your peers who are gathered in the wings to congratulate you.
It's the best event I've ever been to. Thanks for cheering, all of you.
And now to present you with your trophy, the President and CEO of Blizzard Entertainment, Mr. Mike Morheim.
I'd like to award you this trophy on behalf of Blizzard Entertainment and the Hearthstone community. 2015 was such an awesome year for Hearthstone esports, and you should be extremely proud of what this trophy represents. We're very excited to continue growing Hearthstone esports in 2016, but for now, this is your moment, Ostkaka. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the community for supporting Hearthstone esports in 2015. We can't wait to show you what we have in store for 2016, starting with DreamHack, the first point-giving event of 2016. Stay tuned for more info in the coming weeks, but for now, this is Ostkaka's moment, so please join me in giving him a round of applause for your Hearthstone World Champion.
The 2015 World Championship Series Global Finals is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, MasterCard, and T-Mobile.